So I decided I want to do an edit of just one of these thousands and thousands and thousands of tactics that have been done to me since a very young child, since 5 years old. And this is the people launching cars at me or trying to figure out ways to get me to lose focus while I'm driving and cause accidents in such a way that it looks like I'm full of anger and rage and plowing people in my car. So I'm doing an edit, which is getting extremely long. I'm sure these are just the ones I picked up on over the last 30 years, and with the reinforcing behaviors of people doing it over and over from stranger to stranger to me, starting at 16 and still going on today. Example, people waiting on the right shoulder of the road and trying to launch their car in front of me so it looks like I'm plowing people while they're driving and things like that. But once you look at all the facts and evidence, they're all blatantly obvious that it's not even close to my fault, showing that there's something strange and has always been something strange going on. Now remember, this is just one of the tactics. The tactics are on all different levels, from person after person, worldwide, taking turns on me all day and night until they can figure out how to remove me from society. But in this video, I'm just kind of focusing on the people told to make it look like I'm a reckless, out-of-control driver filled with anger and rage, who has issues focusing and is a danger to myself and others, supposedly, according to the people like Sean Dinsey, now running for city council, showing that he's sort of leveraging himself off what's being done to me so that he can have a good career while hunting me down and trying to eradicate me or my kind, as they put it. Now, this one tactic by itself is beyond any level of unheard of, going from stranger to stranger. And so much so that recently, once I started figuring these things out, the police have been adamant in trying to break into my house to either try to plant things on me, or get the incriminating evidence that shows these worldwide murder operations / we want to remove them from society no matter what it takes, with endless mental battering, abuse, torture, terror, you name it, starting at 5 years old. And they don't want me talking about these things. And now that I have proof, that's the point. Their mental illness attacks escalated to physical attacks to try to mentally batter me quiet. Now they're trying to thug me with physical attacks and things like that, which the police keep covering up and turning around on me. As you'll see, with Sean Dinsey writing up false discovery reports and things like that of the things that people do to me, he then writes up reports saying I did it to them, as well as contacting people like Greg Koenig or Terrence Scroggins off his website to go after me and hunt me down since a young child, trying to cover up these mass crime sprees against me so that I don't talk. And it's been consistent since 29, since I found out you don't talk or we kill you. All sorts of variations of these death threats, some aggressive like, it is what it is, you better accept what's going on, or things are going to get a lot worse for you, no relaxing for you, nigger. Things like this, very direct, we're going to choke you out. And then the physical attacks, all because I found out what was going on with the police and government, NSA, FBI, starting with my own family. But not only that, these operations are linked with auto body repair shops. They're linked with insurance companies like USAA and other insurance companies. And so you can pretty much understand, once I show you what's going on, that no matter how perfect of a person I am, they keep hunting me down with larger and larger groups to remove me from society based on no actual reasoning, just lies, defamation, slander, libel, and riling up the masses, creating worldwide chaos against one man and a mass witch hunt to remove me from society. You can see Dinsey's falsified arrest discovery showing that he's making claims that I have driving problems and I'm out of control. I'm a danger to myself or others. I have driving problems. I'm a public nuisance. Right on these illegal arrest reports with charges that they're reversing and turning around on me to cover up their mass crime spree from John Paul Naranjo with Starbucks security guard John Paul Naranjo punching me in the head, first one from behind, something like 7 times in a row, which Kareen T. Phillips, the prosecutor, is trying to cover up, and other various fabrications from Sean Dinsey in this I have neighborhood watch groups on Kevin Perlman. But what you need to understand is it is illegal to have a neighborhood watch group on one person. In other words, these worldwide neighborhood provoking passive-aggressive attacks, physical attacks, in which they call neighborhood watch groups, are not only not watch groups, but they're stalking operations where people are contacted and told, we want you to take part in hunting someone down and ridding them of the world. They're turning, the LAPD or police and government is actually turning random citizens into vigilantes, telling them that they're allowed to be police to hunt down and kill me, or rid me of the world. Well, I'm here to tell you that it's illegal for a citizen to pretend they're a cop, even if they're told to. Now, more importantly, it's unconstitutional to say I want mass groups worldwide to follow one person around, watch everything he does, and hack into his computers, and break into his house, and do this and do that. And the cops are just going to sit back and eat donuts while they get you guys to hunt me down and kill me. And if the shit hits the fan and one of you go to jail, they're not going to care. But anyways, back to the point is that right on the arrest discovery is illegal paperwork showing constitutional violations that Sean Dinsey with the LAPD government are using excessive force based on their overactive imaginations and theories about me. In other words, oh hey, I think Kevin's a murderer, so I'm going to send Rody Morales after Kevin to rid him of the world. And when Kevin finds out, Kevin finds out that these things are going on, you better not tell anyone or we kill you, right? Hence, why they don't want me talking about them sending Rody Morales into my life to take me to strip clubs and things like that, the fourth person since the age 20 to 30, in these setup and frame job operations, which actually start at 5 years old. But once again, in this discovery, it is proof of illegal government operations. We have neighborhood watch groups on Kevin Perlman. Well, the definition of a neighborhood watch group isn't a group of people stalking someone. The definition of a neighborhood watch group is concerned citizens that want a nice area to live in, and if something happens, they call the police, and that's it. But to follow someone around, provoking them, and threatening your life, or watching you over and over, just like the police video I have, we're watching you, Perlman, those are all unconstitutional and thugging actions that we're going to just hunt you down if we don't like you. Well, nowhere in the Constitution does it say we're allowed to hunt someone down if we don't like them and kill them or remove them from society. Policing and crime is based on criminal acts only, and not weird statements like, I think Kevin's crazy, so we're going to rid him of the world. Okay, so another thing you might ask is, does Sean Dinsey and these mass groups that Sean Dinsey's working with know that I'm under full-scale attack, and that I'm obligated if people want to hunt me down and kill me to defend myself? Now, all me defending myself has been very passive. It's been First Amendment. I'm going to pass out cards. I'm going to put up a website to tell the people worldwide who have been lied to in a legal operation. It is beyond any level of unconstitutional. So worldwide groups, we think someone's killed someone, or we think someone's involved in fraud, or we think this, or we think that, because it's known as hearsay or opinion or whatever, and people are welcome to have their opinions, but once they start investing billions of dollars with the government to rile up the masses against someone, those are all civil crimes known as lies, smear, defamation, slander, with damages to destroy someone, or in this case, my life. So, what I'm saying is the police, with people like lead officer Sean Dinsey, the LAPD, the government, unconstitutionally destroyed my name, my reputation, my life, stopped me from having any type of aspect of life with insane amounts of damages, which they need to be held accountable for. Hence, why they're ramping up their attacks, you don't talk or we kill you. And so the next point I'm getting at is Sean Dinsey claims that I'm crazy and I'm imagining all these things, and he doesn't know what's going on. Well, the next video clip you're going to see is Sean Dinsey flat out admitting that he's seen my website many times. Well, if you see my website, you know what's going on. There's no if, then, but. You have a website and you're crazy because on the website is over 10 terabytes of daily stalking operations worldwide, from lawyer conversations saying, yeah, I know what's going on, to the video proof and photo evidence of these mass attacks against me, even though it's completely impossible for Sean Dinsey or most of the world not to know who I am at this point, what's been done to my life. Sean Dinsey claims that he has seen the website, and I'm crazy and I'm imagining it and I need to get help while they're trying to figure out how to remove me from society. My point is that Sean Dinsey is a liar, involved in these illegal operations, so much so that I had to call Internal Affairs on his partner Jensen in 2013. Hence, Sean Dinsey's arrest in 2017 with these illegal police discoveries showing that while Sean Dinsey is running for city council, he has all these skeletons in his closet of crimes that he's involved in, and in order for him to try to fix his crooked reputation, he's trying to lock me away and throw me in jail so that he can try to live his life and sort of sweep me under the rug or cover up their mass crime spree against me, because he doesn't want the truth coming out that he's involved in a mass murder operation or a mass conspiracy to remove me from society no matter what it takes, since 5 years old with mass psychological flagging, profiling, and we think this or that. We think Kevin's full of anger and rage, and we think he's going to be a danger to society, hence the lies and the crime spree against me, trying to make me look like a public nuisance and I'm crazy. Are all cover-up operations with Dinsey and those working with him in the government, which are linking to psychology community, NSA, FBI, and larger worldwide groups, and the things they've done to me my whole life in colleges, with professors and high school teachers and students, and having women come in my life one sequentially after the next, trying to set me up for 40 years and things like this. They don't want any of this coming out. So, what you're going to see here is Sean Dinsey admitting that he's seen my website with the undeniable proof of what's being done to my life, showing that he's a flat-out, cold-blooded murderer and liar and will do anything to make a buck or get to the top, and if he has to kill a few people on the way, he doesn't care.
Kevin, step out.
Oh.
Stand top of your head. Yep. Stand top of your head.
I'm sorry, what did I do?
You have a warrant out for your arrest. Why don't you go to court?
For what?
Interlace your fingers. You didn't get anything in the mail?
I got a thing to call a detective, and I did.
Okay. No. You should have got something else in the mail.
No, I didn't get anything in the mail.
You didn't get anything in the mail?
That's
what case do you have right now?
I went to a lawyer, and he said we went to court, and that was it.
Okay.
It was dropped.
Well, it has to do with all the littering and your criminal. It actually was not dropped.
Well, he said it was.
Okay. Well, we refiled it.
Well, then I should have known about that.
Okay. Yeah. Should have got something in the mail. Then obviously, whatever happened in the mail was an oopsie.
Oh, that's a big oopsie.
That is a big oopsie if you never get something in the mail. Okay. Do you have any weapons on you?
Of course not.
Okay. So you got your camera in your car. Do you want to leave it in your car? What do you want to do with it? In the trunk?
No, I'll just
Or
leave
do you
it
want to
here.
put it back in your apartment?
I'll just leave it right here.
You want to leave it in here? Open like that, so we'll steal it.
No, lock the door.
No, I don't mean nothing.
Well, if they steal, they'll be breaking and entering, and that'll prove exactly.
That don't make a difference.
Yeah, just leave it there.
You want it left there? All right.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm trying to loosen this cup up for you. There you go.
Yeah, that's pretty strange.
What's pretty strange?
Nothing in the mail, nothing said by my lawyer.
Door 30 up.
Okay, so you don't have any guns, drugs, weapons on you right now?
I mean, just a keychain pocket knife, which is perfectly legal.
Okay.
Yeah, it meets all the criteria.
Give me a 20.
Battery, do you want the battery in here?
Yeah, just throw it in there.
Okay.
Okay, 2 batteries right there.
Unit pool to front at 103754, code 20.
Hey, Sarge, you up? Hey, 5 feet, show me code 6973556.
You have the right to remain silent, you understand?
Door 30, you up?
Anything you say can and will be used against you in court, you understand? You have the right to appoint an attorney if you want, you understand? Cannot afford an attorney, won't be appointed free of charge for any question if you want, you understand? Okay, do you want to talk about
2185
all these cards in your pocket?
Yeah, I have the right to remain silent.
Huh?
I have the right to remain silent.
Okay.
And that can all come out in court.
Alright. Let's see, what else we have in here? Your phone? You want that going with you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna just put this towel over the camera as much as you might not care.
Turning my road.
The little crimp that we don't need.
Yep.
Put the wallet here.
Turning towards 2179.
And no other knives or weapons or anything like that?
You guys have your psychological warfare weapons.
There's no psychological warfare at all. No one's trying to hurt you or no one's trying to attack you, Kevin.
It's all on the website.
I know, I've seen your website many times.
Sure, and you won't be quiet about it.
So while the majority of this video is people trying to set me up, I just wanted to throw in this one recent clip of a car cutting me off on Victory Boulevard coming home from Van Nuys. Well, after watching the video, it wasn't really intentional, but I kind of wanted to show you because of Sean Dincy's argument with these 30 years since I turned 16 years old. Kevin is a reckless, out-of-control driver who's a danger to himself or others, has mental issues, focus issues, concentration issues, you name it, and so I need to be locked away in mental institutions or removed from society with all these defamation to the world. I'm a danger to myself and others, whatever, and I'm also apparently a violent paranoid schizo with the other thousands of accusations which aren't remotely close to true to the world. But I wanted to throw in this clip showing you that while I'm not claiming I'm Mario Andretti or anything, that I'm a fairly good driver. I've always been able to avoid most of these setup operations or random bad drivers out there. And so this clip is just to show you that while these LAPD, police, government, NSA, FBI claims that I have thought process problems and I think differently and all of this weird fiction that someone is being paid off to create and give to the world, that when you see my driving, you will see that I'm perfectly aware of what's going on in my surroundings and on the road, and that I can avoid situations like you're about to see. And if Sean Dinsey was an honest person, these things, you wouldn't be seeing this on video of me avoiding this guy. You'd see me not being capable of avoiding the guy, right? So my point is that everything that the police are saying is completely fictional and they're completely full of shit, because they have ulterior motives and an agenda, and they are trying to cover up their mass 40-year crime spree.
Okay, so I don't know if that was intentional by this truck or not, but he just kind of cut me off. Let's see if it's intentional, actually. All we have to do is drive by the side and see his expression as we drive by. But he's going kind of fast, so now remember, one of their tactics is to sort of make it look like I'm ramming cars, right? That's their tactic, because they want to cut in front of me and get me to hit the front, hit them with my car and go, look, Kevin rammed me. That's usually their tactics with the police. I can't get on his side, so whatever. But the good news is I got it on video, so when the cops, you know, we document all the people like launching vehicles at me, so that we can show a pattern of behavior that I'm actually the good driver, is what needs to happen to the world, because my family's so mad about the truth coming out. It looks like he's talking on the phone. It looks like he's talking on the phone, so I think it was just some dude not paying attention instead of the usual angry person trying to set me up. So he looks like he's just a bad driver or not paying attention.
Wi-Fi on.
Now, the one thing I want you to be aware of is that what you're seeing on this video of the car, the reckless driver frame jobs, I want you to understand that I have endless proof and evidence of all these operations, not just the car trying to make me look like a reckless driver, but everything on all levels. And while it's just too time consuming for me to fit it all into this video and other videos, I want you to trust that I'm just adding kind of tidbits of what I have so you can understand with proof what's going on. But remember, I have archives of data supporting all of my arguments and proof of these operations going on, and you're going to see plenty here, trust me. But just realize I have endless other hard drive arrays full of this type of data, and that is one of the reasons why recently LAPD on 4 occasions, and once with my own father, have tried to break in my house illegally to either plant evidence on me, like they have tried so many times in my life, like Rody Morales trying to plant trash bags full of marijuana on me when I was 29 with the LAPD, as well as probably not wanting me to have the incriminating evidence that proves these murder operations by the police, government, psychology community to be true, right? They don't want it to exist, and that is why they put so much worldwide heat on me, exponentially growing over the years, especially since 1994, because they don't want anything they're involved in these highly illegal, unconstitutional operations coming to light for you, the people.
Okay, so this video is going to be about the car setups to try to make me look like a reckless driver, and the things with Tom Farley, high school setup operations with the police and government once I turned 16 to try to turn the world against me. And also I'm using a new cheapo gimbal stabilizer, so there might be a little learning, but this isn't really about Hollywood productions here. I just kind of wanted some smooth video, since it's a pain in the ass enough to have to watch me talking for hours. Maybe make it a little easier for those who really want to understand what's really going on. Okay, so the first thing I notice here is a black Jeep. Whether that's here intentionally or not, I can't tell you. But what I can tell you is that this is the location where Tom Farley was driving me to Calabasas High, and he almost hit someone crossing the street. Now, that's not really a big deal, and it's not anything that anyone could care about, and I don't know if this is directly related to the situation, but I'm just going to kind of document this time period so that people can understand the types of things going on, and you can kind of be the judge due to the level of Tom Farley's involvement in these mass stalking operations now going on over 40 years. But the one thing I wanted to show you, okay, so we're at Calabasas Road, and I don't even know what street, Park Granada. Okay, so we're at Calabasas Road and Park Granada here. Right over here, as I was the passenger in Tom Farley's car, hanging a right turn with Tom Farley. I believe he was in his red and black Jeep, but after that he bought a green Jeep Cherokee. Now, ironically, Tom's big on the Jeeps, and so was Kelly Hatch, sent after me to follow me from Calabasas High to Southern Oregon State College to stalk me with the police and government, which I never really was friends with Kelly Hatch or even in her clique. I just barely recognized her at Southern Oregon State College because maybe I'd seen her around Calabasas High a few times, right? Yet she, I guess, fit the profile of someone that you could pay off to hunt down and kill people and tell them what they wanted to hear to get them involved in these mass murder operations. Well, some of these setup operations were for a 422 criminal threat, falsified police charges, sort of linking buses and Kevin Perlman working some weird angle that I did something wrong related to buses and this and that. Basically arresting me for criminal threat, which I believe links back to me flirting with a girl on a bus at University of Colorado asking her for the time. Yeah, I know. That doesn't really make much sense. You ask a girl for the time that was in one of your classes to try to talk to her, and you're hunted and killed over it with billions of government dollars. Doesn't make much sense. Now we have a guy here who's whistling at me because it's their little threats, you're a whistleblower type of thing, and so they pretty much don't want me talking, so like people will come up and ask me about my life as if they don't know me, and then they'll start whistling, hinting at you're a whistleblower and we're going to hunt you and kill you, with larger and larger groups showing up, and they kind of think it's funny in the joke, playing games like you're crazy and it's not happening. But anyways, back to the point. This is where someone was walking across the crosswalk and Tom Farley almost hit them. He didn't see them. And you're going to say, well, that's pretty trivial and it's 30 years ago. Who cares? And normally you would be right. You would be right, because who would care? Except the problem is that everything that Tom Farley was doing and my friends, they were pinning everything on me in what they call their laundry list to the world. So these things which lead officer Sean Dinsey telling half the planet that I'm a bad driver, I need to be watched, all link back to things like Tom Farley here at this intersection, who almost hit a person walking, and these are daily things. This happens with everyone. He didn't see a guy, and then he stopped really fast and whatever. These are daily. Oops. Sorry, I'm not used to this gimbal, but these are daily types of operations for me, where Tom Farley might hit someone in a crosswalk, and then all of a sudden the world's told that I almost hit someone, to pin everything he's doing on me, not because it's the biggest deal in the world, but to try to make it look like I'm an out-of-control, reckless monster to justify removing me from society. So ironically, when I see this black Jeep just sitting here on the street when they could park in that parking lot there, I think, and Tom Farley was driving his red and black Jeep, or green Jeep Cherokee, but I think it was the red and black Jeep, there's a good chance that that person actually put his black Jeep there to hint about me, to try to guilt me, if that makes sense, into false coerced confessions while there's a worldwide campaign to remove me from society. So while this seems very trivial on the surface, it's not, because they're creating this imaginary rap sheet to the world that I'm out of control monster. You've seen Sean Dinsey's illegal discovery. We have a neighborhood watch group on Kevin Perlman. He has driving issues. Fabricating not only illegal, unconstitutional operations that, because I think you're a bad driver, we have the right to notify the entire planet and destroy your name, reputation, violating all privacy and things like that. But on top of that, none of it's true. Not only do I have a great driving record, that's all that should matter. Kevin has a great driving record, and he's not in any major accidents, or like 100 major accidents, and his driving record's better than everyone else. So how can you justify unconstitutionally telling everyone on the planet to make sure my driving is completely perfect? Completely perfect. Oh, there's another black Jeep here too. I didn't even see that. So there's a black Jeep here, and then there's a blackish gray Jeep here. And you've seen on all my other videos the tons of Jeeps, black Jeep Rangers, kitty corner by my house to guilt me about Jeeps, Kelly Hatch, Tom Farley, sent after me to have me killed and things like this. Okay, so like I said, there's a black Jeep here, and there's a black Jeep, and there's a black Jeep over there. Not a coincidence, and you get the idea. Okay, so where was I? Tom Farley. Whether these operations were staged, example, person pretends to walk in, or Tom Farley knows the person's going to be walking, signaled or cued to walk here when Tom Farley arrives to make it look like he almost hit him, or Tom Farley almost hit him but didn't, is not the point. The point is that after these harmless, insignificant situations occur, it's all put in a rap sheet to the world that Kevin's a horrible driver and needs to be removed from society because of his driving. We think he killed someone. We're going to send people working with the LAPD named Rody Morales after him to hint about driving and someone with no morals, trying to hint that I'm a murderer. Rody Morales at 29 asking me if I killed someone while taking me to strip clubs and things like that. Right? So my point is that Rody Morales, that I have newspaper clippings from the Daily News showing that he was working with the LAPD at the time of befriending me for like several years and taking me to strip clubs with the police, trying to set me up in endless operations and endless frame jobs to make it look like I was stalking strippers. All links back to me turning 16 and my family not wanting me to have a car and drive, not because I did anything wrong, but because they don't like or trust me, right? Hence, destroy my name and reputation worldwide with illegal neighborhood murder groups that they call neighborhood watch groups that are involved in endless provokings and mental illness tactics that you've seen here. The black Jeep there, the black Jeep here are mental illness tactics to try to create anxiety, terror, torture, mental illness, and provoke me into reactions and probably cause car accidents, try to make me have car accidents to remove me from society no matter what it takes. Now, if we talk about what Officer Sean Dinsey's neighborhood watch group is, there's no such thing as I have a planet full of people following you from place to place provoking you, and that's a neighborhood watch group. The first thing that you need to understand is that the definition of a neighborhood watch group is concerned citizens that want a peaceful area, and if something happens, they call the police. That is a neighborhood watch group. Anything that involves a private citizen taking part in a police's job is called a vigilante, okay? Terrence Scroggins, vigilante, right? But the point is, while the police sit back and eat donuts at the police station all day, they're telling citizens worldwide that they're allowed to hunt me down and kill me based on their lie, smear, defamation, slander, libel, with criminal intent, okay? Just like Officer Toro said, if you ever take a picture of a person, I will exercise the law in his own way. Oh, actually it's 423, not 422. If I ever take a picture of a person, Officer Toro, which wasn't really a real name because he freely gave it and he was hinting about a person in Southern Oregon State College sent after me named Javier. If you ever take a picture of a person, I will exercise the law in my own way. Why did Officer Toro not want me getting into studio photography with Aubrey Fisher or documenting mass murder operations that had me killed? Because they refused to stop even now. Think about that. So anyways, Officer Sean Dinsey's illegal paperwork, which is on the front of my website. Kevin has driving problems and I have worldwide neighborhood watch groups on him. Well, the first thing you might ask is, how many neighborhood watch groups do you know that go past the jurisdiction of your local police office anyways? So, for example, Woodland Hills Neighborhood Watch Group would consist of Woodland Hills people, and what does that have to do with Mexico, Florida, Las Vegas, you name it, all across the world, of random strangers watching everything I do and collecting everything I do to use against me with 25 years since 1994 of computer privacy violations by the masses with the government and NSA and FBI, have to do with anything, because none of that is legal. Those are NSA murder kill operations. That's the point, is when Tom Farley drives here and he hangs a right turn and almost hits someone, and the world is told that I did it, along with Tom Farley egg mobbing Eric Johnson, and the world's told that I did it, and Tom Farley hitting Eric Johnson in the back of the head, and the world's told I did it. Richard Grunberg stealing Ian Woodman's skateboards, the world's told I did it. My brother going out doing his road rage crap, the world's told I did it. From thing to thing my entire life. Oh, Brian Weaver doing all his road rage shit, or his shit with Pineapple Joe at Hawaii Racing, and told I did it. Okay, so you get the idea. Now my next stop is going to be up the street a little here, at Calabasas High. Now, Calabasas High is where I went to high school, and it's 16 years after buying an 85 Trans Am and working on it instead of all the little spoiled brat BMWs like everyone else had, like the 16-year-olds with all their BMWs or whatever. I wanted to get, and I'm not making any judgments about spoiled kids or kids that had everything in this rich neighborhood that I grew up in. My point is that I chose a different path, and I'm being judged for being open-minded and creative. And I couldn't care less if some 16-year-old actually gets a brand new BMW or whatever. I'm too focused on myself. But anyways, the point is that the 16-year-olds, I didn't choose that path. I didn't want a brand new nice car. I wanted a car I could work on and learn. So I got an 85 Trans Am, started modifying it. Now, we're going to go to Calabasas High at 16 years old by Bluebird Street and the main road. I'll give you the main road when I get there. I can't remember the name. Might be Mulholland Drive or something. Bluebird and Mulholland Drive, when I was driving to Calabasas High at 16 years old, on a day just like this one, maybe a little bit heavier rain, a guy in front of me intentionally slid his motorcycle and told the world that I hit him with my car. He slid the motorcycle in front of me. He instantly got up. He was fine. He had no injuries. I can't tell you if he intentionally slid the motorcycle to pin it on me, or he just slid the motorcycle and they went out saying I hit him with my car. Or yeah, exactly. Or I nudged him. I hit him. I rammed him with my car. But what I can tell you is the world is being told that I hit a guy on a motorcycle with a car. And once this video progresses, you'll understand what I'm talking about and how these covert events link together from one event to the next. Establishing a pattern of behavior of frame jobs and setup operations and just fabrications and cry wolf tactics to remove me from society for absolutely no reason at all, but I don't like Kevin or I don't trust Kevin. So the next stop is Bluebird, I think Mulholland, right in front of Calabasas High, where I was going into the school parking lot at 16 years old, I believe staged. I believe the guy was waiting for me and queued to drive in front of me and slide his motorcycle. even if that's not the case. They are involved in saying that I hit a guy on a motorcycle when none of that ever happened, just like Tom Farley almost hitting a guy here in his red and black Jeep Ranger, and saying I did it to the world. Remember, when these things are said that I did it, they're disseminated to the entire planet in secret, behind my back, in propaganda across the internet with internet-based tools. Okay, so on that note, you've now seen where Tom Farley was working these frame job operations, and while I'm not 100% sure of this one, you can link it with the rest. But as we see the two Jeeps kitty corner, like they do at my house and things like that, to try to create mental illness and thug me quiet. If there's this much resources with these two black Jeeps, this Jeep, and the one over there, and actually I'm looking at two black Jeeps driving at the same time. If they're exerting that much resources, then it probably is true what I'm saying, because they really don't want me talking about any of these things. So the next stop will be Calabasas High, Mulholland, I think, and Bluebird Street, where the guy in the motorcycle slid his motorcycle in front of me, telling the world that I hit him with my car. And then after that, we're going to go to the Honda dealership on Ventura Boulevard by Valsurf, where a lady was waiting for me on the side of the road, on the shoulder, and when she saw me, launched her car perpendicular to the fast lane, causing an accident, and then getting out of her car screaming, "He tried to kill me." And when being called by the insurance company saying weird things, that it's a 50% fault, to try to make it look like I'm crazy and hit her and things like that. And me telling them no, it's not even at question. I was driving straight down the fast lane. She threw her car in front of me, claimed I tried to kill her. Now finding out that she was working with the police on these operations. So those are the next two stops, and there will be several more after that. Okay, so we're quickly, ironically, USAA Insurance pulled up here at this coffee meet. I was videoing there earlier about Tom Farley and the things they're doing. Ironically, USAA Insurance pulled up over here. I'm also kind of documenting the cars around me, which are probably intentional, like the Mini Coopers and the Jeeps. Remember that I mentioned on the other video camera that Tom Farley drove a red and black Jeep Ranger just like this one, parked there towards the street. I just wanted to kind of document the area here that I videoed yesterday. You will notice that the Jeeps are gone, right? So all Jeeps are gone, and I'm just quickly going to document right here before I do my next kind of segment for the video I'm working on. But I just wanted to show you that all the Jeeps from yesterday are gone. The two black Rangers. We're gonna quickly drive through the shopping center on the other side where there were several Jeeps, and more importantly, the red and black Tom Farley Jeep that I was talking about on the video, the same exact model, build. There is two Jeeps together here as I'm cruising around, and a guy in red and black watching the two Jeeps there waiting for me, right? As I drive through to quickly document that those Jeeps have now left that were parked there for me, right? So as I come around to this side, There's also a white Jeep here backwards. White Jeep Cherokee by where the guy is waiting. Now we're gonna go into this lot where we were yesterday getting food, and there's a coffee bean here because there were some Jeeps pointed towards the street as well, and one was a red and black. The exact Jeep that Tom Farley, I believe, was driving when he almost kind of sort of hit this guy. Just as we drive here, there's two cars backwards here by the subway together in pairs. Whoa, we gotta watch out for the Mike Huntley Beetle. Remember, I have bugs in your room, and we're listening to everything you do on the radio while introducing me to Mike Huntley and Paul Humphrey, threes and groups together there. A Jeep here, a guy who sees me here parking next to the guy here backwards. Okay, so we have bugs in your room, and we're listening to everything you do on the radio. Links to Mike Huntley and Paul Humphrey sent after me at 14 to befriend me with their Volkswagen bugs. This is where the red and black Jeep was. Yesterday we have some no platers. You get the idea. Another black Jeep Cherokee here. Oddly enough, most of the cars are back or forward, or I should say a lot higher rate. Okay, so now I'm going to go off to where I'm going to video, and you can kind of see how every time I try to do something, I'm met with worldwide groups trying to work on me with psychological warfare operations, and these start at 5 years old. We're going to remove you from society. Okay, so I am out here on, I think this is Calabasas Road and Bluebird Street. I'll double check the streets when I get up to Bluebird Street. Now, I never even realized that Bluebird Drive existed, and if I think about it, it might not have existed in something like 1988 when I was 16. But it's called Bluebird Street, and that might be intentional, or there might be a little irony to the types of things being done to my life with, like, Twitter, for example, and all the freaky things done to me on social networks and Twitter. I want to kind of stick with what I know that is more solid. Now, this is the location after I started. I got my driver's license at the end of 9th grade because I was held back in T1 class between 1st and 2nd grade. I never could have cared less about it, but my family are still angry about it, trying to cover it up and saying that I have a problem with it and I'm acting out, which is very strange because I never said one thing wrong, although my father was blurting weird things out with his lunches with Lorena Escobar, how I had a problem with T1, which I made it clear I have never said anything now or ever since 1st or 2nd grade with T1, so much so that kissing a black girl in T1 when I was around 8 years old, the world was told I'm a white supremacist for kissing a black girl. Okay, well, that doesn't really make much sense as far as me being a bad person, because I never said anything or did anything. But remember, their propaganda, gossip, drama, libel, slander, hearsay, if you want to call it, to the entire planet is based on complete fiction and anger, rage. You do what we say or we kill you. Okay, so this is the location. This is the location where I was driving to Calabasas High parking lot, 16 years old, somewhere around 1988. I'm driving, we get to basically where a little past Bluebird Street here is. We get a little past where Bluebird Street is, and it's raining, like my video footage of yesterday, a little harder. And there is a motorcycle in front of me. Oh, it's Topanga Canyon Road. So it's Topanga Canyon Road. Right here. Bluebird and Topanga Canyon Road. Okay, so this is all. This wasn't here before. And so you get the idea. Topanga Canyon Road and Bluebird. And Bluebird Drive. Okay. So, I'm driving to Calabasas High parking lot to go to high school in the morning. I'm guessing around like 8 a.m., maybe 7 a.m. 8 a.m., 7 a.m., and it's raining. A little worse than yesterday, as you saw in video. And a motorcycle is in front of me, pretty much right here. And he slides his bike. Now, did he slide in the rain, which I thought 30 years ago? Or did he intentionally lay his bike down to say Kevin hit me with a car? Well, that is the question. And also you might want to look at the cars like yesterday. This is a Corolla. The question is, why are these things being done to me? And Officer Sean Dinsey saying I'm a reckless driver with worldwide neighborhood watch groups, which is unheard of, unconstitutional, never before been done, and beyond any level of illegal, based on a guy with a completely clean driving record, right? Actually, I think I was a little closer to here. I was right around here. So the guy slides his bike, he gets right back up, he has his riding leathers on, there's absolutely no injuries. That's that. I go to school, I don't really pull over because I'm not really involved in an accident. Around the age 26, Paul Humphrey making comments, suggestive messages about things like that, or not being careful and checking on the guy, or things like this. Trying to work the asshole, you're reckless, you're careless, and then covering up the crimes that you hit him with your car. Okay. Things that don't really make sense because these are normal daily situations that occur, but in my life, they're used against me to make claims to the entire planet that I'm out in my car ramming people and hitting them with my car. And you might say, well, Kevin, that's kind of an iffy theory, right? You might say that. Okay, so about a month after this, my wrestling teacher named Brock Delp, who also drove a Honda motorcycle. This guy, I'm not 100% sure if he was driving a Honda, but what I can tell you is it wasn't a cruiser like a Harley, and it didn't have like a CBR 600 type of fairing. It was more, I think they're called touring motorcycles. The sporty, kind of sort of CBR-ish fairing with the saddlebags, right? So this right here is the Calabasas High back entrance to the parking lot where I was driving into. The school has changed a lot. There are a lot more buildings. The parking lot no longer goes through. This is 30 years later, so that makes sense. And this street over here is called Palm Drive. Just to note the street names, because a lot of times those are relevant to the mental illness tactics used on me. Okay, so we have the parking lot here. We have, from the other direction, me driving behind I'm guessing, I think it probably was a Honda, but I'm not 100% sure, motorcycle who slides in the rain, which does happen, and all of a sudden, behind my back, which I didn't know was going on, people are told that I hit a person, I rammed a guy with my car in the rain on a motorcycle. Now, I don't have direct proof and evidence of that, but after this, about 10th grade, beginning of 10th grade, maybe even around the same time, I'm not exactly sure, my wrestling coach, Brock Delp, who drove a Honda, very similar type of motorcycle, we get a call saying Brock Delp had a motorcycle accident and can't coach us for, who knows, a couple months. Different situation. So they send in a coach named Jono, which everyone loved, and they all wanted to kind of get rid of Brock Delp. That's a whole different non-related issue of kids being kids. Sorry, I got sidetracked with the neighborhood watch sign here, because in this day and age, neighborhood watch to me are almost synonymous with hunt down and kill people and turning citizens into vigilantes, taking away their constitutional rights. So needless to say, while on the wrestling team, remember that my family and these mass groups worldwide were labeling me a white supremacist in 1st and 2nd grade for kissing a black girl. Yeah, that doesn't make sense, I know. Because kissing a black girl shows openness and affection to other races and cultures, meaning that you need to question why the people are saying and doing what they're doing, and it's not for good, honest, decent reasons. It's out of hate, rage, jealousy, control, fear, whatever. The same emotions that Adolf Hitler had while killing the Jews, or slave owners with slavery, right? The same type of mindset. Okay, so that being said, they have a black girl. Now, I'm sort of sporting around with Damon Riggins, who is black and has a Camaro, and I have a Trans Am, and we're joking around, that like joking around competition, not like real competition or angry competition, but just two kids joking around. But for some reason, Damon Riggins was mad at me, turning these things into racial things, which I had no clue, which was strange. And at that point, them putting a black girl on the wrestling team, and guess who they wanted her to practice with? Kevin Perlman. Now, we practiced for not very long, and then she quits. Okay, well, it is a little out there. The black girl would want to go on a men's wrestling team. It's not 100% unheard of, but it is a little out there. But when you want to link together what's going on in the lives of the world, that I hate black people, and yet they want this girl to train with me. Remember, at the time I didn't know these things were being said and given to mass communities before the internet. Once the internet came around in 1994, these lies were disseminated as worldwide propaganda. But before 1994, just local areas were notified, or small city groups, right? You move to Oregon, and the people in Oregon are notified, the largest area they can, by word of mouth or other means. But as I get older and technology gets better, more and more and larger groups are notified of these never-ending lies, right? So my point is that even though I didn't know it, they were trying to make it look like I hate black people by putting a black girl on the wrestling team and her quitting immediately, as if I think life is a game or a wrestling match, and I beat her to death on the mat, right? You get the idea? They're trying to make it look like I hate black people, and I got her on the mat, and I punished her and beat her so bad, and she quit. That's what they're trying to make it look like, right? Now, remember, this switches from thing to thing, from racial to reckless driving, to Asian groups, to Hispanic or Latin groups, to Persian groups. But the one common denominator is riling up the masses against me to remove me from society and make me look like anger, rage, crazy man that is a horrible asshole and just doing horrible things and terrorizing people, none of which is true, which is why you need to question the motives of why someone needs to keep on a daily basis spreading newer and newer lies to the entire planet in secret and then saying you're imagining it, right? What is the reasoning? The reasoning is to remove someone from society, and that is it. There's no actual reasoning. And I was just kind of looking at the police, kind of looking at me like, what's he doing? Although I'm sure they know what I'm doing, because they spent so many years trying to silence me since I found out at 29. Okay, so now I want you to understand the connection between the Honda motorcycles, two of them. I'm not 100% sure on the first one, and I'm about 90% sure on Brock Delps. But now we're going to head down to Ventura Boulevard, and before Topanga Canyon and after Shoup, which is where a Val Surf used to be, which I used to skate all the way from Hidden Hills to. But more importantly, a Honda dealership. Now, the Honda dealership at 16 years old is where a lady was waiting for me on the shoulder of the road, and as I drove by in the fast lane, she launches her car from the shoulder, perpendicular sideways to the fast lane, causing an unavoidable accident with really long skid marks and me trying to stop and slamming into her driver door. She instantly gets out of the car, almost like a packaged response. Well, it was a packaged response, and she yells in front of everyone, "He tried to kill me." So, think about the situation. You're driving straight down the Ventura Boulevard, in the fast lane. I believe it was a 45 mile per hour, still is. Who knows? Maybe you're going 50, maybe you're going 55, maybe you're going 40. Trivial things that nobody cares about. Lady on the right shoulder throws her car perpendicular to the fast lane. You try to avoid her. You hit her. She screams, "He tried to kill me." The insurance companies call, or we call the insurance companies. I'm a 16-year-old kid on a family plan. The insurance companies call saying weird things that don't make sense. Well, we're going to put you at 50% fault. Now, why did the insurance company say that? That's very strange. That's totally out there, right? That is a black and white, no-brainer, no contest, obvious situation, and no one's going to question that. So they say it's 50-50. Remember, tow trucks are coming out. I'm sure the police came out. It's a no-brainer. There's nothing to say unless the police and tow truck companies are lying and working with these mass groups worldwide, and that is what is going on from situation to situation. Every single one of them, all day and night, my entire life, is people are told to do these things and everyone helps on these setup and frame jobs, on credibility attacks. So I'm going to end up re-explaining it when I'm out there. But the thing you need to ask, which I never thought about, is why was this lady waiting by a Honda motorcycle dealership? If you understand where I'm coming from. Right? Now, later on in this video, I'm going to go through tons of these similar situations all throughout my life of setup operations like this with people waiting on the shoulder with cars, working with the police, government, LAPD, FBI, NSA, and worldwide support. And once I keep showing you the same pattern of behavior done to me, you're going to understand that these aren't coincidences. They keep happening over and over, and anytime you talk to someone or tell someone what is going on, they lie to your face or try to cover it up or try to make you look crazy, telling you weird things you don't tell people or will kill you, or tell me what happened, you're a crazy man, you need to die. Things like this that don't make much sense unless mass groups are involved in a conspiracy, or to try to make me look crazy in this conspiracy, which is the case, to remove me from society. So I think that's pretty much good for here. And now we're going to head down. We're going to make our way. I'll quickly show you a little Calabasas High, and then we'll make our way to Ventura Boulevard between Topanga Canyon and Shoup, where this next incident happened by the Honda motorcycle dealership with this lady, "You tried to kill me" lies. Okay, so I'm quickly going to drive. It's interesting how many police officers are right here. Okay, so I'm going to quickly drive to the Calabasas parking lot as if I was turning into it when I was 16 with my 1985 Trans Am that I worked on and changed engines and did all that and whatever. So we're coming to the left lane, right past the spot where the guy slid his motorcycle, which I believe was probably a Honda. And this is the lot. It's a little different now, 30 years later. This entire section here is new. I don't think that existed. This road, I think it did exist. It was different. And this was the main parking lot, and still is, for the cars, which yesterday's footage, they were all backwards right at this section, which I found very interesting, because that means that the kids in the high schools are notified of the lies, right, and taking part. And you can still see over here a large number of backwards, which, yeah, sure, sometimes people park backwards, but most people normally park forwards, and that starts around 2011, when I parked my car backwards once at Encino Starbucks. The tennis courts, I believe, were here, and we're getting to the spot where Corey Bixby wanted me to drive her home in those frame job operations. I think I was parked right around here, or this is the area actually where she was mad at me because I asked her later on if she could drive me home when my car was screwed up, and she got mad because she never really said why she was mad, but she was instantly mad at me after driving her home, but nothing happened. Like, I didn't say, I didn't rape her, I didn't say, go out with me or I'll kill you, or things like this. Just before that, I want to say, I think this is where the principal's office was at the time, which is now a dead end. Mr. Walker was one of them, heavily involved. Linking to Victoria Walker, by the way. Back to the point. The point is that, and if we kind of look down here, things are a little different now. The point, though, is that Corey Bixby, now you can see like the cars and twos backwards here in pairs, and this girl actually even sitting in one. The point is that Corey Bixby asked me to drive her home. Corey Bixby asked me to drive her home. I do. I'm nice. I go out of my way for her. And after that, she's mad for no reason. And then I think I find out 20 years from hinting messages from my father that it's because I kind of pushed on the gas pedal a millimeter too much, which is kind of what people do when they have fast cars or build fast cars, is they like to feel the horsepower on the street and ground. My father making it into a you're baiting her and provoking her into situations to use against me, right? And now as I'm driving through this lot, there's also cars and pairs of twos backwards, showing that the youth is told lies and propaganda about me to cover up the mass crime spree against me. So Corey Bixby, Cry Wolf Tactics. Corey Bixby, Cry Wolf Tactics is, Kevin, will you drive me home? Kevin did something to me and I'm not allowed to know. What specifically she said, because there is nothing she could have said that is honest, right? So it doesn't really make much sense, because the magnitude of these worldwide murder operations are as if I raped her 100 times. But yet nothing happened. The only thing that I can possibly think that happened is I didn't ask her out, and I need to be hunted and killed with the government and worldwide support, which once again, kind of like Adrian Oliveira, is you do what we hint you do, or we kill you, right? Okay, so now I'll kind of try to go to the front of the school, but I don't know how much driveway they have. It used to be fully opened by my sociology class, and this is where they filmed class in Newcomb High with advertisements or flyers. Anyone that wants to take part in being an extra in class in Newcomb High by Trauma Films, call us at this number. So let's quickly go to the front, which doesn't look like it did 30 years ago, and there's tons more buildings now when it used to be completely open. This is Old Topanga and Mulholland, and my father lives up here right next to, very close to where Carissa Brands was sent after me with Paul Humphrey when I went to Calabasas High, and some other angles that they were working on. I don't want to get too deep into. She was pretending to be depressed and suicidal and says that she checked into a mental institution, and then they said that I somehow did it to her, except I wasn't really friends with Carissa. My friend Paul Humphreys, who I thought was my friend, sent after me, was dating Carissa at the time, but I really didn't have much contact with her, and then supposedly she gets suicidal and it's all my fault, and I need to be hunted and locked away and killed. Okay, so this is the front of... Whoa. Hold on, we're getting a little squirrely. This is the front of Calabasas High. Back in '88, these buildings weren't here, so you could drive all the way back. This section of the lot was here, but this building right here did not exist. The football stadium, which you're not really going to be able to see very well here, did exist, where Damon Riggins was a football player. There's no relevance to anything with Damon Riggins other than these operations to remove me from society, because Damon Riggins was black and played football, and that's kind of one of the tactics. Now these buildings, this 22855, this front building here, this administration building, none of this existed. You could walk way back. Okay, you see the walkway here? You could walk way back, and all of this was parking lot, right? Well, that's not really relevant to anything. I'm just kind of showing you Calabasas High, and the location where these things occurred, where teachers were contacted, like Mr. Baylor, Miss Tunick, Miss Prohaska, Mr. Quigley, all told to take part in these operations. Okay? So the point I'm getting at, teachers were contacted to hunt and stalk and remove me from society. That is the point that I'm making. How many people do you know that they're growing up and they're trying to live their lives, and teachers are basically told, we want to remove this person from society, hence things like Mr. Quigley telling me to punch student Paul Schaefer, who was sort of kind of bullying me. He was being an asshole, but my teacher was telling me to punch him in my class to try to make me look like a violent paranoid schizo with the government. So anyways, I will continue this at Topanga and Ventura. Okay, so I'm just videoing this Elite truck because a couple weeks ago we had an Elite camper hinting about the movie Hackers and Elite at my father's office who they were stalking me, and while I don't know the relevance of anything, I just figured it could come in handy in about the next half an hour if we see more Elite vehicles or things like that following me. Now I'm going to do my next location video about people launching vehicles at me, and I just did the first location, so we most likely might have people prepared profiling. Okay, this is where we need to be before Kevin arrives because we know what he's doing, type of thing. One of the cars that they like to use to wait around or parking patterns is Altimas, especially white Altimas, and I see one there. I'm not saying he's involved or anything, I just sort of the first thing I noticed. So I just kind of have my video camera pointed that direction. Because that's where the Honda dealership was. This is the Altima. He's just sitting doing nothing. There's another white, I don't know what the, Malibu. They do have used a few Malibus after I went down to Malibu. So I just sort of want to document the area, and especially the lot here, because all the cars are forwards in the lot, except those two cars look like the same cars. I can't see. But this guy's in my way, so... She's like yelling at me. She's almost backed into me and she's sort of like yelling at me. I'm like, why are you yelling at me, right? Okay, there is a black Infiniti here. Okay, and the white cars. And those two cars look fairly similar, almost the same, which is a common tactic. So theoretically, you could say you have two almost identical cars pointed at where the Honda dealership was. Okay, so I'm down here at Ventura Boulevard in Farallone. This is where the next setup, attempt, frame job operation, you name it, whatever you want to call it, these operations to make me look crazy, out of control, mentally ill, like a crazy, reckless, danger to myself or other operations since 5 years old have been going on. As you can see here, Ventura Boulevard, Farallone. There was a Val Surf right here, which me, Tom Farley, Richard Grunberg would skate to all the way from Woodland Hills, or all the way from Hidden Hills, and then go to my father's house on DeSoto and Avenue San Luis. Which all these things were being done to me there too. Okay, so now, as we come down this way, we have this VCA, Veterinary Specialists of the Valley, 24-hour emergency. We also have a guy in a white Malibu waiting in his car with a girl, and he's wearing blue jeans, yellow shirt, which is, from time to time, one of the tactics. Black pants, groups of people, black pants, yellow shirt, and yellow shirt and blue jeans, me handing him a card, him doing the man tactic, saying man over and over with groups of people, in repetition saying man, showing that he knows me and he's trying to make me look crazy. Okay, so he is parked very close to where the girl waiting for me on the shoulder of the road was. Now, the VCA veterinary specialist of the Valley in 1988. In 1988 was a Honda motorcycle dealership. So, I'm coming down this way. I'm driving in the fast lane. And I get right to where this motorcycle dealership is. And exactly where this Malibu is, someone is waiting for me to drive by. Remember that this is in the time period of the location where I was just at, where the motorcycle slid, the motorcycle rider slid, and the world was told that I hit him with my car, and then after that Brock dealt with his Honda, just magically can't coach us anymore because he's in the hospital for like a month or two. And Jono, the new coach, everyone loved Jono, and they wanted Jono instead of Brock Delp, which I have a feeling they're trying to make me look like the ringleader of something that kids generally do anyways. But just to sort of create that fake profile to the world based on propaganda and information dissemination. So, I get to about here. And she launches the car. Technically, the car might have been actually right here. I'm not, I can't be 100% sure. This is 30 years ago. The car comes from the shoulder here and launches perpendicular to the two yellow lines right here. So, creating a T-bone, right? If you understand what I'm saying. An unavoidable T-bone. You're driving straight. You're driving straight down the fast lane, and a car comes out and it goes 90 degrees and stops in front of you in these two yellow lines in fast lane, right? So what are you going to do? Well, you're going to do what anyone does, and you're going to slam on your brakes and try to stop. But trying to stop in those situations most of the time is impossible, especially before anti-lock brakes existed in 1988. Or we're only on the super expensive cars. Okay, so another thing going on that was going on was, I believe I was working on my Trans Am and it wasn't driving, and I was driving my brother's 323 Mazda, which they're playing this game like you're a car thief, which doesn't make sense. So let's do the math. I'm driving the family. It's really loud and windy and I don't have a microphone. I'm driving the family insurance policy family car of my brother's Mazda 323. My brother had put a license plate frame. I swerve and hit people at random. Why? I don't know, but he was involved in all sorts of setup frame jobs and weird things to remove me from society. I'm driving by the Honda dealership. Lady's waiting for me right here to drive by the Honda dealership. She throws her car perpendicular to me. She causes an unavoidable accident. No anti-lock brakes. I slide for 100 feet. My car hits her door, but she's not even close to hurt. Instantly, she gets out yelling, "He tried to kill me." Now, the first thing you might want to ask yourself is, if the lady is waiting right here, and I'm coming this way, I'm coming this way. The lady is waiting right here, and she throws her car perpendicular to me here. How does she know that there is a license plate frame on my brother's car that says I swerve and hit people at random? Okay? If she's parked right here, how does she know what license plate frame is on my brother's car? Okay? That's the first thing you have to ask yourself. Because what that means is she knew exactly what was going on before she got here, with premeditated actions and motive and malice. She's involved in a crime. So now, like I said before, she causes the accident. She gets out of her car. She causes the accident. She gets out of her car. She instantly screams, which the package responds, "You tried to kill me." And just a side note, we have a second blue and yellow over here coming this way. She gets out of the car with a packaged response, "You tried to kill me," working with the police, NSA, FBI, government. After this, the insurance company calls me, stating that the accident is a 50-50 fault. Okay. We're in front of the Honda dealership, which once was a Honda dealership, in a situation that is beyond any reasonable doubt them at fault. Whether it's intentional or not, they are at fault. Launching a car perpendicular to the road in front of someone, or accidentally doing it on this U-turn, right? This U-turn from the shoulder here, parked from the shoulder, and launching someone, or launching the car perpendicular. There is no if, then, but. Who's at fault? So why is the insurance company, with a car, a tow truck, police, witnessing after the accident, obviously, but the placement of the cars, saying that it's 50% fault? Because they want to make me look crazy, or make it look like I have doubt and I have no clarity or thought process or memory. Now, when things really get bad for me, is when the police, the government, realize that I start making statements on MySpace, figuring things out. That's when the LAPD goes batshit crazy, stating that Kevin's crazy and he's a violent paranoid schizo, because they don't want me talking. They don't want me whistling like a bird, right? They don't want the truth coming out. They don't want mass groups aware that I've done nothing at all but find out since 5 years old there's mass operations to exterminate me and remove me from society based on simple flagging. We don't like you, trust you, and you're a dead man, starting at 5 years old with my own family and father. And that is it. There's no actual reasoning other than we're going to exterminate you like Adolf Hitler does. And they've managed to rile the masses worldwide into this. Okay, so now just to kind of show you, we have a person waiting in a car there. We have a guy that was waiting in this 200, red 200, which just left behind the Malibu. We've had 2 blue and yellows. We have people in their cars now waiting for me, which some might or might not be. The guy here in this Explorer, I think it is looks like he got in his car waiting for me. We do have a no-plater and a backwards. Oh, a second no-plater. We have a second no-plater. Remember, they do groups of no-platers and groups of 2s of no-platers. Here are 2 of them. Usually they're together. And we have looks like a Jeep, a Kelly Hatch Jeep that showed up by the massage, which they use a lot of these white Jeep Cherokees because they sent Kelly Hatch to follow me up to Southern Oregon State College from Calabasas High to hunt and stalk me with the police. There's a second black Jeep Cherokee, the same model, the same similar car as this Jeep Cherokee. Remember, yesterday out doing the Tom Farley crosswalk corner where he almost hit someone, there were 2 black Jeeps and a lot more showing up. Whether these are intentional or coincidental, it's hard to say, but usually they're intentional. And so you kind of get the idea now what's going on as I'm documenting at the actual location. These events, starting from Farallone and Ventura Boulevard, where the Val Surf was, 1988. This VCA was a Honda motorcycle dealership linking the sliding the motorcycles to frame me to people launching their cars in front of me to make it look like I'm ramming people and things like this with the police and government. And so next we're going to go out to where a Peruvian restaurant was or is off Tampa Tampa and before Roscoe. I'm not sure of the exact street. And you're going to see another one of these same incidences in about 2016 or 15 done to me by the Peruvian restaurant, linking to people mad at me about Alexis Amore, linking to Brian Longbotham, sending people after me in the entertainment industry and adult industry, mad at me for building adult websites, but really mad at me for something else. Since 5 years old. And the one thing I just want to make clear as we're talking is the amount of resources being used. The amount of resources while we're talking, the amount of resources starting at 5, the amount of people notified to launch vehicles at me worldwide. That's not a couple of pissed off people because they don't like someone's shirts. These are government operations with billions of government dollars linking to the NSA, FBI, every police force and division on the planet, every security company, and connected communications instantly across the internet since 1994 to put me on worldwide watch lists and stalking operations to have me hunted and killed. That is what you need to realize. So now I will go out to the Peruvian restaurant where they caused an accident to remove me from society, which the police are desperately trying to cover up. So So much so that 3 years ago when that happened, the insurance company USAA made a no-fault claim, and instantly after Sean Dinsey with the 4 attempts to break into my house with my father, a couple of months ago, after posting a video of the LAPD, three break-in attempts, a 4th with my father, trying to break in my house due to the amount of incriminating evidence I have against them, and probably trying to plant things on me, just like they tried with Rody Morales back when I was 29 with a trash bag full of marijuana, which didn't work, to set me up, to remove me from society, to try to make me look like a drug dealer. Once that video went up a couple months ago, the city and LAPD out of the blue with Sean Dinsey, 3 years later, USAA calls me saying, changing their claim, saying you're guilty for hitting a light pole and you're at fault, to try to cover up and drag me through the mud once the videos came online of Dinsey posing as an FBI agent with his co-workers. Dinsey posing as an FBI agent with his co-workers, or I should say his co-workers posing as an FBI agent. 3 separate break-in attempts, obvious with good audio on my security cameras with the LAPD, and 1 stealth break-in attempt with my father, Ron Perlman. Once that video went online, 3 years later, my insurance company calls me and says, okay, the city and us are saying you're at fault, changing their claim 3 years later to charge me and try to thug me quiet because they don't want the truth coming out, trying to cover up their mass 40-year murder operations. Okay, so as I'm leaving, I kind of just wanted to video the guy and girl in the yellow and black kind of came back to the car, and they're still kind of just sitting in the car, not leaving, kind of showing that it looks like they're waiting around for me. And the girl that just came back here in the car with the no plates is wearing the gray and black pattern tactic. But my point is that this guy, he parked here. He was waiting here for a while as I got here. He went out. He walked into some place. They got back in their car. They turned their lights on, just waiting in the car. One of the tactics, the waiting car for me with lights on, the clothing tactic, not really doing anything, just kind of waiting around loitering in case I show up. And then now we kind of have a guy pull up parking backwards with the backwards tactics. So while some of these may be and some may not, it doesn't really matter if it's one person by themselves stalking me, trying to gaslight me. That's all you need to know. But in this case, it's worldwide groups all united together, using internet-based murder tools provided to them by the police and government to have me killed since 5 years old. Okay, so now off to the location where we are going. Oh, and just before I almost turned off the camera, the lady in the car here, the red car here, honked her alarm horn twice, which is one of the tactics. I'll do it on my car so you can hear it. Oh, I accidentally did 3 times. But you can hear how I did it. There, people worldwide are told to do that to me to get reactions, to remove me from society. And there's thousands of other types of things like that, right? Oh yeah, and the guy in the yellow and black here, as I said before, said man with the man tactic done to me over and over in mass groups. So now let's go to the Peruvian restaurant. Okay, so I'm leaving, and just when I start up my car, the guy in the white Malibu starts up his car or her car, and they leave. This is a common mimic tactic done to me, progressing since 5 years old to remove me from society by trying to make me look crazy, things like that. Okay, so I'm taking a left here at an intersection that when I was 16, I was at Topanga here and Ventura, and I was up at the front where the light was, and the light turned green, and I kind of zipped off hanging a left. I would have been in this lane, light turned green, zipped off really fast, taking a left. I mean, not like super fast. And a cop car was behind me, and they pulled me over, probably gave me a ticket, and I'm about to do the video explaining it on the intersection. I'm just kind of giving you the POV. We have the Rite Aid here. We have the Topanga Starbucks over here. Oh, well, here, this is perfect. Okay, so we have the Starbucks over here. We have Topanga Canyon. We have Ventura Boulevard, now a Citibank. I can't tell you what was there in 1988 or whatever. I'm exactly where I was now. Cop cars behind me. I don't know a cop car is behind me. I'm a 16-year-old kid who's rebuilding engines and likes cars. So when the light turns green, the arrow, I zip off, hanging a left fairly fast. But remember, you can only make a left turn so fast, right? Now the cop car behind me is like, what's this guy doing? And so they pull me over here by Monty's and question me, right? You know, and probably give me a little ticket, but not the type of thing that anyone really cares about. But I will explain it a little more in a few seconds. Just notice the area here. Not necessarily the Chase Bank, but where the Starbucks is over there, are some of the first people to work on me at 2001 with an employee named Garrett saying, as they're hunting me down for 10 years straight with hundreds to thousands of people per day, it's my transgressions. Now, I don't know if he's mad at me because I drove a Trans Am and it's my transgressions, or that I broke the imperfect speeding. You might get a speeding ticket or get a speeding ticket law, which justifies capital murder, you know, capital punishment, right? So this is the Starbucks that was working on me at the age 20, 30, over 30, for something at 16 that nobody could care less about, right? That's what you need to understand. Nobody cares that a 16-year-old... also notice there's a person waiting in a gray Elantra. They use Elantras a lot, so we might see more Elantras show up as I'm videoing. But my point was that nobody cares 20 years later that when you were 16 you sped or you jetted off on a left turn quickly. Okay, so I am here at Topanga Canyon in Ventura. We also have this Elantra or Elance, whatever, gray Elance, and he seems to be kind of waiting for me. Now the first question you're going to say is, Kevin, how would he know that you're coming here? Well, they're using every resource known to man, but one of the resources is the, who knows, 25 years of computer privacy violations off the internet. So if I write notes on computer apps that go on the cloud and this and that, they kind of look at the notes of what I'm going to do. If I write notes down, and today I wrote notes of what I'm going to do. So this guy, probably with these worldwide groups, trying to get whatever they can to use against me and make me look crazy with their spy game tactics, so to speak, with Brian Longbottom, is waiting for me. So anyways, here we are. Let's just, okay, so we are at Topanga Canyon Ventura Boulevard. And as I was explaining to you, the significance of interesting car there, actually an old Camaro, which Damon Riggins would have drove, except actually Damon Riggins' car was like an 88 Camaro. That's a classic. Anyways, the significance here is at Ventura Boulevard and Topanga Canyon. Is as I was explaining, I was waiting. Now first, like I was explaining before, let's look at the location of what's around, and also remember that this is in 1988, so things were different. These banks weren't here. This Starbucks by this Rite Aid, and the Rite Aid wasn't even here, I don't believe. But this Starbucks plays a significant role with the entire Starbucks Corporation since 2001, working with Paul Humphrey. Not all of their employees are involved, but Garrett, that worked at this Starbucks, is a heavy player in these eradication operations. And why are the police so mad at me? Well, let's talk about this. In 1988, yeah, I know, 1988. In 1988, we're here at Topanga Canyon, Ventura Boulevard. Let's just kind of get the area. The Honda dealership that I showed you before, with the lady waiting for me, launching the car at me in front of the Honda dealership. And there's also a black Infiniti over there, which looks like he's probably waiting for me with the lights on. But the Honda dealership over there, which is now, I think, the VTA, veterinary clinic or whatever. In 1988, as I was saying, I was right here at a red light, making a left turn, as I was showing you a few seconds ago, or a few minutes ago, right at the crosswalk with a police officer behind me. I did not see the police officer, and a kid being a kid, which is nothing weird, especially with the amount of video footage I have of kids speeding and doing crazy things around here, and the cops couldn't care less about. I kind of sped off, hanging a left turn here, and the police officer's right behind me, so he turns on his sirens, obviously, like he's going to do, and he pulls me over, basically where my car is here, my SUV, right? So, I know what you're thinking. Who cares? In 1988, you sped in front of a cop. Right? Okay, so that's the argument. In 1988, I sped in front of a cop on a left turn. He pulls me over right about where I'm parked now, where the E-Lance is, and he pulls me over, and it's like, you know, you're speeding or whatever. Okay, so now everyone in the world gets speeding tickets. Nobody could care less, right? So what's the problem? Well, that's where things fall apart with Officer Dinsey. Okay, now I just want you to notice all the camos showing up. There's a girl in camos there. There's a guy in camos here. All showing up in camos. So the cop basically pulls me over right pretty much where I'm parked now. You know, the usual cop routine: get out of the car, why were you speeding, why did you take off, blah blah blah, who knows, right? Kids being kids at 16 years old, who would care? Cop most likely writes me a ticket, but when he's questioning me, the sunlight, like I'm standing basically where I'm standing now, and the sun, okay, let me try to, okay, this is where the cop would be standing. This is where the cop would be standing. I didn't have glasses on, it was squinty, and this is the location where I would have been standing. I would have gotten out of my car and walked to the curb. The cop, once again, standing here, probably with a partner, talking to me. I can't tell you who the cop was. I really didn't care then, and I normally wouldn't care now, except for their 40-year personal vendetta since 5 years old of us burping up breast milk wrong or something like that. Now I do care. And the sun would have been right there kind of in my eyes, right? So I didn't have glasses on, the sun's in my eyes, the cop pulls me over, the cop asks, what's wrong with you, you know, why are you squinting like that? You know, basically the sun's in my eyes. I don't know if he asked, but he mentioned something about my eyes. Now that's pretty common sense if you have a glaring ball of fire in your eyes, and you're squinting. Now, you're a kid, why did you take off on a left turn so fast? It's a kid being a kid building cars, okay? Now, they're trying to turn that into a worldwide public nuisance. You sped. You sped, I had to give you a speeding ticket. You're a worldwide public nuisance. We need to remove you from society with every resource and billions of government dollars to have you hunted, tortured, killed, or locked away in mental institutions or jail cells, just like Sean Dinsey states. Did anything imperfect, needs to be forced into mental institutions, and anyone that he thinks might have mental illness or be crazy needs to be eradicated and forced into mental institutions. So, it is ironic that I am actually out here videoing things from over 30 years ago that nobody could normally care less about, that happens to everyone in the world, but if it's Kevin Perlman, me, it's the end of the world, and the earth stops rotating, and I have to be hunted and killed with worldwide support and everyone known to man, for as Garrett says over here at Starbucks, for my transgressions. Now I did drive a Trans Am, so maybe it's part of their skull fucking campaign. So Garrett, the Starbucks employee here around 2001 to 2010, while having hundreds to thousands of people show up, is basically saying they're hunting me down to kill me in mass worldwide groups for my transgressions of turning 16, working on and building cars and modifying cars, changing engines, and speeding on a few occasions. It's my transgressions with some kind of weird, freaky, you're a speeder label, just like Sean Dinsey. You're a litterer. You're a litterer, we're going to hunt you down and kill you. You're a speeder, we're going to hunt you down and kill you. Things that don't make sense. So is it really about building cars and breaking the speed limit now and then? Is it really about going to Kevin's Burgers and the street races on Mason, only street racing twice, while hundreds people street race per night they don't care about, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? And also questioning the reason why they took me to Kevin's Burgers with their, we're trying to turn Kevin Perlman into a violent paranoid schizo at 16, which starts all the way at 5 years old. So my point is that you get the idea. What's going on doesn't make any sense. Now here's our second camo girl. So you'll notice two people in camos showed up at the exact same time going into Citibank. Just as you've seen on all the other videos, how people show up instantly wherever I am with these mental illness tactics. This guy over here finally left. I can't really say much about this black Mercedes unless it's a 300, and it looks like it, because well, it's a 190E, and now we have the all blacks, but the reason I mentioned the Mercedes is because my father with the LAPD put a bullet hole in his 300E Mercedes, telling the world I tried to kill or scare him, and telling Paul Humphrey, supposedly my friend sent after me by my brother with Mike Huntley, telling Paul Humphrey that he wanted to see my father's gun in his lockbox to try to set me up and frame me. And even though he didn't get what he wanted, my father's still putting the bullet hole in the car with the LAPD to pin on me and frame me, right? Now remember, these things go from thing to thing. 14 to 16, my mother claims I hit Josh Burnham in the head with a golf club. My brother claims I tried to stab him and kill him. You name it, it just goes from thing to thing, showing that it's not really about anything. But still, I wanted to sort of show you, without going off too far on a tangent, and make you understand what exactly is going on, a worldwide flagging at 5 years old and eradication, and sort of say, well, Kevin Perlman's a public nuisance because at 16 he sped, and the cops pulled me over here at Ventura and Topanga for jetting off too fast on a left turn, and then giving me a speeding ticket with squinty eyes looking at the sun, doesn't really make sense for justification to hunt me down and eradicate me. Now, one of their scams is that I'm acting out from childhood. I'm acting out because my family put me in between grades in T1, between class between first and second grade at Sunny Skies Day Camp. And okay, so we have a second guy in all black there. I'm not sure if it's the same guy or not, but I see someone in all black there. A black Mercedes pulls up, and then another all black here by the coin laundry, which might be the same guy. Not sure, but like you saw with the camos, two camos showing up, most likely two people in all blacks, because all blacks is one of the patterns. Now the point that I'm making, he's still there, so I'm gonna try to see the second all black right there. Two all blacks. So now you've seen two all blacks come out of their houses and two camos come out of the houses at the same time. Just like you're seeing everything else. So I lost my train of thought. The point I'm making is there's a lot of resources and billions of government dollars to have me hunted, killed, eradicated, and removed from society. And I can assure you it's not about jetting off on a left turn too fast at 16 and getting a speeding ticket, right? The point is that this starts at 5 years old. These are pretty much government flagging and kill operations. Why? What's it about? Well, like usual, there's no reason, just to gaslight, gang stalk, make me look crazy to figure out ways to remove me from society, just like you've seen on Sean Dinsey's website, how to force people into mental institutions. Well, the only reason you would try to force someone into a mental institution or a jail cell or get them to kill themselves is because they know too much and they have information about a mass crime spree or someone trying to kill someone. Hence, LAPD being accessories to a mass murder campaign and starting the mass murder campaign to have me killed with the psychology community. And I can guarantee you this is not about going 50 and a 40 with worldwide support to kill me, saying you're a public nuisance because you broke the speed limit, right? Or built cars. It's about things that the government doesn't want me talking about because the things I talk about affect all of our safety and lives. And while all these people are actually being reeled into this, told that I'm on the run and committed some crime and supposedly killed someone, coming for no reason, they're just saying it because it's some kind of personal vendetta, starting at the age 5. Starting at the age 5 years old, which doesn't make sense either. And the only correlation that I can make is my father's story about Officer Romo pulling him over when he was right after they had me, I guess, and moved to Woodland Hills. Officer Romo supposedly pulled my father over for making a right turn too close to the curb, which I've never heard of anything like that. And my father was pissed, so because he was going to do surgery or something, and he told Officer Romo if he or the police ever came into the police station or into the medical office, he would never help them. Now there's a pattern of things going on that mass groups hunting me down since 5 years old, trying to kill me, and me going to the police endlessly and them saying we're not going to help you. But now let's talk about this whole story about Officer Romo. I don't believe it to be true because I've traced these events all the way to 5 years old. My father told me the story, I think in my 20s, maybe mid-20s. I think he was just fabricating the story to try to make it look like I'm angry and bitter at the police for something they did to my father. And my father has proven to be a pathological lying murderer, showing that he will say and do anything to try to lead me down the wrong path and things like this. So I don't believe the story of Officer Romo to be true, but I can't tell you 100%, but what I can tell you is the police have been hunting me down with worldwide support since 5 years old, and they refuse to help me, and there's no actual reason behind it, except this is worldwide, with someone's personal vendetta notifying the entire planet to hunt me down, kill me, for the last 40 years on government flaggings and kill operations. Is it linked to Officer Romo? Is that really true? I can't tell you because it would be hearsay, and it's not anything I could have given a flying fuck about then or now, except for the fact that there's a worldwide campaign to kill me with the LAPD, every police division, NSA, FBI, for the last 40 years. And I'm going to put that filed in the something's not right is going on, which the world knows category, but I'm not going to tell you if it's about Officer Romo. I think that's just a scam to say Kevin conforms to his father and is too sensitive, right? Just like my father is saying that I'm acting out because of T1 class between 1st and 2nd grade, right? So anyways, that is it. That is it for this location. Now I'm going to go down to where the bowling alley is, between, it's like Fallbrook or Woodlake or something. It's been so long I can't remember the streets, and talk about that incident with the LAPD at 16. Okay, so as I leave, I'm just going to document my surroundings, because now I'm headed to Woodlake Bowl, at least was called Woodlake Bowl. When I was a kid, I think off Woodlake Street, which would make sense. Let's quickly zip around, see if people are waiting for me. We saw the two people in all black, the two people that showed up in green camos. We saw there was a guy with a bike, which might have been hinting something, because Mike Huntley was hinting about someone being hit on a bike or something, maybe alluding that I hit someone on a bicycle. Who knows? Because they just go from thing to thing, trying to, as they call it, skull fucking, to collapse your brain with gang stalking, gaslighting tactics. You can kind of see what it looks like from this side. If I were to kind of be speeding on a left, I mean, it's so cheeseball that I'm even talking about this, but they won't let it go. So, okay, so now we're kind of coming kitty corner. I don't know, we're coming from this angle and we can see the Starbucks here, which has spent, the entire Starbucks corporation has spent a good 18 years hunting me down, trying to have me killed over my so-called transgressions of a left turn here or something like that, because they think I might have killed someone by this imperfect kind of sort of speeding, zip off really fast left turn. Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any rational, logical sense, and it's just information to tell someone, to make them think that it's their fault, they're being hunted to be killed. And as we look down over this direction, Ventura, where that black Infiniti was probably waiting for me, I don't see anyone waiting. We're also going to check the veterinary clinic, which was the Honda dealership. And if this light ever changes, and if Dincy is watching, I'll make sure I go 10 miles below the speed limit so I can get a driving too slow ticket like Tom Farley claims he got while hunting me down, trying to kill me in his 240D Mercedes, right? But I can't do anything until the light changes. Okay, so here we go. I'm sure that was just some kind of verbal crime. Here we go. According to Dincy, we're coming up on the right, where the VCA, where the Honda dealership was. Interesting that there's a black Jeep there. Is it something? Who knows? This was where I was on the last video segment, where you saw the people showing up to try to make me mentally ill. Because why? Because they don't want me talking about what's been done to my life and what their reasoning is that doesn't make any sense, other than they're psychotic murderers who want me dead for some strange reason. Most importantly, what I know. Okay, so we're arriving to Woodlake Bowl. I just kind of, like usual, want to scope out the area so you can see what's there now and who shows up as I'm videoing, which applies to every location in the world that I go. instantly within 10 minutes, people show up with their mental illness tactics. Daddy's breakfast and lunch truck. That's interesting. Right now it doesn't look... It's now called Bolero, okay, but it was Wood Lake Bowl when I was a kid in 1988. So it's always been a gas station. Now we have a yellow and black Jeep, and there's nothing out of the norm except that's some of their color tactics. So be prepared to see yellow and blacks and possibly horizontal striped people. Shayna G license plate on this car. Don't know if that is left there for me or not. Okay, so I'm here at Wood Lake and Ventura. The first thing I think about when I see Shanna G is Shanna sent after me by my father and Lorraine. Shanna Brian Seva sent after me by Lorena Escobar and my father Ron Perlman at Golden State Sports Medical. Also, the X-ray tech they call G told to take turns stalking me at Golden State Sports Medical in these 14 years of endless stalking operations with every one of his employees and pretty much the entire planet to have me killed. But here we are at Wood Lake and Ventura. Now, this in 1988 was Wood Lake Bowl, which as a young kid we would go bowling and play the arcade games, whatever. Arcade games don't really exist anymore. I'm also noticing an all black, which could or could not be because she keeps looking over my direction. And it looks like she might have been in the black Infinity pulling up. Needless to say, this bowling alley is where an event with the LAPD occurred, who saw me driving in 1988 at 16 in my Trans Am. So once again, we are at Wood Lake and Ventura, and I was about right here before the light, and about maybe a couple hundred feet behind me, maybe less, a police car was behind me. Remember, it was late at night. It was maybe 8 p.m. It was dark out. A police car was behind me, and all I could see, I didn't know a police car was behind me, but all I could see were high beams pointed at me, like in my mirror, kind of blinding me, right? And my guess, I don't know why he did that, but my guess is because my brother and his friends were going out with strobe lights, flashing security guards. Remember, all these events that people are doing in my life, they're pinning everything on me for some reason. So, in other words, my brother and his friends and my friends are going out and they're premeditatedly causing havoc, and then they're going to the police and they're saying Kevin did all these things with my family. So, I'm right here. I see high beams in my mirror. I go, someone seems to be fucking with me or following me. And when I get to this light here at Wood Lake, it's yellow, and I drive through the intersection. Now, the car with the blinding lights behind me, runs a red light in this intersection, right? There's no sirens on, nothing. All I can see in the rear view mirror is blinding lights and someone following me and running through a intersection, showing that most likely they're following me in anger or something, right? So because I build cars and I have a fairly fast car, I kind of zip away to get away from the police. Or let me rephrase that. I zip away to get away from the blinding lights behind me who has just run a red light, showing that he's kind of obsessed. Does that make sense? You're driving, you're looking in the rearview mirror. A blinding light is on, blinding you. You don't know who it is. You then notice you drive through a yellow light. He obsessively, with the blinding lights, drives through the intersection, through the red light, showing that the person behind you with the blinding lights obsessively seems to be mad at you, but you don't know who they are. So you kind of zip off at a semi-high speed, but not like 150 miles per hour or anything, but you zip off because you have a fast car, maybe subliminally to see what they do, maybe subliminally to get away from them, who knows, because it's all kind of instinctual. All you know is someone behind you is brighting you, has run a red light, they seem to be angry at you, you don't know who it is, so you kind of zip off to get away from them. So now, at this point, I live in Hidden Hills, or my mother does, where I mostly live, except for the time on Avenue San Luis at my father's house, which we would skate to, and it was kind of like the party house. So now I zip home because I'm on my way home, and I go up all the way up to Hidden Hills, and he follows me all the way up to Hidden Hills. So now we're going to do a little drive up to Hidden Hills so you can see how far this person with blinding lights behind me, which I don't know is a police officer, is working on me. And while I do that, I want to talk about the movie The Big Lebowski, because a lot of what's going on and being done to my life since 5 years old, a lot of what's going on and being done to my life since 5 years old is based around media and trying to make it look like I'm a violent, paranoid schizo and conform to media. So one of their tactics is to either show me movies and everyone say things out of movies to try to make it look like I'm crazy, over and over, what you would call street theater. And while at this point about 60% of the media is directed at me in the adult industry, mainstream entertainment industry, music industry, to put hidden messages directed at me, well, this is going on. Just one of these many movies is called The Big Lebowski, and all sorts of parallels and aspects from the writers have been taken from their perception about me and put into the movie. For example, the whole carpet pissing thing, comes from Tom Hoke drunk at one of our parties, pissing on our carpet, and then them saying I have no self-control and I pissed on the carpet in my bedroom, right? That's where the whole carpet pissing thing comes from. Not only that, Tom Hoke, belligerent as hell and punching the Texas Chainsaw Massacre poster, and my brother graffitiing Tom Farley's face with a big 666 and spider web all over Tom Farley's face while he's unconscious. Things that kids do all the time, especially at 16 and during parties and getting drunk and this and that, except for some reason my brother and his friends and my friends are mad at me about this, and they're trying to create this paranoid schizophrenia to lock me away and remove me from society, which I can't really explain, but I picked up on all my brother's lies, how I supposedly tried to stab him, I tried to kill him, I drove too fast with him in the car, I tried to kill him. Darren Moselle, his Hollywood writer friend, mad at me because Navi, the neighbor, said let's throw rocks in his pool and make splashes when I was like 10 years old or something. Things that people normally don't care about are all kind of being used against me with the government to remove me from society. So I just sort of wanted to explain the whole Kevin's the dude. Kevin thinks he's a private investigator, which they call brother Seamus. Brian Weaver, my friend who worked on me with all these car angles and the police, telling me that it's a public shaming. You get it? Brother Seamus, public shaming. So all these crazy, unheard of parallels with cryptic hidden messages, references to try to make it look like I suffer from schizophrenia and suffer from having ideas of references are all intentionally being done by my family, the police, the community, with worldwide support now to try to make it look like I'm a violent, paranoid schizo, crazy, and need to be removed from society, stemming from things like me stopping my brother from bashing Gregoire's skull in with a crowbar, and my brother telling me that he and his friends that put a teacher in a mental institution, and now they have a bug in my room, and they're listening to everything I do on the radio, trying to flip me out. And at the same time, at 14, Mike Huntley and Paul Humphrey coming in my life with Volkswagen Beetles and all these freaky cryptic terror messages that I wasn't picking up on until figuring things out in the late 30s maybe. But finding out at 29 something was very wrong, and then the late 30s, and I'm just kind of documenting the all black, which may or may not be, until you see groups of them show up, like at Encino Starbucks, they would have hundreds per hour show up in all blacks, things like that. So now we're going to drive to Hidden Hills. I'm going to show you the distance in which the police followed me to try to get me to do something to use against me in what you call setups or frame jobs, right? Me not knowing it's the police, the siren's never on, just blinding lights from behind. Okay, so now we're leaving. And I'm going to show you the distance. This blinding light car behind me who has run a red light, who seems to be following me with anger, follows me, and I zip off. I don't go too fast, but I zip off, breaking the speed limit. I zip off, breaking the speed limit, and obviously they're going to use that against me. But just remember one thing. Okay, so this is where he is. I see the lights behind me. This light's yellow. I'm looking in the mirror. I see the blinding lights run the red light. Okay? So there's blinding lights behind me, and they've just run a red light, and someone seems mad at me, right? Okay, so someone seems mad. I zip off. They're following me now. There are no sirens on. There is no pullover. I get right here to Valley Circle. I get here to Valley Circle. I hang a left. He's not right behind me, but he's not that far off either. No sirens, blinding lights, someone's behind me, someone's mad at me, I think. I'm zipping off as a 16-year-old with a fast car. Someone's fucking with me. I'm gonna zip off. But I'm not outrunning a cop. because there's no sirens on, right? If there's sirens on, I would go, oh shit, there's a cop, I'll pull over. So I'm sure that's not the cop's story to the world, but that's what is really going on, is the cops have some kind of personal vendetta against me, especially at 16. So now I go, this is the 101 freeway on Valley Circle. And as you can see, I'm going to show you the distance in which they follow me. They don't just turn on their sirens, they follow me, I don't know how many miles this is, right? Kid sped, because remember, this is about speeding, that's it. Kid broke the speed limit, we brighted the kid, obviously linked to what my brother was told to do to security guards to pin on me. And so they're doing it to me with their revenge that we don't like Kevin, even though it wasn't Kevin. So they're brighting me, and I don't know who the hell's behind me brighting me. And so I bolt. Something's wrong. No sirens ever go on, so most likely their story is I'm eluding a cop and I'm crazy. Now we're at Sagebrush Cantina. This was here in 1988, actually, by my house in Hidden Hills, and to the left over here kind of goes out to Calabasas High, which I was videoing this area in the first segments with Tom Farley in his red and black Ranger, almost hitting someone on the crosswalk, which, like I said before, nobody could ever care about, but they're pinning all these things on me to try to make me look like a reckless driver, right? Why is each person building this laundry list and archive of a secret rap sheet of lies, which bypasses the judicial system, which doesn't make much sense, right? So to the left here is where I videoed in the first part of this segment, where Tom Farley on Park Granada almost kind of hit this guy crossing the street here at the crosswalk and didn't. Things that normally happen. And then we had the video of all the other black Jeeps that showed up, the red and black Ranger that was parked right there by the coffee bean. So right here is the intersection at Park Granada, where you're seeing someone in gray and black, which might or might not be intentional, but that is one of the pattern tactics, is groups of people told to come out in the gray and black clothing colors, trying to break my concentration to cause car accidents and things like that, to make it look with Sean Dinsey and the 40-year people with him that I'm a reckless driver and need to be removed from society or forced into a mental institution. But remember, this really starts at 5 years old. Okay, so I'm still being followed by the police. We are now at Civic Center Way. And they're following me still with the blinding bright lights, but they're way behind me. Now, I'm not going super fast, but I'm kind of taking off. Okay, now, I just passed it. That was Red Robin back there. At the time, in '88, that was Red Robin. We're now Parkway Calabasas. The cop's still following me with his brights on. Has not turned on any sirens. All you can see behind you is bright, blinding lights. Did they intentionally put in brighter lights than normal? I can't tell you. In my life, probably so. But they were high beams, extremely bright. This freeway ramp wasn't here when I was a kid. We are now going to pass Pelican's Retreat, which is probably still here. And the cops are still following me. They have not turned on their sirens. I just see bright lights behind me. And this is where Pelican's Retreat was. I guess it's gone. It's now car dealerships. Now we're headed towards Hidden Hills area where I grew up. Okay, we're headed towards Hidden Hills area. And we're going to Moreau. This is where the horses were. We had a horse in a horse corral here, which threw me off and stepped on my foot, and I didn't really, I wasn't big into horses after that. I was a very young kid. Now this is where Round Meadow is. There's a lot to talk about the things in Round Meadow that they're trying to pin on me or make me look crazy. Round Meadow, and I'm not going to talk about that here on this video, but remember the police officer is still following me. So this is where they set me back between first and second grade, I believe, to this is Round Meadow School. They sent me back between first and second grade to T1 class, where my family's mad at me because they sent me to T1 at Sunny Skies Day Camp, where I kissed a black girl, and they've told the world I'm a white supremacist for kissing a black girl with these mass groups, which is strange. And then they say that I'm acting out because I was sent to T1 class. Doesn't make any sense because I never said anything negative. They're just mad at me to try to cover up something. Okay, so now this is Round Meadow. This is the Hidden Hills gate. Right here where the gate guard is. And right here in this parking lot is where the police finally turned on their siren and pulled me over. Right here. So I can't tell you how many miles that is, but I can tell you that he brighted me from Woodlake all the way here to the Hidden Hills gate where I lived. And he knew, well, Kevin's now going in to the gate where he lives, so we're going to pull Kevin over right here before he gets in the gate, and probably gave me a simple speeding ticket, right? Now, the question you might have is, why are people following me around saying that I'm on the run and I've committed all these crimes? I supposedly killed someone. The police are adamantly hunting me in every state worldwide with the NSA, FBI. They're saying I'm a violent, paranoid schizo. I'm crazy. My guess is that the cops are trying to cover up what they did by saying I'm crazy and tried to evade a cop, right? And I'm on the run. And I'm paranoid or something. Now, once again, if you're driving, you see some bright lights behind you, brighting you, you then see those lights run a red light, showing that it seems like someone's mad at you or fucking with you or something, and you kind of bolt off, and then they follow you all this way, and then they finally give you a ticket right here. Sirens never went on until right here in front of Round Meadow, and then there's a worldwide campaign saying you're on the run and we're all going to help remove you from society. if you can make those connections, and then Sean Dinsey asking you questions during illegal fabricated arrests with Terrence Scroggins, having people hunt me down and try to kill me or remove me from society for life, which none of it makes any sense, and all the things these people were told to do to pin on me, you get the idea. Something freaky is going on with the judicial system, police, psychology, community, government, and mass worldwide groups now to hunt me down and eradicate me. Now, there's a lot more to talk about at Round Meadow here, and that's not for this video, but I'm sure I'll eventually get into those things that are being over-dramatized and out of control, lies and smears, defamation, fear-mongering, and things like that at Round Meadow here. Middle school, or not middle school, elementary school or whatever. So now we're going to go to the next location where I was building my 69 Firebird, and they pulled me over and searched the car. And as I'm leaving, I just kind of want to document the gate guard here and the surroundings in case people show up or this and that. This is the gate where Marcus Thuna at one point worked, a motorcycle kids, 14-year-olds cruising around on tiny dirt bikes, and Marcus and Wayne Thuna, maybe it was Wayne Thuna, drove 250cc 4-strokes, and I had like a little 180cc tiny little motorcycle. This is Round Meadow school, elementary school, which we'll talk about in other videos. This is back to Round Meadow Road, and I'm heading down this way where I was pulled over maybe a year later, working on my 69 Firebird. Okay, now I'm sort of going this way, so I'm going by Mike Huntley's house on Friar Street. Now, it's interesting that while I was in college, after the next event, which I'm going to video, Mike Huntley moved right at the same location where the police pulled me over when I was 16 or 17. This is Peterson. And I wish I had Mike Huntley's old address, which I can't remember. I'd have to look it up. This is Friar Street, so let's just kind of drive down Friar, and I'll kind of point out the local vicinity and maybe look up the address on the way after doing this video. So we are on Friar Street. Right now I'm by 23931. It was past this. It was a really long time ago, so I'm not sure which house it was. It could have been 24027. I'm not sure. It looked sort of like that, but these all kind of look the same. I don't think that was it. This is the local Friar Street area where Mike Huntley lived while I was in college and wanted me to come back and start a company with him so badly, to find out that this guy who I knew since 14 to 29, after 6 years of being in our company, Signet Services, was actually, that could have been it. 24127 by there. I'm not sure. I'll look it up. He was right around here, actually. So I'm not sure which one was his, but we'll figure it out. So anyways, we're at 24130. So anyways, now this is interesting. Remember, at the age 29, Mike Huntley, I've given you enough rope to hang yourself. We're using the system against you. You're an out-of-control monster. You're too out of control for California. All these weird things. Singing World of Paranoia over and over. Putting papers on my desk about making people mentally able to control them. Remember, originally my brother's friends, he and his friends are going to put me in a mental institution with after the crowbarring. My brother trying to crowbar Greg Wascullin. Showing that, oddly enough, Mike Huntley lives on Friar, right by the next location that I'm going to video. And there's also a no-plater Kelly Hatch Jeep Cherokee right here. Now we're coming to Valley Circle, and I'm going to circle around and video from the other way. Okay, so this is right by Mike Huntley's house, Shiltondale. Shiltondale here goes to Friar Street right there, which I just drove down and hung a right. Or if I were to hang a right, you would have saw where I was just driving. Now I'm going to do a U-turn and go Victory. Now remember, another person sent after me by Brian Longbottom was Michael Alice and Victoria Walker. Victoria Walker lived on the other side here off of Victory. I find that is interesting. Also linking to Dr. Walker at Calabasas High, my principal. Okay, so now I'm going to drive up Victory like I was at 16. I'm driving up Victory here. I'm driving up Victory here. I'm hanging a left, although nothing actually happened at the left turn. I'm just kind of noting the white Jeep Rangers because of the amount of Rangers people are pulling out when I go do these videos, hinting about Tom Farley sent after me and Kelly Hatch, right? There's a white Jeep Ranger there. There was a white Jeep Cherokee over there on Friar Street with no plates. I'm hanging a left here, and now the cop didn't pull me over like the other intersection for hanging a left. He pulled me over just, I think, for speeding. Now, if you're telling me that nobody's ever gotten a speeding ticket, and every single, as opposed to the truth, that every single person we know gets speeding tickets now and then. Anyways, I'm coming this way. This is Friar Street where Mike Huntley lives. I'm guessing I'm coming to about here. There's 2 for sales there by Calvert. Interesting. Cars for sale. I guess he pulls me over somewhere around here. Now I'm trying to figure out where to park because I don't think you can park here. Or maybe you can, because there's a bike path there, whatever. There's a whole nother scam with Mike Huntley telling me he was hit on a bike. Whether working, I think, some angle. I might have maybe saying that I hit someone on a bicycle or something. I'm not sure. It goes through lie after lie. Anyways, right around here, I'm pulled over. Interesting that Mike Huntley and Victoria Walker chose to move there while I was out at Southern Oregon State College, University of Colorado, and Mike Huntley wanted me to come back, to move back, with my father and mother manipulating me. My father saying you can live at my house for a year, manipulating me to move back from University of Colorado to start a company with Mike Huntley for 6 years. Well, Mike Huntley was stalking me to have me hunted and killed with the police and government right at the same location where the police pulled me over when I was 16, right? Very interesting. Now we also have a black guy in black pants and a pink shirt who has just spit. Spitting is one of the tactics. Pink and black is one of the tactics. Most men don't wear pink shirts. And as we just saw at where I was eating food next to the liquor store, the black guy who showed up parking his Jeep Cherokee backwards, following me within 10 minutes while I was waiting there. And several other black cars parking backwards, showing the correlation between the angry black people because I kissed a black girl at Sunny Skies Day Camp between 1st and 2nd grade. So this guy, I think, is waiting for me because they obviously know I'm coming out to this location to finish up the videoing because they all know worldwide all the lies. And when I go out and video the truth, they get angry trying to stop me, like you've seen at so many locations. Okay, here we are. Here is here's the guy in the pink and black. And then this is the location where Mike Huntley, there's Calvert. Okay, so the black guy sees me with a camera and just kind of bolted. But anyways, okay, so here we are. Calvert and, right. Okay, so this is Calvert. And then the next street over there is Friar. Okay? Now, this is about where the police officer pulled me over, where my car is right now, back in 1988, 1989. Now I'm going to walk towards the intersection where Mike Huntley lived. Highly doubt that's a coincidence with all the other things they're doing worldwide to me. And just sort of explain this very simple situation like all the other situations. And so on the surface, once again, you're going to say, so what, who cares, right? Who cares? Some kid at 16 got a speeding ticket. Well, like Dincy, you're a speeder or you're a litterer, and we hunt down and eradicate someone who's littered or sped or farted on the street or sat on the sidewalk. Any type of imperfection, Dincy will hunt down and try to hunt down, kill, torture, lock in jail cells or mental institutions. And this is kind of a little strange. Here is almost the same color and body style. Mine's an Envoy parked here for sale, and then another car parked for sale, and then another GMC. Whether that's something I can't tell you. I'm not exactly sure if I was pulled over right here or down there. Either way, it doesn't matter. What's the most important is that where the cops' sirens went on was right here at Friar Street, where Mike Huntley moved in working with my father and the police to have me hunted, killed, eradicated since 5 years old. Obviously connected events that the police don't want me thinking about and talking about in their cover-up operations. Okay, so once again, it's simple. I believe I hang a left turn from Victory over here. I'm coming down Ventura Boulevard, Victory Boulevard. Valley Circle. I'm hanging a left on Victory. I'm coming down Victory, I'm hanging a left on Valley Circle. Right past Friar Street here. Also, I believe this is the location Mike Huntley claims he was hit on his bicycle, trying to hint that I've somehow plowed someone on a bicycle with my car. I don't really have solid logic or evidence on that one. It's just the way they worded it over and over and hinted about it, with the cops pulling in two bike racks, two cop cars at my father's office together with two bike racks, and the people following me around with bike racks. I just believe it's just one of the next set of hundreds of thousands of lies to the world about me, also known as propaganda, libel, slander, defamation. all coming from my family to rile the masses worldwide against me, to lock me away in jail cells and mental institutions out of their hate-raised jealousy towards me. Okay, so here's Friar Street. There's Victory, where Victoria Walker sent after me. Lived across with Brian, sent after me from Brian Longbotham. I hang a left onto Valley Circle. Cop sirens go on right around here. Cop pulls me over somewhere down here, probably closer to where my car is, but I can't tell you. That was 30 years ago. And so nothing really happened, except cop pulls me over. He gives me a speeding ticket. We're not talking like excessive speeding, right? He gives me a speeding. This is probably a 45 mile per hour road. He probably maybe gave me a 55 or 60. Okay? So that's something that every single person on this planet does, and nobody could care less. So what? 20 years ago you got a speeding ticket for 60 and a 45. Who cares? Okay? Now, I believe it's my birthday, and the cop writes up a ticket, and I, in an asshole-ish 16-year-old kid voice, say, thanks for the birthday present, sarcastically. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, so what? Who cares? You mouthed off to a cop, you're some snot-nosed kid that mouthed off to a cop, and kids do that shit, right? I mean, the video footage alone that I have in my neighborhood of kids peeling out, hit and runs, all sorts of things like that, the cops couldn't care less about, and these worldwide groups couldn't care less about. But at 16, if I get a 60 and a 45 speeding ticket, for the next 100 years, there's a worldwide campaign to hunt me down, try to turn me into a violent, paranoid schizo, and remove me from society no matter what it takes. Okay? Remember, their argument is because I went to Kevin's Burgers, built cars, street raced twice, peeled out a few times, and sped now and then, that I'm out of control for California, the rest of the entire planet, and that warrants being hunted, tortured, and killed by the government with billions of dollars to torture and kill me or eradicate me no matter what it takes. So what we're talking about is some speeding now and then. Who cares? You sped. We're hunting you down with billions of government for the speeding crime. There's no such thing. You might as well hunt me down for the littering crime or the blinking crime or the jaywalking crime with worldwide support. So is this really about Kevin's driving, Kevin's supposedly reckless driving, and Kevin's an out-of-control monster? No. Is this about Kevin's an asshole? No, because there are actual assholes out there, and the Kevin's an asshole, like everything else, applies to a couple times in my life. Someone who's actually an asshole treats every single person he sees like shit and belittles everyone, and someone like me that's nice and polite to everyone he knows, and once in a blue moon might be an asshole, or more importantly, someone that's shitting on me, I might be an asshole in a reactive way, shows that it's not about asshole. The whole labeling, you've committed the asshole crime and we're going to hunt you and kill you, is a lame excuse like everything else. It's not about any of that. It's about what I know. Now, and a level of control, and you do what we tell you or we kill you. Things that are unheard of, things that are unconstitutional. linking back to government flagging and control, or we kill you, things like that. Things that are off the charts, things that you've never really heard about. So now, I mouth off to the cop. I'm guessing I'm around here. I mouth off to the cop. Sarcastically, thanks for the birthday present. The cop writes on the ticket, Ron Perlman. So the cop writes on the ticket, Ron Perlman. My father, Ronald Barry Perlman, right around this area. And then later on when I get home, I notice the ticket's not to me, Kevin Perlman. The ticket says Ron Perlman. So I show my father. My father kind of laughs, and he goes to court. And he says, "I'm not Kevin Perlman. I'm Ron Perlman." And the car's registered to Kevin Perlman, and Kevin Perlman is driving the car, and they throw out the ticket on a technicality, right? Okay, so I don't really have much words about that there's some stupid people out there. There's definitely stupid cops out there. After what I've seen, most of them are pretty much moronic idiots, and I never really believed that at first until I saw what was going on after 29 and found out that while I was actually donating to the police with their little scam donation letters, after that I find out that they are moronic criminals, and out of all the criminals I've seen in life, the police are the biggest. And trust me, I've seen people from all walks, but the police are the biggest criminals out there. Now, if you want to break it down, I can't exactly tell you what's going on in that situation, but I believe my father was working with the police to telling the police to put his name on the ticket so that he can say that I somehow made the cop write his name on the ticket or something stupid like this. Now remember, my father will fabricate anything. He's a pathological liar. Maybe he made up some lie. I had a fake ID with his name on it. Maybe he's making up a lie that I'm a schizo and it never happened, and this is what I think. I can't tell you. I cannot tell you. But what I can tell you is that Mike Huntley here on Friar Street, moving on to Friar Street, while I was out at University of Colorado trying to get a degree in education, wanted me to come back so bad that my mother, father, and Mike Huntley all called me up working angles to manipulate me to move back 2 classes short to start a company with Mike Huntley, where Mike Huntley just wanted to keep tabs on me and get me close to my father while my father reeled us closer and closer. For example, I start a company with Mike Huntley. My father says I have great pricing for my Ventura Boulevard property on Shelley, his wife now, Shelley's old office, and gives us a too good to be true price on his office space. So of course you're going to take the great pricing office space. Really, my father wanted to get me close so that he could have Mike Huntley plug the computer switch into his office so that they could spy on my computer and things like that. Not only that, but my father wanted me to live in his house for a year and all sorts of setup operations at the same time. While he married Janet Nordette and went around saying I'm trying to get rid of Janet Nordette and things like that, so he could spy and try to get anything he could to use against me. And then he redid it after I found out Mike Huntley was coming after me and I couldn't process what was going on. He had Lorena Escobar hire me to work in his office for 14 years doing IT while he continued these mass worldwide mobbings with the police to have me killed, to cover up his endless crime spree against me with the police starting at 5 years old. More importantly, when the shit hit the fan with Mike Huntley, he said to me, go talk to your father, in such a way that it sounded like I need to confess or tell my father something, right? Which was weird. So they kept reeling me from University of Colorado back to my father. And then, after sending Rody Morales hinting that I've killed someone while the world's running around saying I've killed someone, which doesn't make any sense, my father's standing there, or Mike Huntley standing there, go talk to your father. And then my father's like, I'm waiting, but you don't really know what's going on, so you kind of tell your father some of the things you're starting to find out, like, look, this guy Rody Morales was sent after me, and you can tell he knows what's going on, but he won't tell you what's going on. Now, at one point in his office at Golden State, maybe, let's say 6 or 7 years ago, my father says to me, you know what you did. And when I ask my father, well, what is it I've done? He tells me that people don't tell people what they've done because they can lie. Showing that he is a cold-blooded, pathological lying murderer who has no argument and will say and do whatever he needs to kill his son. Okay. I've never heard of a situation where someone said, you did something, you need to confess. You did something, you need to tell me. Well, what that means with Dr. Ronald Barry Perlman, with his secondary psychology degree, is he wants me, I'm just noting the yellow and blues, what that means is, there were several yellow and blues today that were actually not coincidences. What that means is that you need to tell me what you did. I want any piece of dirt I can use against you, and I'm going to hunt you down and kill you no matter what. I just want justification to hunt you and kill you and make you think. And of course, there is the yellow and black Jeep, which I think I pointed out at the bowling alley, or the same car. What that means is I'm going to hunt you down and kill you, put you in jail cells, mental institutions, try to get you to blow your brains out. And I want you to think that it's justified by me asking you why I'm trying to kill you and me trying to dig through my life. So that he can make me think about the psychology. I'm going to dig through my life and try to find, well, was it because of this? Oh, see, you know what you did. Now we're going to hunt you and kill you. Okay, that's kind of like Adolf Hitler. Saying, I'm going to take you to the showers to clean you up and it's for you. Or, you're a bad person because you're Jewish and you just need to accept your death because Jews are bad people. Right? It's the same exact thought process and reverse psychology from my own family, police, and government to try to make me think that what they're doing is justified. So, let's not exactly talk about the situation now that you understand it. Let's talk about the resources for Mike Huntley to move into that house, the time, the energy, the money. Also, let's document the gray GMC pulling in front of my car in the two patterns, right? So two gray GMCs, my car and the guy that sees my car and pulls his car up to mine. Okay, so let's talk about the resources. The situation is very strange, but more than just the strange, the amount of time, energy, resources, the amount of time, energy, resources, government involvement from state to state, country to country. We're making up lies that Kevin's killed someone. We're introducing Kevin to Rody Morales. And then Rody Morales for several years going from I'm your friend to it's not like you killed someone in an angry voice on the phone while he's supposedly investigating with the police, posing as a gym manager, someone who's come from another country with a double life, who has killed someone. You get the idea, right? Rody then told to befriend me at the same gym, hunt me down, take me to strip clubs. The fourth person from 20 to 30, Eric Christensen, Val Morozov, Tom Farley, told to take me to strip clubs, working with Victoria Walker, Matt Von Balaki, Michael Bialis, Brian Longbotham, trying to make it look like I'm stalking porn stars and strippers, which is very strange. Now jumping from I supposedly killed some people to I'm somehow doing something to people in the adult industry, switching. Brian Longbotham saying something weird like stop doing what you're doing. I don't know what the scumbag meant, but I do know he is a paid off murderer. And so you get the idea that what Brian Longbotham and everyone else are involved in. All these events are connected, but remember, they keep changing. They keep changing from accusation to accusation on a daily basis until they get what they want, which is to remove me from society. Now remember that this starts at 5 years old. This is my own family. My father with my stepfather, Arnold Silber in Vancouver, was having Victoria Walker and Matt Von Malaki take me to Shotzi's restaurant, Arnold Schwarzenegger's restaurant, for cigar night while trying to hint that I put bullet holes in my father's 300E Mercedes, which are more frame jobs, as I mentioned before, with Paul Humphrey trying to manipulate me into getting a gun out, his 357, out of his lockbox, which didn't work, right? You see the connected events. So is it about I killed someone? Is it about my father's 357? Is it about speeding? Is it about what I'm doing, which I don't know what that means? Is it about I'm supposedly a car thief, a pedophile, into kiddie porn? I'm just looking at the undercover cop that just drove by. I don't know if you can see him very well. You could hear his modified engine in an undercover cop car. You get the idea. The reason their lies keep changing, but their agenda is always the same. How can we remove you from society? And then it's you're crazy and suffer from mental illness. None of this is even happening. So once again, as I sum this up, we have Friar Street. We have the police writing the ticket in Ron Perlman's name, where my father went to court. We have psychiatrist Susan Donner making up lies. that a virus crawled in my head at 30 years old and I magically turned into a violent, paranoid schizo from nowhere, from going to college, getting an education, starting my own company, working for Universal Studios and Modern Video Film and other visual effects places. I just magically, a virus turned me into a violent paranoid schizo. Doesn't make any sense. With tons of other psychiatrists trying to cover up this mass crime spree against me. And you name it. Maybe they're working the schizo angle because the police officer put the thing on the ticket, Ron Perlman instead of Kevin Perlman, to cover up what they're doing. I don't know. I can't tell you from specifics. I can just tell you these incidences and what's going on all day and night. 30 years later with mass groups, you don't talk or we kill you. And they're all working with people like Officer Sean Dinsey, who has direct connections with Mike Huntley on the screenshotted Google blog with Met people stalking me, and the LAPD showing that Mike Huntley and Paul Humphrey poked their snake heads out of the hole when I started putting up a website with pages, people, and tactics explaining what they've done to my life, and Mike Huntley flat out on the blogs with Paul Humphrey and Patty Guggen saying Kevin just snapped and went crazy, showing that they're heavily involved in trying to cover up their mass crime spree and having me killed or eradicated. So once again, here we are, Valley Circle, Victory. We have the second gray GMC Mimic that pulled up. And Friar Street, where Mike Huntley moved on, and then wanted me to move back from University of Colorado so that he could get me close. You know that old, keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer. This is the mobster type of family I grew up in, and I had no clue that they were these psychotic murderers. But how they have the police, government, NSA, FBI working with them with billions and billions of government dollars from 5-year-old flaggings with psychology degrees, and the psychology community is beyond any level of comprehensible known to man, but that is what's going on, and that is what my website shows and proves beyond any level of reasonable doubt. Hence the most recent arrest by Sean Dinsey, trying to cover up their mass 40-year crime spree against me. And remember that Sean Dinsey claims he's seen my website and I'm crazy and nothing's going on. I'm just some crazy conspiracy theorist. Yet on my website are over 10 terabytes of proof, and even have it showing Sean Dinsey trying to break in my house, 3 other police occasions. I think I have about 6 or 7 break-in attempts now. Now remember, Sean Dinsey, working with Roy Morales, was responsible for trying to plant a trash bag full of marijuana on me to get in my house. The same guy working with LAPD, with newspaper clippings that he was working with LAPD, saying I killed someone, but also trying to make me look like a big drug dealer. I mean, if that isn't beyond any level of obvious, these things don't generally happen to people, especially someone like me, yet it's happening over and over since 5 years old. From the police putting names on tickets, my father's names on tickets, my father hunting me down, pretending it's because of that, and then switching to 100,000 other things, saying in vague comments, you know what you did, but never anything specific, then jumping from hinting message to hinting message, that it's about pedophilia, kiddie porn, stealing guns, putting bullets in cars, hitting Josh Burnham in the head with a golf club. Then it's I'm a violent paranoid schizo. I suffer from manic depression. I suffer from agoraphobia. I suffer from bipolar disorder. I suffer from nervous issues. I suffer from anger and rage issues. I suffer from, I know I've missed a shitload of them. Paranoid, violent paranoid, schizo. I can't remember the rest. It just keeps changing. A mother babbling now. My mother's latest is that I somehow got mental illness for being put in Sunny Skies Day Camp in T1 when I kissed the black girl. So there's some kind of mental illness label she's working on now on that one. Bullet holes in cars that don't exist that the LAPD did with my father. Littering, speeding, farting, blinking. Oh, the resting my foot on a chair crime at coffee shops, yawning on dates, farting during sex, you name it, right? They're just completely out of control. We're going to hunt down, exterminate, and rid me, Kevin Perlman, of the world, no matter what it takes, with worldwide support. What is this really about with these billions and billions of government dollars? Childhood flaggings and eradication. That is what it is about. Government kill operations about those they don't like or trust. It has nothing to do with me, who I am, my personality, or anything else, and every single one of their very few arguments don't make any rational, logical sense. They don't make sense. We're hunting you down with worldwide support because you littered. We're hunting you down with worldwide support because you sped. We're hunting you down for worldwide support because you jaywalked. We're hunting you down with worldwide support because when you drove Corey Bixby home at 16, which she asked you to, the ride wasn't complete perfection. You're being hunted down by Jen Hess because I found out what Jen Hess was involved in and trying to have me killed. I'm being hunted down by Jason Perlman because I might have mouthed off or stood up to him for bullying and thugging me. I'm being hunted by Jason Perlman and worldwide support for stopping him from bashing Greg Waugh's head in with a crowbar. I'm being hunted by worldwide support because supposedly it's my fault. My parents got divorced at 13. I'm being hunted by worldwide support because I've supposedly sabotaged all my father's relationships, which were all absurd. And let's say I actually did sabotage someone's relationship, even though that's completely absurd. Would there be a worldwide campaign to kill someone over it? No. Billions of government dollars? No. Okay, so it's not about any of the lies. It's about an agenda, and the lies are cover-ups and justifications, which still don't make any sense. Hence why they've spent the last 47 years trying to manipulate me into big crimes, and they failed at every single attempt, no matter what I did. Showing that I'm the good, honest person, and showing that the police and my father and family will do whatever it takes to cover up these mass murder operations. Now, I just want to see one thing. I believe this might be Temple Soleil. Now, I'm Jewish, and they're playing this number with 13 games. And if this is Temple Soleil, I will find that very ironic because they're playing this bar mitzvah mental illness scams. And 13's bar mitzvah scams. My family trying to turn me into like a devout Jew for some reason, which doesn't make any sense. So, is this Temple Soleil? Is this Temple Soleil?
No.
No. Where am I? Do you know where it is? Is over there?
You mean
the temple? Yeah, the Jewish temple.
No. Yeah, I think so. Go further.
Okay. Is this like a middle school or something?
No, it's just like a kind of synagogue.
A what?
Just like a church.
Oh, a church.
Something like a church.
For Christians.
Temple, right?
Christians or Jewish?
Jewish.
Oh, so this must be Temple Soleil.
Here is the Catholic church.
Oh, this is Catholic.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. Wrong place. They're next to each other now. Okay. Okay, so this is not Temple Soleo, but I'm close to Temple Soleo, which is like right down the street, which is where I went to Temple.
Right side, go further.
Okay, right side further. So the temple I went to up until graduation at 13 was Temple Soleo, which is a little down the street, I guess. So still, that's kind of ironic. This is, I guess, Christian church, and so Catholic church. So I'm at a Catholic, and I think this is newer. I don't think this was here before. But there's a certain kind of irony to my lawyer's phone number ending in 13. My lawyer moving me to courtroom 113 with a newer judge. My graduation where my family's mad at me because I didn't continue my Jewish after bar mitzvah. I didn't say I'm going to go back to temple, which no one else does, especially my family. This situation right here, and Temple Soleo being a little ways down the street here, where the police officer pulled me over, put my dad's name on the ticket, and my father's hunting me down, trying to kill me over it, with Mike Huntley going, "You know what you did." But remember, it's not really about that ticket. It starts at 5 years old when my father started in on me, showing me movies like, kind of like the movie The Clockwork Orange type of thing, but this is real. Showing me movies like Wizards by Ralph Bakshi, where my brother is playing this I'm the evil wizard and you're the good wizard, and they're trying to make me look crazy, going, "I think Kevin has a gun," while my father's paying off Victoria Walker to give me toy guns with the LAPD and freaky things like this, while they try to break in my house over and over. Right? Very strange. Anyways, you get the idea. This is the Victory Valley Circle, where I was pulled over with the police officer writing this ticket in my father's name. Now, interesting enough, the license plate 4DJY007, whether that's intentional with my 007 jokes and things like that, because I watch so many stalkers that I can see my surroundings very well, in a Lincoln Mercury car. Okay, so I just want to document the locations of what is what. Where are we? Savers. This does not look like a Catholic church. This looks like a high school. Okay, this is Temple Aliyah, which I think might have been Temple Soleo. I'm not exactly sure. I mean, I'm 47. I was 16. Temple Aliyah. Here. Temple Aliyah. That guy says that's a Catholic church. I'm not sure because it said students. I don't know where the hell I'm going. This, with basketball courts, is where I just was. He says it's Catholic church. It does not really look like a Catholic church. Oh yeah, it is. There's a cross. Okay, so that's Catholic. This is Temple Aliyah. This is me reversing while videoing. And Sean Dinsey would say that I need to be hunted and killed for this crime. So he pulled me over by Temple Soleo. I don't know if it's still here, or Aliyah is Soleo, or was Soleo. And once again, we can kind of look at the cards backwards, directed at me like everywhere worldwide. And of course the 2s, backwards in 2s or 4s or in groups. Usually 2s and 3s, but sometimes larger. And this says wrong way, but we're gonna commit another capital offense. Temple Aliyah right here. Okay, I just committed a crime that Sean Dinsey would hunt me and kill me with for worldwide support. So I think Aliyah was Saleo. I'm not 100% sure, but... Okay, so we're coming back the other way. I looked up Mike Huntley's address, 24101 Friar Street. Now the first thing that comes to my mind is the 24101, which might sound strange to you, like we're teaching you a lesson 101. Right? Victoria Walker, Dr. Walker, at high school, my high school principal, we're going to teach you a lesson, right? Now, you'll say, well, that's just 24101. Well, in my life, the people in my family and people around me send me these little cryptic messages like that while hunting me down, trying to torture and kill me with their lessons, so to speak. And there's a possibility that the reason he chose that house was to send me a little hidden message afterwards. We're teaching you lessons for the things you didn't do, right? That type of thing. But let's go down here to 24101. Just to document Mike Huntley's old house, where he wanted me with my father and mother and brother to move back from University of Colorado and start a company, Signeti Services, with them, with the intent with my father to hunt me down and have me killed and destroy my name and life. Now remember that Mike Huntley at 29 basically told me, I've given you enough rope to hang yourself with, have a good life now, go talk to your father. And my father's saying, I know what I did, but can't tell me what it is I've done. That my father has been hunting me down since 5 years old to have me killed. 24,133, 24,127. I didn't think he was this far down. Here it is, 24,101. This house with the red roses, a car with no plates, a Gen Hess looking truck which they paid off to hunt me down and try to have me killed, which they're trying to turn around like everything else on me. This is the house I guess he lived at, 24101. I would be over here for years barbecuing, thinking this guy was my friend and a good person. I knew him for since 14 to 29, found out the entire time, sent after me to have me killed, sending every person known to man after me, working with Lorena Escobar, my father, from cheerleaders in University of Colorado, sent after me to try to set me up. Jen Hess, Julia Sofia Reynoso, Rody Morales, Corey Bixby, Carissa Brands. I could go, the list is in like literally the thousands of women and people they've sent after me to have me killed for reasons I can't comprehend. I'm 47, fighting off worldwide campaigns to kill me now with the government, NSA, FBI, billions of government dollars. So let's once again kind of video the local area and Mike Huntley's place. 24101 Friar Street, Woodland, West Hills, California. The Gen Hess looking truck, probably intentional. This is the house here. Working every angle tactic for the guy to have me killed, and of course a no plater there, which doesn't look like a new car, kind of showing Mike Huntley's involvement and the things. This is where he lived, the reason he chose to live here, to send me messages to try to thug and blackmail me quiet about their murder operations and what they're doing with the police to have me killed since 5 years old. But that's not the way they're gonna word it to the world. To the world, it's Kevin's a horrible monster and did all these things that don't exist. So there you have it, 24101 Friar Street. Okay, so I thought we'd do a fun little experiment. This is Victoria Walker's old address now. Back in 2000, when Mike Huntley lived here, when I was in Signet East Services. Remember, Victoria Walker sent after me by Brian Longbotham, working with my family, government, police, to have me killed. 23715 Archwood Street, Canoga Park. So now, let's go there. It's right on the other side. I'm making another run down kind of this way, just to kind of double check and see if they act out in anger and rage, because they're not going to want anything truthful coming out. This guy was really angry and giving me this like really mean looks earlier. Probably thinking, shit, Kevin Perlman's here where Mike Huntley used to live, and we don't want any type of truth coming out. Seeing if I can GPS this 237 Archwood. Once again, so you can see 237 Archwood. It's right on the other side here somewhere, but if I GPS it, it'll be a lot easier. Okay, so we're crossing over Victory Boulevard. My GPS is routing. It's 2 minutes away.
Continue on Sheltondale Avenue for half a mile.
Well, I never thought about the closeness at the time with Victoria Walker and Mike Huntley working on me with the government, my family. Now knowing, like here's the guy that took off his plate, now knowing that it was actually all intentional, both of
Turn right onto Archwood Street.
Both of them kind of there's Victory Street, and on each side, one or the other, right? I don't exactly know what that means. And Victoria Walker right off Victory, I believe not to be coincidences, just like now her moving to 187 Donegal, Newbury Park, and calling me up right before them throwing me in jail, trying to finish the job they started, so to speak. And having people write 187 on my car and letting me know that 187 is the penal code for murder. You get the idea. LAPD sending Brody Morales after me.
Continue on Archwood Street for half a mile.
Trying to get murder confessions, telling the world I killed someone, and Victoria Walker writing 187 with someone who's attacked me with his dog, with a police trained canine. Writing 187 on my car, trying to hint that I'm a murderer and they're going to hunt me and kill me with the police, which is all very strange, right? Makes no sense at all. But that is what's going on with my father and my mother, to try to have me hunted and killed and locked away for reasons I cannot comprehend. Okay, so now we're almost there. You can see how close she was to Mike Huntley, sent after me by Brian Longbotham, she just coincidentally happened to live out here when Brian Longbotham lived all the way out in by Santa Monica, who I worked for Modern Video Film, and then he hired me for jobs at Universal Studios, trying to make me mentally ill and destroy my name with the entertainment industry and every industry known to man with these worldwide murder operations. And the government, once again, what's it about? Well, there's no answer, just a father going, you know what you did and we're going to kill you, which comes down to starting at 5 years old. Okay, so we're almost there.
In 800 feet, your destination will be on the left.
23715 Archwood. 23.
Your destination is on the left.
Wait, which one is it? Oh. Someone honking 3 times, not once. 27. Oh, it's up here. 23715, right here. So this would be Victoria Walker's house. Well, at one time. Okay, so just turning around, getting another angle. 23715. Archwood Street. This is Victoria Walker's old house with Michael Bialis, then Matt Von Malotky, all told to hunt me down, have me killed with the police and government, which were the reasons they were sent into my life in the first place, which I was manipulated, not knowing, of course, well, introduced, that there was motive to have me hunted and killed with the police and government, which is beyond any level of strange. Well, they're working their Unabomber tactics and all these just weird off-the-wall angles, like with my father and mother, brother, stepfather, to have me killed for reasons I cannot comprehend. The strangest thing known to man, for absolutely no reason at all, any way, shape, or form. Okay, so we are at 9100 Mason Street. This is 9120 where everyone stood in the parking lot just watching the street races. Okay, so I'm here at, I guess, at the time, I think we all called it like the end of Mason. Here are the railroad tracks. This was all closed off. For example, there was like bushes and a fence here, right? So what that means is that because there were bushes and a fence, nobody really drove down this street, Mason, because as you can see, even though it's crowded now, back in 1988, this would be our quarter-mile strip. This would be our quarter-mile strip right here, and this is where everyone would wait with the people flagging the cars here to race, pretty much at the end of this piece of concrete over here, right? So this is where the 2 cars would line up over there. They would flag them to race over there, to the light over there. and these are all industrial buildings, which means that because these were industrial buildings, there wasn't any traffic here, right? Because the street was closed off. Nobody would drive down the street. Now it's an open street, so everyone's driving down it. Okay, so let's set the context of the situation. In 1988, everyone goes to Kevin's Burgers on Friday night. They show off their hot rods. Those that want to race get into their whole hustle deal. Hey, I don't have nitrous, and it's all plumbed under the manifold or something like that, right? You know, all that bullshit. Those trying to win by bullshitting everyone else. That was kind of what they did, whatever. I was just some 16-year-old dinking around with this car, rebuilding my 305 with higher compression pistons in my Trans Am, building I think it was a stroked 460 for the Trans Am, which Pineapple Joe then wanted to do a bait and switch with a blown Hemi I was going to detune, which came out of a front engine dragster, which I was going to detune into more of a closer factory Hemi, but with a blower. Things like this that my family was taking out of proportion and making it look like I'm an out-of-control crazy person. Okay, so that being said, hundreds of people every Friday night would show up here to the end of Mason. Those that wanted to race would race, and those that wanted to watch would be here at 9120 in this, whatever this was at the time. It was possibly a trucking building at the time, in this industrial area. Now, once in a while the cops would come by and break it up, and everyone would scatter and then come back the next weekend, and obviously it was kind of the thing, and the cops kind of knew, you know, these are just people showing off their cars and having fun, but we're obligated to break it up. Not the type of things that people are hunted with billions of government dollars for, right? People just being people. And remember, in 1988, this was kind of the thing to do. Bob's Big Boy had the hot rodders showing up and many other hamburger stands. So it's within context of 1960s or actually 1950, maybe even 40s to 1970s or something, right? Or to 1980s. It's all within the context. Now, in 2018, if hot rodders showed up here, I'm sure the context would be different because there's not many classic cars left. Okay, so now let's talk about the street racing. You had street racers from all walks, right? You had the Japanese modified rice burners with nitrous. You had the Opel GTs with 454s. You had the drivable Mustangs with nitrous that you couldn't tell were souped up. And then once in a while you had the pro streeters, rolled off trailers, or never mind, let me rephrase that. You had the pro streeters, which are street legal, which I didn't really see any pro streeters race. And then you actually had some of the non-streetable cars pulled off trailer and racing for money, except those guys went more down to Camarillo and Glen Oaks at like 4 a.m. Where they weren't going to be busted by cops and things like that, right? The hardcore racers that are pulling racetrack cars on the street, right? Okay, so now remember, the police are running around saying weird things, that I'm a crazy man, I've lived in a cave all my life, I'm a conspiracy theorist. All these things to cover up what they've been doing to my entire life. But the point I'm trying to make here is that the things the police and world are mad at me about aren't anything unusual. Example, all the people that took part in going to Kevin's Burgers and street racing or watching or whatever are not being hunted by the government with billions of dollars like Kevin Perlman, me, is. Why is that? Why out of all these people that avidly raced down here on Mason or went to Kevin's Burgers, why aren't they being hunted? Right? That's the question you need to be asked. My family with the police and government are saying that I'm an out-of-control monster who is a danger to himself or others, but all the people that mostly street raced, they don't care about. Now, did I street race? I'm guessing I street raced about twice. I really didn't have that fast of a car. I had a 1985 Trans Am. I pulled out, modified, rebuilt the engine, modified it. Maybe 350 horsepower, I think. Probably not even that. Nothing compared to the other cars. One race, I raced Brian Weaver in his 454 red and black Chevelle, which is a no contest because a 305 like that without nitrous or anything isn't going to compare to a 454, which I have a whole story behind Brian Weaver intentionally blowing up the engine with nitrous so that he could tell his family lies that the engine went bad. So I raced Brian Weaver and I accidentally ripped the shifter out of the car, which was kind of funny, and put in a new shifter. Now, the other race is the more interesting one. I can't remember who I raced, but it's not really about who I raced. It's about what they did. Now, I'm leaving the line here. I get up maybe 3/4 miles to, you see the sign up there, the yellow, red, and blue sign, and a person is waiting on the right shoulder. And when I get close, they throw their car perpendicular to the middle of the road, trying to set me up. Now, I'm not going to say I'm Mario Andretti or anything. But I'm not going to say I'm Mario Andretti or anything, but at the time, I managed to sort of throw my car, the rear of my car sideways and managed to slide around him, and I was pretty damn lucky. But the point is that that person was intentionally waiting for me to launch his vehicle at me to cause an accident. Now this tactic alone has been done to me my entire life, especially around 16. A lady in the Honda on Ventura and a lady waiting for me on the shoulder on Ventura Boulevard in Topanga by the old Val Surf and Honda dealership threw her car at me perpendicular to the road and then got out after causing an accident, yelling that I tried to kill her around this time, showing that that wasn't an isolated incident. In high school at 16, in the rain, a motorcycle driver slid his motorcycle in front of me, saying that I had hit him with my car. A couple years ago in Hollywood, a person with a Raven Bay flannel wedged his car in between me and a right turn, causing, a cheap couple $100 bumper tap level accident, trying to set me up to make it look like I'm a reckless driver. A guy at the Peruvian, leaving the Peruvian restaurant on Tampa, I think, like Tampa and I'm not sure, like Tampa and Plummer or Tampa and Roscoe, was waiting for me to leave the Peruvian restaurant. Launched his waiting for me on the right shoulder, launched his car in front of mine, and I managed to avoid him, but the GMC rear end couldn't take that kind of maneuver, and then fishtailed into a light pole, which the police are trying to cover up. Right? These are just a couple of these things off the top of my head. Now, I don't know why they're doing it, but what I do know is my brother put a license plate frame on his car that says I swerve and hit people at random. Right? Why did my brother put a license plate frame on his car that says I swerve and hit people at random, and people worldwide are following me around, launching their vehicles in front of my car, is very strange. But remember, my brother threatened my life around 16, saying that he and his friends are going to put me in a mental institution. Another thing you might want to notice here is this guy in the trucking lot pulled up and put on his hazards in a place where you wouldn't put on your hazards. And that is one of the tactics, and recently mass groups have been following around kind of putting on their hazards when they see me, is to try to provoke and trigger me into a reaction to use against me with the police. Okay, so now I'm getting close as I'm walking to the sign here where the guy launched his vehicle at me, and I managed to avoid, like a lot of others. Most of them I managed to avoid. But now the question is, the question you need to ask is, and the sign ironically says new homes. The question you need to ask yourself is, why are the police and government spending billions to rid me of the world for things that nobody cares about? For example, of the hundreds of people that showed up here every Friday night in 1988, 89, whatever, going down to the end of Mason, they don't care about any of them except Kevin Perlman. And Kevin Perlman, me, wasn't a big race car driver or anything. What about the guys with the 500 horsepower Panteras, the Pro Streeters, the nitrous guys, the blown guys? They don't care about them. They just want Kevin Perlman. Do you think that's a little strange? Now also behind my truck here, there's a guy waiting with their lights on, which is a little strange as well, showing you that I'm sitting here at 47 years old. There are people showing up, or the people that are coming this direction who see me are trying to spook and provoke me in anger. But the real question is, let me give you an analogy. Let's say you go to college. Let's say you go to college and you smoke weed a couple of times, and the government is spending billions of dollars to hunt you down and kill you or rid you of the world because you smoked weed a couple of times in college. But they don't care about the Colombian drug lords or the crack dealers or the cocaine dealers or the amphetamine dealers. They literally have a worldwide, you are an enemy of the state. Why? Why are you an enemy of the state? Because you smoked weed a couple of times in college, right? So, would that be a little strange to you? You smoked weed a couple of times in college, and the government is investing billions of dollars in hunting you and eradicating you or killing you because you street raced a couple of times, which is equivalent to speeding, or you smoked weed a couple of times in college, right? So do you really think that this is about out of control driving and Sean Dinsey running around? We're watching you because of your driving, because at 16 you showed up to Kevin's Burgers at the street races and you raced a couple of times. Do you really think that this is about that and Sean Dinsey's Jew hate lies, looking for any angle or reason to hunt me down and have me killed? It's more accurate to say that Sean Dinsey hates Jews and he's looking for any reason to have me killed or rid of the world, right? So the point is that all the things that are being done are based out of we don't want you talking for what you know, right? We don't want you talking for what you know or for the things we did to your life. That is what this is really about, right? Nobody gives a shit about all these street racers that were being people in 1988, cruising around, just having some fun. The police didn't even care at the time. They just kind of broke it up. So, why is it that out of all the people street racing, with the real hot rods, the pro streeters, the non-streetable cars being trailered off trailers, why are they exerting absorbent amounts of time, energy, money to have people launch vehicles at me to try to make it look like I'm a reckless driver and things like that? Wouldn't you find that a little strange? Anyways, that's pretty much it as far as Kevin's Burgers, Mason, the adult industry women like Chasey Lane, who was told to sit next to me in first class on an airplane, claiming that I did something to her when walking off the plane behind her when she was sitting a couple seats across from me. You know, things like that, right? All the porn stars and women involved with Mr. Baylor, my writing teacher, Nikki Delano, Tia Cyrus, Daniel Derrick, you name it. What is it that they're so angry about? Because I can't figure it out. And I haven't done anything different than anyone else, except now you kind of understand how Kevin's Burgers was used to try to make it look like I'm a violent, paranoid schizo, attacking people, trying to make people mentally ill, and things like this. None of which exists. It's all government. It's all government propaganda, fabrications, and fiction, because the government doesn't want me talking about the things that have and still are being done to try to make me mentally ill, to remove me from society. And I can assure you, it's not about my driving skills, which are pretty damn good. It's not about me 16 going to Kevin's Burgers and street races. These operations start at 5 years old, with my father showing me the movie Wizards and trying to have my brother and people reenact parts out of movie scenes called street theater. You try to flip me into a state of paranoia or mental illness to remove me from society based on government flagging operations. We're going to label you at 5, flag you, and rid you of the world for reasons unknown based on government fear. But more importantly, the type of government fear that Adolf Hitler had, exterminating the imperfect or Jews. The same fear that racists had, enslaving black people and not accepting black people. The same kind of fear which has been going on my entire life. Somehow I'm a danger to myself or others, without me ever doing anything wrong, and a family doing whatever they can to stop me from having a normal life and succeeding in life with the government and psychology community out of anger, rage, and jealousy towards me. And that's really what all this is about. It's not really about anything I've done wrong. At this point, finding out at 29 what is and has been going on is about what I know, and them not wanting me to talk while they try to remove me from society since 5 years old. Okay, so this is Round Meadow Road. We're still right by Hidden Hills. This goes out to Agura, and I was working on my 69 Firebird, and I was driving down this road kind of testing something I was working on, and I was pulled over right around here, and I will explain that in a few. Okay, so here we are at Mountain View Road and Round Meadow Road. This gated community I do not believe existed. This road was just being built probably about 1989, maybe 1990, somewhere around there, which goes from Hidden Hills to Agura in California. So at this point I'm building a 1969 Firebird, and I drop a 350 Chevy in a $300 piece of shit Firebird, 69 Firebird. Now remember, I'm a Hidden Hills boy, which means that all of the houses by the gate you just saw are back in 1988 were like $1 million to $5 million houses with horse trail communities, things like that. So this is Round Meadow Road. And some rich boy me is building $300 1969 Firebirds and building 350 Chevys and dropping them in. And I'm building them myself. For example, when Brian Weaver got into cars copying me, he paid Joe, Pineapple Joe at Hawaii Racing, to build the engines for him. For example, Brian had a Chevelle, and he put nitrous on it, and he intentionally put the largest nozzle so that he would intentionally blow up his engine. And then he pays Joe money to build the engine. Well, I was building the engine myself with like books, how to rebuild engines. I was just reading at night in my bedroom. So I would read the books and then just bought engines and started rebuilding them, doing it myself. Except for the things you couldn't do, like honing blocks where you needed machine shops. So in a way, Brian was told to compete with me, to sabotage me. Now, I buy a $300 69 Firebird, and I build a cheap 350 Chevy, and I put it in the Firebird. Of course, Brian Weaver's mad with my family. They don't tell me. They're trying to destroy me and make me look like a crazy person. Now, I get the car running. I drive down this road, which is just coming right out of the Hidden Hills gate, which you saw by Round Meadow. The police officer sees some rich boy in a... Oh, Brian Weaver and friends after that started calling me Kid Taco. Now my family and the police are running around that I'm crazy, and everyone calls me Kid Taco because I talk to myself and I can't stop talking. Well, that's all fiction. Those are all cover-up arguments. Kid Taco is about a kid, a rich boy, that built a 69 Firebird he bought for $300 with a 350 Chevy with the red headliner, partial black paint, Bondo, shitty wheels, like no wheel covers, a complete piece of shit beater. So all my friends in Calabasas High, Brian Weaver, Shane Weeks, started calling me Kid Taco to joke around and belittle me. Now, I didn't really give a shit, just like Bucky didn't give a shit that they called him Bucky. And I just want to make it clear that making this statement that everyone called me Kid Taco about my car, I want to make you understand that they're going to try to say, now they're going to change their argument, that because everyone called me Kid Taco for having a Mexican looking car, like a beater, in a rich boy neighborhood, they're now going to try to link it to Shane Weeks and lies and fabrications about that, which I'll talk to on other videos about the paint gun and Brian Weaver seeing me pointing it to Shane Weeks and reloading the paint gun to set me up and frame me, but that's a whole different conversation. So, the real reason, not like my attorney, the judicial system, psychology community is saying, has nothing to do with me talking to myself. It has nothing to do with me being crazy. It has nothing to do with me being a rat or a snitch. It has nothing to do with talking. It has to do with a piece of shit beater, Mexican looking car, and my friends are basically saying, Kevin's a Mexican. Now, once again, I'm not saying anything bad about Mexicans or Latins, or even you, Alexis Amore, reeled into this with Brian Longbottom. I'm specifically saying, based on the types of wording and things that people say, that car looks Mexican, Kid Taco, inferring that I'm a Mexican and that car's a beater, and these are all rich kids. That's the point. And the fact that I have to justify every single thing I say is the real problem, based on the situation of what's been done to my life, in which they're covering up because I have to walk on eggshells based on what my family and the government has done to my life. Okay, so I put the 350 Chevy in. I'm test driving the car. I'm on Round Meadow Road here, coming back this way. The police see me. The police see me, and they're probably thinking, what the fuck is this piece of shit doing in Calabasas and Hidden Hills? So the police pull me over, and they want to search the car for weapons. But why do they want to search the car for weapons? You know, they take my ID. Oh, Kevin lives in Hidden Hills. Now we want to search your car for weapons. Why? What's the connection between some shitty car and weapons? Well, that has to do with all my family's lies and my brother making up lies that I tried to stab him and kill him by stopping him from attacking me and scaring him off me by dropping a steak knife to the ground and scaring him, which my brother, who's a huge bully and was a huge bully, little did I know he's a psychotic murderer, things he wants to cover up. Hence his agenda at 16, trying to bash Greg Wallace's skull in with a crowbar, and then telling me that he and his friends are going to put me in a mental institution, all linked to his guilt of the things he was doing to me as a young child, which the police and my family don't want me talking about. So, while my Buddy Revell-ish car, most likely before the movie 3 O'Clock High, is driving up this street, Round Meadow Road, cops pull me over, want to search my car, not really with any probable cause, just like they keep trying to break into my house now for no reason at all. And my father planting toy guns on me with Victoria Walker trying to break in my house for no reason at all, to try to plant things on me or try to get anything they can use against me to remove me from society, right? This has been going on since 5 years old. So anyways, while it doesn't seem like a big deal on the surface, I'm simply pulled over. We want to search your car. It's a total piece of shit from a rich boy who built it. They searched the car. They probably gave me like a little speeding. No, I don't even think they gave me a ticket. And that's it, and off I go. But little do I know, my family's using these things against me. Our son's crazy. They're looking for weapons no matter what place or state I live in to try to use against me. They're sending people like Rody Morales after me at 25, 26, trying to take me to strip clubs and make it look like I'm stalking strippers and I'm the next Unabomber, which just jumps from thing to thing my entire life, every single day, until they get what they want. Now, I believe, no, that incident of searching the car was after the Trans Am pullovers. So I had the Trans Am, and then I started building the 69 Firebird, and I was driving the 69 Firebird around after the Trans Am. So if you want to understand the progression of following me home in the Trans Am, the left turn, which isn't a big deal, the 69 Firebird I bought for $300, put the 350 Chevy in it, and them now at this point wanting to search my car to try to find out if I have weapons, showing their progression of anger and obsession towards me to want to remove me from society, also trying to make it look like I'm a violent paranoid schizo who conforms to media and people since 5 years old, right? And the whole thing about T1 class is all fiction like everything else. My family are mad at me because they sent me to T1, and I can't explain that because I never said one word about anything. And then their next scam is, well, Kevin's acting out and he's crazy. Just the stupidest, moronic, idiotic shit that nobody normally would believe because it's so stupid, moronic, and out there. Showing the true intent behind what's going on that any 10-year-old with common sense can see. So while this one incident on the surface does not seem like a big deal, the whole thing about Kid Taco and how I'm a crazy rat who talks to himself or switches, first I'm a rat, then I talk to myself, are all scams with the police psychology community, NSA, FBI, government to try to make it look like I'm a crazy man who talks to himself, is a violent paranoid schizo, is 5150, suffers from agoraphobic, suffers from anxiety issues, suffers from manic depression, is bipolar. These are just a couple of the labels. And then, of course, sorry, I was looking at the security guard that just drove out to watch me. These are just a few of the fabricated labels to try to remove me from society, but then it switches to I'm a criminal who is a car thief, pedophile, I'm into kiddie porn, I'm raping and molesting women, I abuse women, I'm a wife beater, there's so many more. You name it, showing their true intent that if their accusations jump from I'm a crazy man who suffers from paranoia, then I've committed all these crimes. You see a pattern of behavior that I don't like this guy and I'm going to rid this guy of the world no matter what it takes. And this starts at 5 years old like I said, with my father, showing me movies like Wizards and many more. My brother told at 16, 14 to show me horror movies and B movies and say that I conform to these movies and I'm a danger to myself and others and I'm crazy. Showing you that it's switching from lie to lie with an agenda to rid me of the world no matter what it takes, no matter how perfect, sane, stable, a good person I am. Someone just wants me dead and gone since 5 years old. And it starts with my own family. My father's heavily involved, my brother's heavily involved, my stepfather working with my father, my mother keeps piling up loads of shit. Just sort of pointing out the Tom Farley Jeep with the other red and black. I can't tell you if that's intentional or not, but I'm just pointing them out on video because let's say 70% of the time it is. And that's pretty much it. This simple event on Round Meadow Road here goes way deeper than what you might think. It's not just the standard pull someone over in a car and search it, which they might not even had probable cause for. I don't think they did. It's linked to a larger picture of trying to make me look crazy and silence me. It's not really about some kid in a crappy car in a rich boy neighborhood, which nobody really could care less about. It links all the way back to T1 class at between 1st and 2nd grade, and my family with the police want to cover up all these things by saying I'm crazy and mentally ill and all these things. Okay, so as we leave, I'm just gonna document how close this road is to Hidden Hills and where I live, Mountain View Drive. Interesting, this was not here. This road might have started being built. My father, I believe, lived at DeSoto Avenue, San Luis. When you hang a left here, this is back to Hidden Hills. Round Meadow Road. Okay, so once again, where they pulled me over, right here, this is exactly where the sirens went on, right here by this crosswalk, and they pulled me over right here. And that's pretty much it. They give me the ticket or whatever, probably telling everyone that I tried to evade a cop or am on the run and this and that, or that I'm paranoid, leaving out the entire story like usual, that the cop flashed his brights, the gate guard where Wayne Tuna worked in, or you have to go in to Hidden Hills. And the Round Meadow Elementary School, where the cops are leaving out the full story, trying to make me look crazy and mentally ill and paranoid, and things like that. Okay, so I'm just documenting the lot here for the Peruvian restaurant. It just says Peruvian food, but I'm trying to remember the name. The forwards and backwards cars, because I might come back here in an hour. And if I do, the car's gonna be backwards, a lot more of them. El Incomparable. El Incomparable. Black Jeep Cherokee backwards. Some other cars backwards. Okay, we are at Tampa and Keswick, by the Peruvian restaurant, El Incomparable or something. El Incomparable, El Incomparable, I don't know. On the intersection of Satacoy and Tampa. There is a Peruvian restaurant in the shopping center, linked to the mobbing, linked to Alexis Amor, my father's office, Fernanda Simi, Lorena Escobar, Estella, Lenore Calderon, George Escobar, many others, as 99% of my father's office is Hispanic, and almost one entire family in the office in an angry mob that had me killed to cover up their mass 40-year crimes under my father's duress to have me killed, paying off Lorena Escobar to follow me since 16 from college to college, paying off people that had me killed and things like that, sending endless women after me, then hiring me in around 2005 with my father to work in my father's office for my father to finish the job and have me killed. In about 2016, maybe 14, I'm not sure, a person was here. Actually, let me point something out first. Over here, we have two similar Mercedes together, not a coincidence. There's a whole theme with my father putting a bullet hole in his Mercedes with LAPD, pinning it on me, which goes back further and further back to early childhood on operations just like that with the police to have me killed. Hence, you've now seen the other, I think, 3 locations so far of random citizens. Sorry, it's really loud with those motorcycles. You've seen random citizens. I think 3 locations so far were random citizens were told to launch vehicles at me. Now, going out to lunch from Golden State Sports Medical or on my way to the office, sometimes I would stop at this restaurant Incomparable, or however you want to pronounce it. Each and every time, hundreds of times, people showing up in the parking lot, people showing up as I wait to get the food with color patterns, cars backwards in twos, identical cars, people following me while I go there, people waiting for me while I go there. On one occasion, them putting steel wool in the food. But on one occasion, as I was leaving this parking lot over here and coming out this way past Keswick here, there was a person waiting on the shoulder of the road here, and side note, one of the arguments is that I'm crazy and I'm imagining what's going on. If I'm crazy and imagining what's going on, how do the people know to wait for me and park cars in twos and things like that at the locations that I'm going to document the crimes against me? So the argument is that I'm crazy and imagining it, yet you're seeing on video mass groups stalking me as I'm videoing, and mass groups parking cars or wearing clothing colors within the locations, or as I arrive, or waiting for me before I arrive, profiling what I'm going to do based on, for example, they know if I go document where Tom Farley, almost hit someone and pinned it on me, that I'm going to go to the next location by Calabasas High, hence going there before I even arrive, and then obviously knowing that I'm going to come here to document the next operation to set me up and have me killed or removed from society with these frame jobs, showing you on video that they're actually doing it as I'm talking, showing you that their argument of me crazy or imagining it is not true, showing that they're involved in a mass murder operation, because why else would they care if I'm talking about my life, whether I'm sane or crazy or anything else? They wouldn't. So the point is, the only reason they're doing these things is to try to create mental illness to stop me from talking. Hence, if someone's capable of doing that with worldwide groups and the government and police, then they have no argument on any level, because they're guilty, period. Okay, so as I'm driving, leaving the shopping center here and hanging a left, as I get to Keswick, I believe, let me think. Oh, never mind. I pass Keswick. I come out this way. I'm going to try to find the location where I hit the light pole. As I'm walking towards the light pole, I'll explain the situation, I guess. As I'm leaving the parking lot, a guy is waiting for me on the shoulder, just like the Honda dealership, except now I'm about 44 years old or something, I'm not sure. They're mad at me for going to the Peruvian restaurant, playing mind games that I've somehow done something to Alexis Amore, a Peruvian. Of course, Alexis Amore is linked with Brian Longbottom, Rhodey Morales, spearmint rhino operations to frame me, foreplay operations to frame me, Brian Longbotham working with Universal Studios to frame me, Brian Longbotham working at Modern Video Film to frame me. You get the idea, right? And without going into the specifics, of those operations, which I do on blogs and other video diary entries, you get the idea, right? So they're not mad at me for doing anything to Alexis Moore. They're just sort of using it as these fictitious justifications with worldwide support to have me killed, to sort of try to brainwash me and make me think that it's my fault they're hunting me down to kill me, and that somehow it's okay to hunt me down and kill me. Well, it's not okay to hunt me down and kill me for any reason at all, ever. Okay, so I believe I walked past the location. It's been a while. I believe, and I'm not 100% sure, that this is the light pole that I ended up hitting. And what happened, which the police are trying to cover up, I hang a left out of El Comparable, or whatever it's called, the Peruvian restaurant. I'm coming down this street. By this mailbox here, someone's waiting for me on the shoulder to drive by. Now, the first question you might ask is, how do they know that I'm going to go this way? Well, that's simple. They know that I'm going to go this way because Golden State Sports Medical, where I work, and I'm attacked all day and night, and at every place on the way, and strangers coming out in the thousands per day, wearing clothing patterns. Example, maybe one day I go to the office, and everyone comes out en route wearing solid black pants and solid blue shirts, or solid black pants and solid pink shirts, in hopes that they can get me to lose focus while driving and cause an accident, right? So, that being said, you understand the dynamics behind these murder operations or extermination operations. Okay, so that's how he knows, like the rest of the world, that I'm on my way to the office at Golden State Sports Medical maybe 5 years ago. Now, he sees me, just like the Honda dealership. He throws his car out, perpendicular, making a U-turn. I manage to avoid him in my GMC Envoy, but the rear fishtails out, and because the car is top heavy, I can't control it. I lose control, and I believe it's this light pole. I hit this light pole, and there's an accident. Now, of course, the police are called, but the police that come out don't have license plates on their car. Lucky for me, I have photos of the whole thing showing cops showing up without plates. I have cops writing reports, which USAA Insurance tells me on the phone, where's this fictitious police report that you supposedly have, which they got. Then sending them pictures of the police officer writing the report and a photograph of the report, right? So my point is, while once again USAA is linked to these illegal operations, you get the idea what's going on. And actually, look at this lady's giving me this mean, dirty look. But they obviously know the truth and they know the situation. So anyways, what happens after that, a couple days later, is someone calls me saying the police report. One of these neighbors here, calls me saying the police report was put in their mailbox, which is a little stranger, right? Showing this mass conspiracy of things that are being done to me worldwide to have me hunted, killed, and try to silence me. In these situations, right? These things are endlessly being done to me, and then they're trying to silence me from talking about it. So why is it being done over and over? I don't know, but it starts at 5 years old. So while the situation seems simple on the surface, it's not. Now, there's all sorts of endless lies to the entire planet, how I'm stalking strippers and porn stars and this and that, which are actually stalking me in these cover-up operations. But once again, these endless setup attempts, frame jobs, lie, smear, cry wolf operations from one person sequentially to the next, jump from person to person. Since 5 years old, my own brother told to hunt me down and kill me with all his friends and my friends. Right? Okay. So, you get the idea, and you get the idea of what's going on, and you get the idea of what's going on, where the police are leaving the reports in other people's mailboxes to try to tell them, hey, Kevin's a crazy man. The insurance company is working with the police, making up lies. The guy waiting here, where this white affinity is, waiting for me to leave the Peruvian restaurant, right? And things like that are all linked, connected in mass conspiracies and cover-up operations. And these tactics of launching vehicles at me to try to make it look like the guy who's a really good driver is an out-of-control, reckless driver and suffers from anger and rage and has focus issues, are all fabrications and operations with motive, premeditated operations with motive to hunt me down and incarcerate me for life. Just like my attorney Seymour Amster flat out told me that they told him they want to incarcerate me for life, but yet there's no reason why. It's not about it. We had a really mean look from one of the people working with the Sean Dinsey and these setup and frame job operations to have me killed. By the way, Sean Dinsey, ironically, is running for, what is it? City Council, LA City Council in District 12. Does that sound a little strange to you? It's some police officer that drives some corrupt, murdering police officer who drives around in a patrol car hunting down the imperfect, trying to clean up the streets of people that might possibly have mental illness and have them killed or rid of the world. With mail fraud operations, working with paid off people like the dog attackers paid off to assault and battery me, the fourth maybe assault by people paid off to physically attack me, even with John Paul Naranjo in the Gateway Plaza Topanga shopping center hitting me 7 times in the head to have me killed, to try to silence me. So my point is that Officer Sean Dinsey, Mr. I'm a Good Guy on different news channels, is involved in every illegal operation known to man to try to hunt down and kill the imperfect, violating constitutional rights and protections. And so he's running all of a sudden for city council. Do you see a mass cover-up operation with Dinsey trying to have me killed and all those things, right? The people around him are trying to boast him, to cover up, to give him credibility that he doesn't have. And the first thought that comes to my mind is, don't generally, we also have another gray and black here, but don't most people that run for city council have college degrees and are into politics? But yet we have Officer Dinsey. He's a Jew hate, white supremacist, bigoted murderer, and somehow he's running for city council. And I'm not saying that college degrees are necessarily a requirement, but what I am saying is that generally those positions are from people with education instead of uneducated racists like Sean Dinsey, right? Uneducated thug racists generally don't run for city council or have the qualifications, even though he might be allowed to run. Generally, people don't elect bigoted and uneducated bigoted racists.
Fire and vandalism, this is Melanie. How may I help you?
Hi, what was it? Hi, calling about a claim that I have open.
Okay, we can definitely look into that. May I have your name, please?
Yeah, Kevin Perlman.
What about your username for USA.com?
I think it's Vertigo262, which the police think is a crime.
And this is about...
I have two claims, actually, and I actually mistyped. One says 1124, is meant to be 1224. If you could change that.
Okay. Okay, so the one for 1124 should be 1224.
Yeah. They're both kind of linked, really, because it's the same guy doing it, but...
Okay. Let me look over... Okay, well, first and foremost, I'm so sorry that this is happening to you.
Oh, thank you.
So we definitely, I see that you, we do need to go ahead and get a recorded statement from you. Do you have that time now?
Yeah, exactly, because if you look at the end of those, there is the police trying to break in my house last night when I wasn't here, because they don't want me reporting this because it's $1,000 of felony damage. And they tried to put 170, as you see on the police report, and when I went back down there, they said, oh, well, we'll have a detective call you, not wanting to change it, and then having the police try to break in my house. So I can't tell you if they're going to try to throw me in jail or lock me away before any of this gets on record, so it's important that this gets on record as soon as possible, because whatever happens to me, they don't want me talking about the endless crime spree of theirs.
Well, Mr. Coleman, let's go ahead and turn on this statement.
Okay.
I'll introduce myself. I'll have you introduce yourself.
Okay.
And then I just want you to start, we can just save one statement for both incidences.
Okay, that'd be great. Yeah.
And if you just want to tell me everything, I am notating it as you're talking, so if it's okay if you go a little slowly, I might stop you just if I have additional questions.
Okay, that's fine.
Like
yeah.
you talk.
Okay.
All right, so let me turn this on. This is Melanie Campbell. Today is December 31st, 2018. Speaking to, state your name, please.
Kevin Perlman.
In regards to two incidences that occurred with the 2007 GMC Envoy. Mr. Coleman, do you understand this conversation is being recorded?
Yes, I do.
And do we have your permission to record this conversation?
Yes, you do.
Okay, so you want to start from the beginning and tell me what happened?
Okay, first I apologize because I'm extremely tired and it's been a long night. But, okay, on 12/24, I go out, I have 2 cars, but I was... Okay.
First claim we have is for November.
Okay, November, I go out and someone keys both doors of my car and the sign on the car because they don't want me speaking out with one of the people endlessly threatening me on video, "You're a snitch, you're dead," things like that, and working with the police with a police-trained canine. That was then, and I reported it to the police. As you can see, the police report. They don't, like usual, try to file them away and hide them and make it look like no big deal. That is between paint and the sign. I can't tell you how much the paint is, but I'm going to go get an estimate. But I can tell you that the sign is $250. I'm guessing the paint's pretty expensive for 2 doors and possibly a rear quarter panel. Any questions or?
Do you know why they're targeting you?
It's simply about the information I know. I don't know how deep you want me. I have a website, kevinperlmantarget.com, and it explains a lot, and it has daily videos of mass people basically threatening my life with the police saying, "You don't say anything," but it goes from thing to thing since early childhood. And one of the bigger things, I could talk for hours, so I don't want to waste your time, but one of the bigger things is I stopped my brother from bashing my friend Gregoire's skull in with a crowbar, and he told me that he and his friends are going to put me in a mental institution, hence me growing up, my brother kept introducing me to his friends and things like that, me not understanding that he had full government police resources, and so come 29, I started a company, or 6 years before 29, I started a company with a guy named Mike Huntley, who was originally my brother's friend, introduced to me at 14 years old, and it turned out at 29 that he went from friend to enemy to, we're using the system against you, I've given you enough rope to hang yourself with endless setup attempts and endless frame jobs, and you name it, and the why all comes down to me talking, saying, this is what's happening. I was 29 and this guy changed from my friend to let's make money to you're a dead man, and then I go to the police trying to tell them what's going on, and they basically start threatening my life and blackmailing me, and the more proof and video I get of these mass attacks from groups of people, you don't talk or whatever, or they believe the worldwide accusations, lie after lie, endless defamation, endless slander, based on almost every single aspect of my life. It's turned into a blatant lie and given out worldwide. And every time I tell someone, especially the police, that none of it's true, they get angrier and angrier with endless death threats and attacks, to the point where there's all sorts of illegal arrests and illegal court trials with, you can actually order the court transcripts, and some of the people that came after me flat out admitted on the stand that they were contacted by the police to act as vigilantes and things like this. But the why all comes down to what I know and them not wanting me to tell a single soul on the planet or I'm a dead man. That sums it up. But
okay. So then the first incident on the car was the keying or like the scratching.
Yeah, it goes across. I mean, yeah, but you can see it starts on the sign showing that they're angry about, hey, go to my website. Well, you know, you've all been told lies, go to my website, and that's where his anger, the retaliation, how dare you tell anyone, you're a snitch, you're dead. This is the dog attack, which I have something like 6 videos of that death threat alone on video, which the police don't think is a big deal. Him keying the starting on the sign, right, I don't like you talking, and then continuing from the first door to the second door and possibly a little on the rear quarter. You know, I can't tell you. I have to take it to a auto body guy for an estimate. But
Okay, and then what happens on the 24th?
okay, so the 24th, while I have no actual proof it's the same guy, it's obvious because I have hundreds of photos and videos of car vandalisms like this. Especially, you guys have claims in 2013 of the same exact type of incident from my Jaguar I used to own. I'm driving by at around the 24th. I think that was a Sunday. In my other car, and I see my car, and it's the rear tire's flat. So I go and I get some fix-a-flat, and I check it out. It turned out after the fix-a-flat, it wouldn't do anything. Oh, by the way, these are brand new tires. I uploaded the receipt for several months, purchasing them several months prior. Also, you should know this is the 7th tire slashing, not 3 in 1 month going to court cases. The month I was up on stand, my tires were slashed 3 times and a day going to court. And this car, I was supposed to go to a jury, like I had a jury summons, which I extended, but they probably didn't know that, and they slashed it that day too. Although what's weird is the jury summons was put on the 24th on Christmas Eve, which doesn't make any sense, but I have the paperwork all scanned if you want it. Once again, supposedly going to court, someone slashes both rear tires, just like in 2013 on my Jaguar, 2 tires at the same time, showing that there is no coincidence, there's no possibility of a faulty tire, and putting the fix-a-flat in it shows where it comes out, a slash in the side, which I've uploaded pictures, which is a puncture from the side with a knife object, which, I don't know any road objects that act like that, and happened to 2 tires at the same time. It seems like the keying was a little more, but I'm not 100% sure on the side. Anyways, I go down, I report it to the police like usual. He puts 170 damage. I went and I got him fixed. It was really 300 for the tires. And then we're talking the other part, which is going to be easily over 1,000. But coming home, which I've uploaded pictures and attached video, coming home, the dog attacker guy, seemed to know that I was on my way home, and driving home, he yelled faggot and bitch, which was also associated with some other people all across the other side of the city saying the same things, showing a connection. But then as I drove by him again, he picked something up and threw it at my car, showing his anger that, hey, this guy's coming home and hopefully I scare him out of getting his car towed and this and that, showing his involvement, that he was really angry. Once again, me not saying anything, not provoking him, saying anything, just with the 10 videos of him lashing out in rage, I better not talk, I'm a snitch, I'm dead, or this or that, right? Showing that after going to the police department that he was back in his rage, showing his connection, right? And so, anyways, the police didn't really want to take a report of that, and they did their same game where here's a detective, call him, and I haven't even had a chance because I think that was around Friday or something. I was about to call him today, and then, of course, tonight, at the very last video, or link to a video with the photos I've uploaded, is the police on video saying, is this door unlocked? How can we get in? Check the sliding door. Trying to break in my house to try to get whatever they can get to arrest me, because obviously they don't want, just like the hundreds of police reports that I filed, they don't want any of this on public record that I'm being targeted and these things are being done to me. So they want to throw me in jail before I can probably make this claim and get something substantial that proves that I am literally being stalked and hunted by these groups of people, and this one guy who's keeps doing things to my cars over and over, which If you went to my website under the section police refusing to help, and date by date, every time I go to the police station with these events, you would be in shock. And then if you looked at how they're behaving, like, oh, nothing's going on here, right? You'd be like, that, right? Anyway, so you get the idea. They don't want to. They're aiding and abetting a crime, and so they want to bury me. That's the point.
Okay. And who is the person? Do you know if it's a specific person who's doing all this damage to your vehicle?
There's kind of like ringleaders. They're kind of like network terror cells. Like, I know the one dog attacker because I have video footage of him attacking me with his dog, and hospital reports and things like that, which Detective Shapiro says absolutely nothing happened, even though I have hospital reports with photos of bloody legs and ripped clothing, right? And it's all, the entire event is on video and audio recorded, and she just can't seem to see it, right? It's like, that guy seems to be, right now, the guy that's doing these things. For example, when I drove down the street, he yelled faggot and bitch. And if you see on the website of the pictures I uploaded, it says faggot on one car and homo on another one of my cars, right? So you can pretty much, by deductive reasoning, go, okay, well, it's obviously this guy, right? I mean, he's yelling it straight out in public on video. On the YouTube, I think I attached a link to the YouTube of him yelling faggot, and then the pictures with faggot and homo. So now you should know that the police refused to give me his name so that I can file a restraining order against him. No matter what I do, if I order the investigative report, they leave it out. If I call up the detectives, can I have his name? Detective Shapiro made up some lame lie saying she's trying to protect him from me, which doesn't even make any sense, right? I have 6 videos of death threats, and I have 1 video of him physically attacking me, assault, battery, and a dog attack before the death threats. And somehow they're protecting him from me from filing a restraining order, which is none of their business. It's up to a judge to decide what he thinks, not some corrupt police officer, right? So you get the idea, right? Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to add to this statement before I turn it off?
I guess just I was given the number, which should be on. Well, it's probably not. I'll upload it today. The second time I went back to the police department to try to get the pricing updated on the report and report him yelling at me on video and all those things, they told me that a Detective Alvarez, I think it's Alvarez, something like that, would contact me, and they gave me his number, which I'm probably going to call today, although I don't know how well it's going to go with them trying to break in my house today. But I don't know who you guys are going to contact with the claim or not, but I want to make sure that when you contact them, you definitely make sure that the pricing isn't, it's going to be what the pricing is based on the estimates, and that there's foul play going on. I don't know what your boundaries are or whatever, but definitely make sure that you can see, look, there's a $250 sign. I'm going to get the estimate on the paint, and there's $300 receipt for the $300 for the tires and $250 for the sign, and then I got to get an estimate on the paint. And so just make sure that everyone knows that, look, this is on record, and this, we see this is happening and whatever, because I can't tell you, when the police are sitting there trying to break in your house or trying to rid you of the world every day for simply saying, look, this is going on, and please leave me alone, and will you as the police, will you please stop these people? And then they arrest me every time I ask them to stop these people, right? You understand where I'm coming from, that this needs to be kind of documented, and everyone needs to be professional, and make sure that they don't try to slip and slide any shady things coming your way.
Okay. Well, what am I doing, Mr. Berlin? I'm going to go ahead and turn off the statement now, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Now, in regards, so just so I can confirm, from November, it's with the keying, and which side is that on?
It is on, if you're facing the front, it's on the left side.
So the driver's side?
No, the passenger side.
Okay. All right. And then the one from the 24th then would be the tires?
The two rear tires at the same time. So they slashed both tires at the same time. And they're both new tires, so, you know, it's like, it's not even debatable at this point.
All right. Well, in regards, so we handle each claim as a separate claim. So the key marks are one, and the tires are another one.
Okay.
Now, have you replaced the tires yet?
Yeah, I have. Let me think.
Is that the receipt?
I think I sent you, I'm not 100% sure, but I think I uploaded the receipt, but I can upload it.
So I have the receipt from 8/22. So we want the receipt, the new receipt.
Okay, I'll upload that.
Is that?
Yeah, I have that.
That is, so you have that $100 deductible. So the first $100 you'd be responsible for. Anything else after that, USA would cover. So first $100 you're responsible for. Anything else after that, and then for the key mark now, we do have a lot of shops in the area we do work with. They do provide high-quality repairs, service, and a limited lifetime warranty. However, you're not required to get your vehicle repaired at a particular motor vehicle repair shop. You do have the right to select a repair facility of your choice. Your selection of a repair location does not affect our obligation to pay for your covered claim. Would you like the name of one of our shops that's convenient to your
No, I think I got one.
Okay, do you know what it's called so we can get information?
I know I drove, okay, actually, well, I drove by today and I took a picture of one I thought I was going to take it to, but actually, since the time constraints and all the chaos in my life, actually, let me just do one of yours so everything's set in stone right now.
So the closest one we have is Cooks Abra Canuga Park, and I can text you this information.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great.
All right. Let's do that, and then we pay them directly. You would just owe them the $100 deductible, so I can text their information. Is this the number you're calling from a good number?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. All right, and then while your vehicle is being repaired, if they need it for more than a day, you do have that rental car coverage with a standard size vehicle.
Okay. Yeah, I don't need that. Yeah.
All right. What questions do you have for us at this time?
I don't think I have any. I'm gonna try to get it there tomorrow.
Okay.
But just to put you on alert, I don't know what the cops' today's new angle is, right? Because if they're trying to break in my house last night, you know, I don't know if they're coming back or what, right? So, anyways, I will try to get it there tomorrow. I think it's important that all that gets on record. Oh, that's what I did have a question. I forgot. I wanted to get all record of previous claims, especially the 2013 Jaguar. They slashed 2 tires, they slashed the paint, and they slashed the top. I wanted to get all that information, plus not just the Jaguar, but all the other information as well.
And then there was only one of the collision ones actually had a police report. The one where the vehicle that was a phantom vehicle that had we never received the police report number though.
A phantom.
Was filed, but we didn't have. When a vehicle U-turned in front of you and you swerved and hit a.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah, that's a tactic that's been done over and over to me since 16. But yeah. Oh, you don't have a police report for that. Okay.
You just let us know.
Yeah. Okay.
But there was no. we never got the actual number.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how many of those people have avoided doing those things. Ironically, that guy was waiting for me by a Peruvian restaurant, so I'm sure you'll make that connection. But anyways, okay. You've been very helpful. And just a note for your edification. When I went into the police department, I think it was yesterday or the day before, the second time for to get the price right on the report. When I mentioned to the police officer that I needed to get the price right for the damages because I'm for the insurance company, one of the police officers was pacing and staring out into space, extremely nervous. So hence, looking at your website where everything's kind of been wiped, kind of makes sense now. But I mean, it all makes sense because the things I know, especially with Officer Sean Dempsey. But anyways, so you've been really helpful. And so you're gonna text me the.
I already did.
Oh, you already did. Okay, great. So I'll hopefully tomorrow I'll take it to the shop.
And then just upload the receipt for the tires.
That's right. Okay, I'll do that now. Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, you're welcome. Or thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
First unheard message.
Hello, Mr. Perlman. My name is Jeff with USA Auto Insurance Claims. I'm giving you a call back on your voicemail regarding claim number 132105889-8. We don't show that anything was deleted from the claim here. I'm seeing pictures that you gave us from September of 2016, so I'm not too sure what you're talking about things being deleted here from the claim. And the reason that letter was sent to you was because the claim had been closed for a very long time. But recently this month, we got a demand from Los Angeles, City of Los Angeles. Okay. Mentioned to you way back in September of 16. I told you at that point I was going to give you the benefit of the doubt and code you as not at fault, provided we had no demands for payment from anybody, and that I'd have to code you as at fault if I did get a demand for payment. And now that we do have a demand for payment, I am going to have to code you as at fault in this claim, and I am going to have to send a letter off to you. We can only pay out under property damage liability coverage when one of our insureds is considered to be at fault in the accident. And I did review the police report, and it did, find you to be at fault as well. So that's the situation we have right now on this claim. Let me understand. So we're going to go ahead and pay out to the LAPD that 24, the City of Los Angeles, I should say, for that amount. Because if we don't, and then what they're going to do is they're going to pursue you directly for that $2,400 plus amount of payment. And that's why you have insurance, is to protect yourself from claims and lawsuits and things like that. So that's where we are. If you have any further questions, you can call me at 210-531-8722. My extension is 48337, and the USA claim number is 1321058.
Okay, so now we are going to go in, and I just need to get some food. So I figure I'm here, and I like Peruvian food, and they're going to try to turn it into this competition. Oh, interesting, we have a police officer. This guy actually has plates on his car. Imagine that. How many police officer cars do you see that pull out to scenes with no plates on their cars, right? Okay, so they're going to play it off as Kevin's competing with Alexis Moore, just like they said with Damon Riggins, the black football player, and all these scams and disinformation to the world, orchestrated by my family, Mike Huntley, my brother, and worldwide support since 5 years old, to rile the world against me, to have me hunted and killed in such a way that looks like just random worldwide chaos and drama, which doesn't make any sense, right? So remember, every time I've ever been here, people have followed me here with clothing patterns and provoked me, whistling from the chef, things like that. We have our people waiting in cars with lights on for me because I was down the street, people parking backwards, right? You get the idea, right? More backwards in pairs of twos, or threes actually, groups of threes here. This is El Comparable, it just says Peruvian food. We are on Tampa, nobody's in there right now. We are, and I guarantee you after I go in, groups of people are going to show up. After Tampa and Satacoy in San Fernando Valley, Woodland, or Canoga Park. Some other cars, the girl in the red and black Mini Cooper, they parked tons of those on the streets around my house after going to Long Beach, and security companies with groups of those cars following me. The black Jeep backwards here, like you saw at the first video segment I did with the Tom Farley location where he almost pelted someone with a car and is pinning on me in cover-up operations of things nobody could care less about normally, trying to attack my credibility to the entire planet, to remove me from society in such a way that looks like I'm just a public nuisance and need to be removed from society, to put me in mental institutions, just like my brother's death threat at 16 after I stopped my brother from bashing Greg Wall's skull in with a crowbar. He gave me the blood is thicker than water speech, and then basically told me that he and his friends are going to put me in a mental institution, linking back to all of these operations, and you get the idea, right? So now I'm going to park and go in, but you understand how these things are progressing from 5 years old, and my brother threatening to have me killed because I stopped him from bashing Greg Waz head in with a crowbar. But where things break apart is where I've been hunted for over 30 years, just from that incident alone, saying, well, we don't believe you, and we think you're crazy, except where things don't make sense is I never really told many people or the police. So if I didn't tell anyone, and they're saying we don't believe you, we think you're crazy, and my brother's blood is thicker than water mobster speech didn't work, why is there worldwide groups hunting me, right? Well, just remember that Mike Huntley at Golden State Sports Medical, they wanted me to come home with my family and start a company, Signet E-Services, going from I'm a 25-year friend, from 14 to 29, to I've given you enough rope to hang yourself, and I'm working with the police and government to have you killed. Not that direct sentence, but you'd better live a careful life. Singing World of Paranoia, dropping papers on my desk about South Korea making people mentally able to control them, and all the things associated with Mike Huntley. Mike Huntley was originally Jason Perlman, my brother's friend, right? Well, me and my friends are going to put you in a mental institution, things like that, right? Okay, so now let's go in, get some food, and make sure, and just order food, and I'm sure there will be, like usual, harassments, especially after I hand them a business card stating this is the truth and everything else is lies. They're going to go irate, like every other location in the world. Every other location in the world, showing that they have something to hide by me. I'm going to hand them a card, and they're probably going to go ballistic, showing that every location in the world is getting mad, not because I'm doing anything wrong, because I'm exposing the truth that I have done nothing wrong. And when they get mad over me simply saying what you've been told isn't true, we'll show you the reaction the reaction of a murderer, right? Good, honest people don't get mad for you saying you've been lied to, okay? And good, honest people don't have worldwide propaganda, internet-based murder operations, making up daily lies to the entire planet to have you killed for reasons that are unfathomable, because they start at 5 years old, and they start at 5 years old, which doesn't make sense. What was my crime? Breastfeeding incorrectly or burping up some food? I'm going to sort of explain some of the things that happened over and over. So let's say I come here and I'm on my way to the office. I want to pick some food up and then go to the office so I have food for lunch. I go in here, and the chef would whistle as I'm sitting waiting for the food. And this isn't a one-time thing. It's every restaurant in the world, right? Now, a guy kind of came out here in all black smoking a cigarette. May or may not be something. But the point, so now the point I'm making is people know I'm on the way to the office, and they know that I'm coming to Incomparable here to get food. And so what happens is, as I'm waiting for food, looking out the window, people will start walking by. They'll start coming out of their cars in the same exact clothing pattern. So you might see like 5 people walk by in solid black pants and a solid green shirt. Or then after that, you might see 2 people walk by, solid black pants, solid yellow shirts. People sitting inside talking will be mimicking things off my social networks to try to bait me into a fight. The cars will all be backwards like we're seeing now in the pairs of twos, lights on. Like, for example, if I go here, you see the gray and blue car in pair of twos, backwards in their twos tactic to try to make me mentally ill, right? And so, remember, this never stops. It just keeps going on over and over and over, right? Right now, there's only one guy that came in. Whether he followed me, I don't know. She's acting more professional and standoff, like, oh shit, now he has endless videos on his website, which we didn't want to happen. I gave her the card. She didn't, which is rare, she didn't start acting out, lashing out in anger and rage, that you're not allowed to tell anyone what anyone's done to your life or will kill you, which is very strange behavior I'm watching now for 40 years, or technically 42 years, because now I'm 47. So right now it's not crazy like before, but you can still see kind of what's going on in the parking lot. Now, I've left my other camera in there running so that if he's whistling at me, which I'll check later, the chef, then we'll get it on video. So now I'm going to go in, I'm going to sit down, and the chef is now here. And so, okay, so you just heard this Asian lady who I was friendly to just honk her horn twice, her alarm horn twice, which you've seen on a couple other times, I think, on some other segments at locations I've gone to, and she's also parked backwards, showing that, right, that's a provoking, we're going to try to set you up. You also, there's a gray guy waiting there with his lights on backwards. That was a heavy ore. Okay, so there's a lady that pulled up in a red Focus watching me. Now I don't see anyone to pick up. They weren't whistling like usual, but this girl pulled up watching me. Now let's hand these. Oh.
You need to tilt here because the juicy one is going to split it out on your back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Carry like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I want you to be aware of the timing of the security guard, right? Leaving the restaurant, security guard comes out, and a girl's waiting for me in the red Focus, trying to sort of intimidate, right? Also, notice he's in the yellow and black pattern, which I've mentioned earlier, people following me down to the other segments of video, except for they were in the yellow and blue. But yellow and black is one of the patterns. Red cars, Focuses. I know I'm sort of mentioning everything, but it's the way they do it in the groups and the timing. The timing of the security guard, the timing of the girl getting out of the car, all these things which look very subtle and gaslight you, make you look crazy. In this lot alone, there's several hundred cars parked in such ways to try to make me mentally ill and get a reaction, but more importantly, the timing of the events, right? The girl showing up in the red Ford Focus, which, for example, we have a red and a blue Focus, which is parked on my street in twos and together for years, maybe 5 or 6 years, trying to provoke me into a situation. Red Focus pulls up, girls watching me. Security guard comes out as I'm walking out to try to intimidate me, all timed, trust me. Girl wearing the yellow and black pattern, which I have tons of Jeeps and twos. Like today alone, 2 yellow and black Jeeps at 2 coffee shops in the same shopping center, Gateway Plaza, Topanga, directed at me, parked backwards on my other camera and video, right? All these things are very stealth if you don't know what's going on or aren't looking for them, but once you see it, once you figure out that you're being hunted and stalked and you're a gang stalking target, you're watching these mass groups try to kill you. And the thing is, you'll notice they weren't really scared of the camera or this and that. But a lot of times they try to trick me into making me look crazy and telling me things. It's illegal to take video or pictures on private property, or absurd statements like this. Well, the police follow me around, but there's nothing illegal about taking photos or video on private property, hence them trying to cover up and immobilize during these murder operations, if that makes sense. We're going to hunt you down, try to torture and kill you. You don't tell anyone, and you don't get proof of it. Therefore, the security guard walking by is a pathetic intimidation tactic to try to intimidate me. Quiet, right? Well, he was very passive. He didn't do anything. He's working with all other security companies, the police worldwide, to hunt me, torture me, stalk me, immobilize me while doing it until I'm dead and gone. And I'm told I'm not allowed to tell anyone. I'm told by security companies alone that I'm not allowed to have signs on my car like this, which makes no sense other than you don't talk or we kill you. And then, of course, the more aggressive people, you don't talk or we kill you. It is what it is. You better accept what's going on or it's going to get a lot worse for you. No relaxing for you, nigger. You get the idea. In this worldwide mass murder operation, the real question is, why isn't anyone saying a planet full of people trying to hunt down and kill someone with people like Mike Huntley, Rody Morales, Tom Farley, Adrian Olivares, Ron Perlman, Lorena Escobar, Paul Humphrey, you name it. Why is it okay for them to randomly target, single out, and hunt down and kill people with worldwide support, no judicial system, just I don't like that guy and we have a planet full of people to kill him and he's not allowed to tell anyone. These are the real important questions, and you're not allowed to go to the police because they'll make up lies that no crime has been committed, violating every constitutional right and protection known to man, which means that nobody in the United States is safe, because who's next? And I can assure you that if this is happening to someone like me, it can happen to anyone. I don't care how good you are, how bad you are. Everyone in the United States is in danger, and we're alive because all these internet tools are generally global technologies, and with things like deep learning and what NSA is probably doing, or other organizations that we don't know about, like NSA, I'm sure exist. Nobody is safe. So just think about that.
Okay, so we are now arriving at Golden State Sports Medical, 18531 Roscoe Boulevard, cross streets, Roscoe, Reseda. This is my father's office, Golden State Sports Medical, where he's pretty much hired people like Lorena Escobar, Elsie Sandoval, George Escobar, Tony Montilla, many others to have me killed or removed from society. Blue Ultima is most likely there for me. We have a gray and black here. Spectrum truck, 2 Spectrum trucks backwards together in 2s. Remember my father working with Time Warner to violate my privacy with internet connections and the police and government. This lot alone, today's Saturday, so it's not a work day, but this lot alone comprised a Patty Guggen gray 4Runner type, a no-plater Kelly Hatch Jeep Cherokee, another car backwards here, but this lot, 2 Hondas, I don't know if they're both Civics. This lot, for 10 years that I was here, I worked for my father for 14 years. This lot, the cars in, aside from the entire office taking turns on me every few minutes for 14 years at every location in the world or wherever we were, this lot had thousands of cars per day showing up with the mental illness tactics, people waiting, watching me in 2s if I go out and smoke a cigarette, identical cars in 2s, like 2 Civics, 2 Jeep Cherokees, sometimes forwards together, sometimes backwards together, clothing color tactics, people waiting for me to come out of the office to get food, things like that, in color patterns, like, you know, like 10 people come out of their offices with black pants, green shirts. This is the backside where we would park. Now remember, these pattern tactics ramped up after I created a photograph, or after Lorena Escobar, and the guy behind me also sort of doing a U-turn as I am. Lorena Escobar asking me to do a photo shoot with her, then running around saying I took her picture, and then, you know, with studio lights on a green screen, okay? There's no miscommunication there, or possibility of anything. This is the back door, and interesting that the black Audi behind me didn't park, just did a U-turn as well. And Lorena Escobar, basically, one of the photos I did with her on green screen were patterns, color patterns, like horizontal striped color patterns matching the room with the same patterns, like she's blending in. And after that, the pattern tactics worldwide ramped up to kill me. Okay, so you get the idea. All these employees paid off to help have me killed and try to make me look crazy, with all under duress of my father in these operations. Okay, so while I could spend 100 years straight talking about the daily murder operations to kill me just at Golden State Sports alone, orchestrated by my father, I'm going to skip and stay on topic to what we're doing here. Okay, so we're gonna stick to, so today I'm talking about
or this video I'm talking about here at Golden State Sports Medical, 18531 Ronald Barry Perlman's orthopedic / murder practice, where he pays off people like Lorena Escobar to have his son killed since 16. We're on the topic of Kevin's a reckless driver, and Kevin needs to be removed from society because he's a danger to himself or others, right? So, you're witnessing all the things going on around me to try to get me to lose focus while I'm driving so that they can set me up to cause accidents. Now this is the location that I used to park my car, which you are allowed to during business hours. Right here. So I used to park my car right here. And they had left, someone sprayed graffiti on the sidewalk here, and it said like, no mobbing, I don't mob bitches, or something like that, right? Now, the reason they put it there was to make it look like I parked here and I wrote it. Okay, so this is the spot where I would park weekdays 9 to 5, or when I was in the office on weekdays, which they hated so much, making up every lies that it's about some kind of smelly armpit disease, changing every few seconds, right? I smell, I stink, I'm blocking them from working from home, I'm blocking them in the office from working, I'm sabotaging the networks, all the things that they were kind of doing to me, with Lorena Escobar hiring IT people to sabotage the network and do freaky things to employees to try to make it look like I was doing it to them, working with Shanna, Brian Seva, and a million other of them for 14 years straight, changing from verbal conversation mimics to set up attempts, frame jobs, you name it, everything. You've seen, I spoke about the cars. I didn't really speak about what they were doing inside the office. To me, that's for something else that's up on my blogs and other videos. But let's talk about one of the things they did, which is my father not liking me parking at this spot right here, which today nobody is parked at, but normally during the week cars are lined up here on the side of the road. Now, what was it that my father was so mad about that he was trying to manipulate me, saying things that don't make sense? You know, if you park here, someone can hit your car, right? That was one of his arguments. Well, who would care? Okay, well, what was the reasoning I was parking here that got them so angry? Well, after 10 years of these worldwide murder operations, and let's just say 10 years of Golden State murder operations with my father orchestrating the whole thing and paying off people like Lorena Escobar and Mike Huntley to have me killed, what was it that he was so mad about? Well, he was mad about the signs on my car. Kevin Perlman Target.com, a worldwide campaign to remove me from society since childhood, because finally at around who knows what age, I realized that they just weren't going to stop, and they still really haven't stopped, right? So before, I think I had smeared as a license plate frame on one of my cars, and now they're both targeted. Same thing basically, but kind of showing you know, the types of, or things that are making them angry because they don't want the truth coming out. And just quickly, over here, we have a third Optima who's pulled backwards next to the two Spectrum vehicles, showing how people are grouping together near me or directed at me to create mental illness in these patterns, twos and threes, tactics, cars backwards in twos and threes, saying things in twos and threes, yes, 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 hi, 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 things like that. Now remember, these are random strangers worldwide. Okay, so they're mad about the signs. So in order to try to punish me, so to speak, about the signs, my father and Elsie Sandoval. Oh, let me jump back. So I buy a GPS Garmin, which sits on the dash. Older technology, now it's all in your cell phones. So I buy a GPS Garmin, and it's on my car's dash. And my father and Elsie Sandoval with Lorena Escobar see it as a excuse or justification to tell one of the people, I can't tell you if they worked here or not, because the scope of their reach is worldwide. And what they do is they have someone park in front of me. What they do is they have someone park in front of me, and when they're backing up here, and maybe I was a few spots back, when I was backing up, when she backed up, she backed into my front bumper. So why did she back into my front bumper? Because she wanted to make it look like I rammed her. Now, I was nice, or she was nice enough to leave a note, I backed into your car, and this is for the insurance company with all the information. So I take my car down to Valley Automotive Center, who during the time is not concerned with that, and working with Officer Sean Dinsey, Officer Jensen, LAPD to try to make me look like a reckless driver. And while I'm dropping off, picking up my car, or them driving me home, they're trying to get confessions, false coerced confessions. I don't believe they were trying to get confessions at this time that I rammed someone, but they were working on two other angles. One angle was they were trying with Elsie Sandoval, my father's office, and my father to get confessions that I was watching porn in my car while driving, which is the stupidest thing known to man. It's a frickin' GPS Garmin, which like 70% of the world have and now do it on their cell phones. And the other thing they were trying to do, they were mad about, was this keychain boxing glove I have on my keychain, trying to sort of thug me not to have it, and things like this. Now you're gonna say to yourself, so what, who cares? Now the reason they are mad about the boxing glove is because they went out telling the entire planet that I'm a violent paranoid schizo who thinks he's like Mike Tyson and is a woman beater, and I beat up and kill women and things like this. Where does that come from? Well, that comes from a piece of artwork in about 1996 in Jim Johnson's computer imaging art class on a website he put up in class he called the Sleeping Dog Contest, all relating back to my father's dog, Rhoda, the Rhodesian Ridgeback, the dog my father put shock collars on, and at one point my friend Basu stepped over Rhoda, and Rhoda lunged up trying to bite him. This all seemed to start with Rhoda, or restart with Rhoda, because I believe I told my pool player friend at University of Colorado, Daryl Oon, about my father's dog Rhoda and my father putting shock collars on Rhoda, not in like a mean way, just talking about my life like humans do. Okay, so them realizing that I know too much information or I have too much information, if that makes sense, right? Not wanting me to talk, even though I didn't really understand what was going on. Now, just to take it one level deeper, because all these things relate and connect, the real reason my father named Rhoda, the Rhodesian Ridgeback Rhoda, who he got from Donna, one of his girlfriend's friends, or no, from Donna Raisdom, his girlfriend at the time. The real reason he named Rhoda was out of the movie 1956, The Bad Seed, where the girl the 10-year-old girl or whatever went out killing all the neighbors. Rhoda was the bad seed. So Rhoda, and I never would have made the connection until they sent Kelly Hatch after me to follow me up from Calabasas High School. In her white Jeep Cherokee, like Tom Farley's Jeeps and Jeep Cherokees, up to Southern Oregon State College, someone I was never friends with or knew. And after that, in 1992, Kelly Hatch wanted me to see the movie The Bad Seed from 1946 about Rhoda, the evil bad seed child who I'm supposedly a monster and like Rhoda, right? So her reasoning was to try to scare or guilt me into a false coerced confession with the police while working on me, and all sorts of other angles, stating I tried to break in her room for asking her to borrow an X-Acto knife to work on my car stereo, and then also making up another lie with the police that I stole her Jeep Cherokee, things like this, right? Showing that she had motive, and it wasn't just a coincidence, but she was actually working with the police on these operations. Kelly Hatch is involved in these operations which link back to 5 years old. The connection with Kevin Perlman is a woman beater, is my family with Jim Johnson at University of Colorado. Jim Johnson, my electronic imaging teacher, working with these worldwide groups, stating that I'm a violent paranoid schizo, and I think I'm Mike Tyson fighting a game character, Katana, in this harmless 30-minute piece of art I created, which he put on the web. And when it went on the web in 1995, 96 or whatever, we can all be assured that it didn't go viral to the world. So the point is that me creating a harmless piece of art results, and this happens with every piece of art I've ever created since 5 years old, results in the world being told I think I'm the person in the picture, or I'm a violent paranoid schizo, I conform to media, and I'm not stable, I have no grasp for reality, and so because I created a simple piece of art for an art class in college, I'm being hunted worldwide with people like Brian Longbotham saying that I think I'm O.J. Simpson and I'm a danger to myself or others and I'm a violent paranoid schizo, all coming from nowhere, coming from thin air. So that is the relevance of the boxing glove thingy on my keychain. Now, why are they so defensive about it? Because the boxing glove shows that I'm not afraid and I don't have something to hide, right? Hence, just like the signs on my car show that I don't have anything to hide, hence lead officer Sean Dinsey, Officer Jensen, with my sign smeared for creating art, shows that I don't have anything to hide, discounting their lies, discounting their lies, that everything they're telling the world is blatant lies, fabrications, fictions, all with ulterior motives to have me killed or removed from society based on hate, rage, anger. We don't like you, starting at 5 years old with government flagging and extermination operations, or operations to rid people of the world, lock them away, that they just don't like, not based on any actual reasoning, kind of like Adolf Hitler, I don't like or trust you, so we're going to rid you of the world. So after this, I take my car to Auto Valley Motor Repair, something like that, off of Oxnard and Sepulveda, ironically across from Spearmint Rhino, which I wasn't paying attention when I looked them up in Yelp. But ironically, that put them on the defensive too, because Spearmint Rhino is where they had Alexis Amore and many other strippers, porn stars, and people follow me in these setup operations after Rody Morales wanted to take me to Spearmint Rhino and other strip clubs on these setup operations and frame jobs. Now remember, it wasn't just Rody Morales who took me to the strip clubs on these setup frame job operations. From the age 20 to 30, Eric Christensen in Southern Oregon State College took me to strip clubs. Was trying to set me up and frame me. University of Colorado, Val Morozov, a Russian exchange student, wanted to take me to strip clubs and start a company with me. Moving back to California, Tom Farley and Rody Morales wanted to take me to strip clubs to set me up and frame me, make it look like I'm stalking strippers and weird freaky things like this. Working with Victoria Walker, Michael Bialis, Brian Longbotham, and so many others. And I don't want to get too sidetracked, but a quick note, when Rody Morales took me to the first adult con before 29, when Rody Morales took me to strip clubs before 29, right when we got to adult con, not strip clubs, right when we got to adult con, Val Morozov calls me out of the blue, who I hadn't talked to in like 5 years, just wanting to catch up, who took me to strip clubs and wanted to start companies with me, just like Rody Morales. You get the idea. And with the name Adult Con, like we're conning you. But this isn't really about conning people. This is about extermination operations to remove people from society by riling up the masses against them. So that being said, I think you got the idea. And so we're going to head out to Valley Motors Center. Okay, so now remember, the police are running around saying weird things, that I'm a crazy man, I've lived in a cave all my life, I'm a conspiracy theorist, all these things to cover up what they've been doing to my entire life. But the point I'm trying to make here is that the things the police and world are mad at me about aren't anything unusual. Example, all the people that took part in going to Kevin's Burgers and street racing or watching or whatever are not being hunted by the government with billions of dollars like Kevin Perlman, me, is. Why is that? Why out of all these people that avidly raced down here on Mason or went to Kevin's Burgers, why aren't they being hunted? Right? That's the question you need to be asked. My family with the police and government are saying that I'm an out-of-control monster who is a danger to himself or others, but all the people that mostly street raced they don't care about. Now, did I street race? I'm guessing I street raced about twice. I really didn't have that fast of a car. I had a 1985 Trans Am. I pulled out, modified, rebuilt the engine, modified it. Maybe 350 horsepower, I think. Probably not even that. Nothing compared to the other cars. One race, I raced Brian Weaver in his 454 red and black Chevelle, which is a no contest because a 305 like that without nitrous or anything isn't going to compare to a 454, which I have a whole story behind Brian Weaver intentionally blowing up the engine with nitrous so that he could tell his family lies that the engine went bad. So I raced Brian Weaver and I accidentally ripped the shifter out of the car, which was kind of funny, and put in a new shifter. Now, the other race is the more interesting one. I can't remember who I raced. Okay, so this is Service King, as you can see. As you can see here, we have the Service King Collision Repair Center, which used to be Valley Auto Center up until 2019. Or sorry, up until 2017, and right after my arrests with lead officer Sean Dinsey in their cover-up operations, they changed their name to Service King Collision Auto and Repair, 14954 Oxnard Street. 2017 Valley Auto Center, where I would take my car for everything, instantly changing their names to Service King. Okay, so here's the Spearmint Rhino, the first strip club Rody Morales wanted to take me to around 25, 26 on Oxnard and Limona Street. All linking back to Mike Huntley when I was around 14 to 16, handing me a lemon drop he made at the bar and me knocking it out of his hand when it came behind me as a defensive reaction to my brother always hitting me in the back of the head or flicking me in the ear endlessly, showing me movies, because movies are also called flicks, lots of horror movies, trying to flip me out and make me look crazy. First thing I notice is an Altima parked here, may or may not be anything, but they like to use Altimas a lot. So this is Service King right here. Okay, so this is where, working with my father, Sean Dinsey, LC Sandoval, they are doing things like having people back into my front bumper, and then when I go here, these people working with the police, my father's office, when they're asking all sorts of interrogating questions in regards to about the GPS, the Garmin, about the keys, about my driving, and these questions don't just come from Service King or Valley Automotive Center. They come from my father, Lorena Escobar, LC Sandoval. So these questions come from that whole crew working on me, right? So once again, this is the back of Spearmint Rhino. This is where Alexis Amore followed me with so many other people. Working with Brian Longbotham, Rody Morales. What was their motive? Well, apparently, since there's a worldwide campaign to put me in the ground, it wasn't good. All linking back to the police to remove me from society since 5 years old. Now, the one name I want to talk about here at Service King or Valley Automotive Center is the employee named Brian Ushar. Now, Brian, with so many other Brians, sent after me my entire life. Brian Ushar with Brian Longbotham, Brian Weaver, all working together, flat out told me before the 2017 arrests that there was a police officer with a website who was coming after me, and 2 days before getting my car back, and I can't remember which incidents this was. It was probably some of the tire slashings or car keyings that were done to my car. Oh no, I remember. It was the Hollywood Boulevard in Taft by the 7-Eleven. Hollywood Boulevard in Taft by the 7-Eleven, going out to Hollywood. People told to try to launch their vehicles at me and cause accidents, and someone wearing a black and red Raven Bay flannel. The reason I call it a Raven Bay flannel is because Raven Bay, porn star Raven Bay, likes to put all different aspects of my private life in her movies, just like 60% of the media out there, and kind of directed at me with anger with everyone else that if you ever watch any type of media, there will be cryptic, suggestive, Clockwork Orange types of hidden messages directed at me to try to create mental illness. So you get the idea. There are these NSA tabs kept on me since 5 years old, and my private, every intricate aspect on a data mined level is being given out. To the world to use in what Brian Longbotham would call his spy game tactics. Also having me work on a pilot for Universal Studios called Spy Game, as well as Hollyweird. So they're putting these hidden messages to try to make it look like I'm a violent paranoid schizo, and so some of those hidden messages have to do with the red and black flannel Raven Bay had, and people following me around in red and black flannels, right? So the guy that wedged his car in between me and a right turn, for example, I'm at Hollywood Boulevard in Taft, I'm hanging a right turn, with tons of other things happening at the 7-Eleven there directed at me and everywhere else, and someone wedges their car in between me and the right turn and causes like a bumper tap level accident, right? Almost zero damage to his car and a few hundred to my car, right? Well, Sean Dinsey, with so many others in the LAPD and police and government, all working together, with these mass worldwide groups, are working with Valley Automotive or Service King, which they have changed their names, trying to cover up and hide, telling people to actually launch cars at me. So Sean Dinsey, my point is Sean Dinsey and LAPD are actually responsible for telling citizens to launch vehicles at me in such a way that makes it look like I'm a reckless, out of control driver and they need to remove me from society. Now, not only that, okay, so not only that, but either that night or the week after, I noticed several other people told to wedge their car in between me and right turns. Okay, so after the first guy was successful, I was more aware looking in my rearview mirror and going down something like Hollywood and Vine. I noticed as I put on my blinker to hang a right turn, someone behind me throwing their car as fast as possible into the right lane to sort of try to wedge themselves between me and the right turn, right? So within that time period, like 1 week, tons of people were told all across on these mass internet-based notification systems to wedge their cars in between me and right turns to cause accidents, to make it look like I was a reckless driver, and keep doing it over and over to make it look like I have driving problems, right? What does Officer Sean Dinsey's worldwide murder operation discovery say? Neighborhood Watch say? Well, his worldwide neighborhood watch /terror /setup frame job operation campaign says Kevin has driving problems, and we have a neighborhood watch group on him. Well, how do these neighborhood watch groups go worldwide? So if I'm driving in Mexico or Sweden, that people are watching everything I do and throwing cars at me, right? Doesn't make any sense. Besides, it's unconstitutional to have a neighborhood watch group directed at a specific person while mass groups follow them around and hunt them, right? My point is, these aren't neighborhood watch groups. These are murder operations, government kill operations, government flagging, extermination, terror operations to rid those of the world they don't like Adolf Hitler. So Brian Ushar tells me there's a website with a police officer coming at me 2 days before Terrence Scroggins is contacted by Officer Sean Dinsey, who has a Facebook and a website going after people he claims could be a danger to society because they might have mental illness. Okay, so Brian Ushar, 2 days before Sean Dinsey's illegal arrest, contacting me, flat out telling me that there's a police officer going after me. Turns out it was Sean Dinsey, Officer Jensen's partner from ex-partner from 2013, who Internal Affairs was called on. Like 5 years later, pokes his beak out, so to speak, his snake head out of the snake hole, and is contacting my neighbors like Terrence Scroggins, which if you order some of the court transcripts from their illegal arrests, Terrence Scroggins flat out states he was contacted by Sean Dinsey to go after me and things like this. He also states that if he doesn't like someone in his community or society, he has the right to go after them. Basically showing you that Sean Dinsey is heavily involved in these cover-up operations. Okay, so you get the idea. During those 2 days, there were endless attacks and people threatening me and things like this. And when the courts manage to illegally or stealthily give me the protective orders against me, I didn't even know who it was from because there were so many people. Because I didn't know who it was from because there were so many people working on me. Not only those 2 days, but past the last 18, or at that point about 15 or 16 years, right? So I had no clue who the protective order was even really from. Okay, so, right, you get the idea that I'm just literally being hunted by a planet full of people with these so-called worldwide neighborhood murder groups, murder watch operations that aren't just watching, but provoking all day and night, 24/7, to remove me from society. So, well, if I were to go into all the operations of trying to set me up and work with, whether it's Service King, Valley Automotive Center, now the new one, Cook's Auto Body Repair, you get the idea that they are all involved with Sean Dinsey, LAPD, NSA, FBI, and worldwide support to remove me from society. And it doesn't matter how good of a person I am, all these operations are connected from my father's office to out here at Spearmint Rhino, to the Los Angeles Spearmint Rhino, where Alexis Amora was pretending I was following her when they had Tim Thompson in their office, and the manager of the LA Spearmint Rhino called me to look at his Citrix environment on his computers, where she just happened to be down there. You name it, all these operations are connected in a mass communication system. And Service King, just to note once again, right after the arrests in 2017, this was not Service King, this was Valley Automotive Center with Brian Ushar helping in these operations, and you will hear an audio recording with proof of that and my phone call with him afterwards, after the arrests. While this isn't a one-time thing with Valley Automotive Center, every single time I took my car down here, they were involved in some kind of trying to get some kind of dirt to cover up these mass operations with the police and government. So just one more time, this is the Spearmint Rhino at Lamona Street. And why was it so important that Mike Huntley worked with Jen Hess and people like Jen Hess and Rody Morales and Julia Sofia Reynoso, aka Rody Morales, trying to tell the world that I had killed someone and things like that? Why was it so important to take me to the Spearmint Rhino and Lamona Street and make up lies that I'm hunting and stalking strippers to the world while destroying my name because they were mad at me for getting into studio photography with women and building adult websites? Why were they so mad at me, really? Well, once again, as I said before, Mike Huntley, originally Jason Daniel Perlman, my brother's friend, at around 14 or 16, handing me a lemon drop drink he made from the bar, realizing that my brother had abused me, not to the point, my brother didn't really abuse me that bad that I knew of, but when Mike Huntley, little did I know what my brother was really doing, I should say that. On the surface, it doesn't look that way. Mike Huntley realized that when he came from behind me and handed me the drink and my right arm went up really fast and hit the drink out of his hand from behind. There was some kind of leftover repetitive induced defense reflex from the amount of times my brother flicked me in the right ear, trying to get angry reactions to make it look like I threatened his life and tried to kill him and things like this. Mike Huntley, my brother's friend, saw that there was kind of like some subliminal trauma from my brother's slight physical abuse, therefore spending the rest of his life with my family trying to make sure that none of that ever came out. But once we start talking about the psychological warfare things they were doing on me, starting at 5 years old, example, the reason my brother was flicking me in the ear was to hint about movies, flicks, and my brother was told to show me movie after movie and lots of horror movies with his friends, so that he could say I conformed, to horror movies, right? Saying that I'm not a stable person, I'm a violent paranoid schizo, and what you need to understand the most out of all this is that these operations start at 5 years old with my family trying to show me media and mass groups working with them, and then them trying to reenact what's going on around me with mass groups for movies to make it look like I conform to movies and live in like a fantasy world, right? So finding these things out at 29 meant that they needed to cover up all these operations, even more so that had always been going on, right, with mass groups. Now media used are all around the entire planet, 60% of media, to try to continually make me mentally ill, to remove me from society. Right, you get the idea what is going on, and let's just, before I end this segment, get the Service King sign, which I will then show you photos from 2017. The entire reasoning they changed their name is to cover up the crimes that Valley Automotive Center or whatever is involved in, and I can guarantee if you do the work, this is most likely the same exact owner, just changing the name. So now this orange and black car, since they're using orange and blacks and things like that, this is probably intentional.
Hello?
Hi, is this Kevin?
Yeah, speaking. Is this Brian?
Hi, Kevin. Yes, it's Brian. How are
Hi, good. I was talking to you in a while. So anyways, I told the girl, and she said bring the car in. So, what time do you guys close?
We close at 6, but I'm trying to think. You'd probably want to bring it, so we can do it all in one shot. But something needs to stay here for you. You probably want to bring it early enough in the day that if we need to get a rental for you, we can do that.
You think you could do it? Okay. I mean, you don't think it's probably gonna take a while, huh? I mean,
does it look like the bumper needs to be painted again?
I'm not sure. What happened was I went off. You know that car scrapes on everything, but I went off a curve, not like off, but down off a steep angle curve, and the back scraped, and then I looked, and I noticed like it popped off, and I popped it back into place, but then I noticed when I opened the trunk that it looked like there were no screws holding it in place. Like there's holes where screws are supposed to be, but it's out of alignment. But the paint might be a little damaged. It's probably not that bad if it is. But anyways, I guess you'll take a look, but I don't know. I would think it would take a while to fix, but,
okay.
Anyway.
You know what we should do? The clips are not a big deal. If the bumper moved a lot, it can pop those clips out, and we can put brand new ones in there for you.
Okay.
And the bumper, I'll check it for you. If it needs some touch-up, I can do that. If you're looking just to get this done like in a few minutes. But,
okay.
Remember the bumper, the good thing with the bumper is even if it's got some scratches, but it's not real bad, you don't have to fix it right away because it's not the body of the car where it's going to rust. The bumper covers plastic, so rust is never an issue. But you probably want to come by early enough that if I want to have my guys put those screws in there so the bumper's not loose anymore.
Oh, yeah, I get it. Good
the
point.
clips, whatever it holds, yeah. Because the guys stop working at 5, so you can come in before that. That'd be great. Or tomorrow morning, whatever's easier for you.
Okay. One more question. Actually, I wanted to know, remember we had that conversation about the police officer that was posting things on Facebook? What, do you know what his name was? Was that Officer Dincy, or do you have any idea?
If you said it, I would know it, but that definitely wasn't it. And I haven't heard anything lately. That was back when you were here. I told you, our wife had read some stuff on there and showed it to me. But I haven't seen anything since. It's it's Sean something. Sean is his name.
Oh, Sean Sean Dincy. Yeah.
Oh, is that his house? Okay,
uh-huh.
Yeah. He was just responding to what other people were saying. He didn't say anything wrong. He was,
Yeah, no, I actually went to his face. I've been harassed several times by, once you said that to me, my neighbors, amped up their attack. So obviously I'm under constant harassment and terror by them, and they're playing their games. Oh, nothing's going on, and you're a paranoid schizo, right? And then when I got home, or the next couple days, I was met with all sorts of like death threats, and this guy in this Miata is going to beat you up by my neighbor Greg Koenig and things like that, right? And then some big black guy was waiting for me, yelling at me, and right. So they were totally riling me up. But the reason I ask is it's obvious that the police and this Sean Dincy are doing illegal operations by turning people into police. Does that make sense? Like, first, people aren't allowed to provoke people and set them up, right?
Right.
Because anyone can contact anyone, whether he's a police or not, and you can go, you see that guy, he murdered someone, right? So I want you, some nobody with no training or on the force, to follow him around and figure out how we can put him in jail is a vigilante. And if the police are telling the people to be vigilantes, then the police are breaking the highest law known to man, right? So, anyways, you understand where I'm coming from, yeah. So.
Yeah, no, I didn't see any of that happen. It was people making it sound like they were making some threats. That the police didn't comment in that way at all. They were just being notified by these people. That's all I saw.
Yeah, no, they've been adamantly attacking me and calling the cops, and I walk out of my house and it's the things I have on video, the cars parked in pairs of twos, and those passive-aggressive, way beyond subliminal level passive-aggressive terror operations to get that reaction and they go, he's crazy and a paranoid schizo and a nuisance and we need to remove him from society. But like usual, if they weren't trying to set me up committing the crime, then everyone would be happy and the planet would rotate peacefully like it always has, at least on the normal level, right? So anyways, okay, so that's why I want to know, because I saw his Facebook and he says all sorts of crazy. First of all, it's a personal Facebook account, so why is this guy posting information? This guy's a possible suspect, that guy's a possible suspect. He's posting things about people that suffer from mental illness that should be removed from society because they can't make rational decisions, and one of their labels on me is that I'm a paranoid schizo, right, to cover up their operations. So he's involved in all sorts of things that most people would say, no, if you work for the LAPD, then you don't post that crap on your personal Facebook. Maybe you post, I went out to dinner with so-and-so and she's cute, Right. But anyways, yeah. Okay. So his name was Sean Dinsey. So, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, listen, come on by either this afternoon or tomorrow morning and we'll look at that bumper for you, okay?
Okay, thanks. All right,
Kevin.
You're welcome.
Soon. Okay, bye.
Now, we're going to go down to Hollywood and Taft and Hollywood and Vine, and I'm going to show you where the guy with the Raven Bay flannel launched his vehicle in between mine, working with Service King / Auto Valley Motive Center, Spearmint Rhino, LAPD, NSA, FBI, and worldwide support. Okay, so I'm on Hollywood Boulevard. I'm making my way to the 7-Eleven on Taft and Hollywood Boulevard, right by the fire department. Be prepared to see police show up in the parking lot of the 7-Eleven after I'm here. Usually directed around me. And I'm gonna pull across in this shopping center. We're also kind of check out the parking lot of 7-Eleven. Usually there's cars in cryptic patterns to create mental illness. I see two red cars together right now. Usually in this parking lot here, there's tons of people waiting for me when I come out to Hollywood on Saturday nights and Santa Monica and things like this. I don't see any here yet. Usually it's later. Today is Saturday, but usually it's more like 10 to 12 a.m., p.m. to a.m. And so several things have happened here. So usually people are waiting here in cars backwards with lights on, pairs of twos, color patterns, just like the two red cars over here, over there. So as the parking lot looks normal right now, be prepared when I leave in about an hour or less to see weird things going on and people ramping up their attacks. Okay, so we are out here at the 7-Eleven on Taft Boulevard and Hollywood Boulevard. And so the significance between this intersection and Taft. Okay, over there right now at the 7-Eleven, you can see two kind of cars, red cars together, one forwards, one backwards. Usually there's a lot more in cryptic patterns, cryptic message patterns. We are also across from the Pier 1 store. Now remember, everything that goes on is directed around me is about hidden messages to try to make me look like a violent paranoid schizo, to set me up, frame me, and figure out ways to remove me from society. So what is the significance or the relevance of Taft Street? Well, out in Woodland Hills, I grew up next to Taft High School, and they started working on me at 7-Elevens worldwide after around 29 years old when I told Tom Farley, let's go to 7-Eleven. Let's go to 7-Eleven. Let's go to 7-Eleven and let's go to 7-Eleven and get some Slurpees. And they started ramping up the attacks as if there's some kind of crime or I did something wrong to Tom Farley mentioning Slurpees. Now remember, I'm out here just kind of videoing myself, minding my own business, but most likely we're going to see some police pull up in the 7-Eleven lot around me, directed at me. Before I start talking about the wedging cars in between me and right turns with the guy with the Raven Bay flannel at this intersection, I first want to point out a couple of other setup operations. So, as I come out here every Friday night, or not every, but a lot of times on Saturday nights, they know I'm coming out. The entire city ramps up attacks to try to make me mentally ill. People driving down the boulevard might be told to say things in twos, like one guy might open his window and say, "Hi, how you doing, buddy?" And then 30 minutes later, a completely different stranger down the boulevard driving will say the same thing, showing that there's mass coordinated internet-based attacks with psychological warfare since 1994 going on with people worldwide. Okay, so what I want to point out is here is a lot of times, since they know I'm coming down to Hollywood, people will wait around on skateboards and bicycles and things like that. And as you can see, the entrance here to Pier 1, a lot of times, if they think that I'm going to turn in to Pier 1 over there, they'll be notified from someone watching, texting them and waiting in a car, or just looking at the police tracking on my my cell GPS tracking me. And as I pull in here or at the street over there, they'll try to get their bicycles or skateboards in front of my car to get me to hit them in hopes that I don't see them while all the other things are being done to me, right? They're trying to get me to lose focus and lose concentration so that they can make me look like a reckless, out of control who has thought process problems and things like that, right? As you can see here, there is another car who's pulled backwards, and most likely we're going to see things ramp up as I video. There's also two red cars in the corner by the California Donuts. So now remember, as I first started videoing these car launching, try to make Kevin look like a reckless driver to remove him from society operations, people were a lot more aggressive in the beginning with the Tom Farley Jeep cars backwards and things like that. Some guys waving to me and things like that. So guys waving to me, so they know me, right? That's the point. The entire argument is that nobody knows me, and I'm imagining it while the guys waved and give me the peace and all that. So they know me, or who I am. So now, basically when I started videoing this segment a couple days ago, there was a higher rate of people trying to make me mentally ill while I was videoing. They've ramped down today. The last locations I've went to, there weren't people trying to make me mentally ill, or whether you want to call it sharking me or trying to break my concentration with the police to set me up, make me look crazy. It's been fairly ramped down, but we might see it ramp up here in Hollywood. And we just notice sort of how the fluctuations, how it was pretty aggressive with the black Jeeps in the beginning. and today it was close to none, but now I'm out in Hollywood, so that might be different. So okay, so now let's talk about the car wedging setups. And once again, yellow and black is one of the tactics. We have a yellow and black showing up walking, but that might not be anything until we see multiple people in yellow and blacks. So I'm driving down the street here, but let's just get them on video really quick. So I'm driving down Hollywood Boulevard here, and I'm coming this way, and I'm making a right turn right here, right? And I'm going up Taft Street. Now they don't, for some reason, they don't want me by this 7-Eleven or any other 7-Eleven worldwide. And I'm not going to get into all the things being done in Hollywood all over. I'm just going to stick with this location here, and this intersection right here. So I'm driving this way, and I'm making a right turn here. Now, as you can see, the length of the red, no parking, and I'm switching from the fast lane to this right turn lane, or to the lane on the right. Now, I'm not switching way at the or no, let me correct that. I'm not in the fast lane. I'm in. Okay, you see how if you are in this right lane going straight, that it's basically the width of two lanes, right? So this single lane where you make a right here is the width, and there's 3 Jeeps in a row here. That's probably a coincidence. So this right lane is the width of 2 lanes, and I'm about to make a right turn, and I'm right here by this tree. And I'm going from the left side of the right lane. I'm starting to go from the left side of the right lane and veer to the right side of this double lane, this double single lane, I guess you call it, where you just see this HL55. And as I'm veering to the right where I'm standing here, a guy who sees me from behind me. So he's right behind me. Does that make sense? He's not going to make a right turn, but he sees my blinker go on, and he sees me start to veer here towards the right. As we get right around this tree, or maybe where this fire truck is, he wedges his car in between me as I'm veering towards the right, in this right turn here, right? And and I sideswipe him as he sort of, I don't know how to explain it. My front bumper would be in front of his front bumper, but because he's wedging his car in between me and the red, my door or side, let me think. My side of my car hits his wheel, right? So the side of my car hits his wheel, and there's really almost no damage, right? We're talking bumper tap level damage. Does that make sense? So we come around here, we both pull to the side, we exchange insurance. Ironically, he has US insurance just like me, which is beyond any level of strange, because it is very rare that people have USAA insurance, and I think you have to kind of be in the Army, military, or your family does, right, to have USAA insurance, although that might have changed over the years. But my point is that we pull it aside. There's close to no damage on his car except for some paint. There's no damage on his car except for some of my car paint, and there's about maybe $300 or $400 of damage on my car. And of course, I take the car back to Valley Motor Center, who is in contact with Officer Sean Dinsey. Okay, now the first thing you might want to ask yourself, if Sean Dinsey works for the Woodland Hills, Topanga LAPD police station, why is Officer Sean Dinsey have information on his neighborhood setup operations, murder operations out here in Hollywood? First question. Second question, if these crimes are being committed against me worldwide, why am I only allowed to go to Topanga Division, right? And each division plays the same game, even if I go out to a local coffee shop and something happens and I report it, right? So the point is that not only is Sean Dinsey operating out of jurisdiction, these neighborhood murder groups are worldwide and going on since 5 years old. And that's pretty damn relevant, because that is beyond any level of illegal. And then once again, it's illegal to have a quote-unquote neighborhood watch group following one man around with groups of people stalking him, because that's the type of thing that makes you look paranoid, right? In other words, their actions of "I don't trust you and we're going to hunt you down and kill you" make it appear that I suffer from mental illness. Hence, what they've been working on my entire life since 5 years old. Okay, so whatever. We get out of the car here. We are right around here. We exchange information. He's wearing his Raven Bay flannel, showing that he's involved. He doesn't want to say anything about anything, but he says enough that we exchange information and insurance information and let the insurance companies deal with it. But remember that USAA is working with the police in these operations, and no one wants me talking because everything going on is beyond any level of highly illegal and unconstitutional, right? So surprisingly, we haven't had any police show up yet while I'm here to try to intimidate me or whatever. Now, after this, I take my car to Auto Valley Motive Center, which you've just seen linked in all these operations, working with Sean Dinsey, and them telling me that Sean Dinsey has a website and he's coming after me, right? By Brian Ushar at Valley Automotive Center, which right after these arrests, I was arrested 2 days later. Right after these arrests, Valley Motor Center is now King's whatever service center, right? That's a little strange, right? You don't think they're involved in something highly illegal that they instantly changed their name 2 days later or after these arrests, right? I just want to try to video "It's My Birthday" on the gray 4Runner, because that might be something directed towards me, because people make jokes "It's my birthday" on Twitter based on the Jen Hess, them sending Jen Hess after me. So anyways, you can see how these are all connected and linked which is not normal. And so we are now going to go down to Vine, where wait, here's a police officer. Might be something, might not. We are now going to go to Vine, where I believe in the same night, or maybe the next weekend, but I think the same night, someone else tried to wedge their car in between mine. Now remember, me at that point looking in the rearview mirror, because I was ready for it to happen again, watching people as I put my right blinker on, sort of speed up really fast, trying to throw their car in between mine, right? Catching at least one of them, and maybe even two, I'm not sure. But you get the idea of what's going on these endless operations, plus the people told to try to bring their skateboards or walk in front of me, which has not only happened here at this intersection, all throughout Hollywood Boulevard. When people get mad at me, groups try to jaywalk in front of my car, and things like this, right? Showing the mass coordinated operations of the things going on. Now, I don't want to get too deep because these operations are endless and I'll talk forever, but I just kind of want to give you an idea of the things going on with worldwide support that never ever stop. And if you want, maybe we'll get some video from this angle so you can just kind of see that guy, it's a single lane highway, but this lane is 2 lanes because of a fire department there. As I'm going from the left side of this right lane, around where this first tree is, to the right, a guy's wedging his car in between mine, where things really get shady, and making it just not a random incident is where Officer Sean Dinsey is working with Valley Motive Auto Center and all the people in the 7-Eleven with the mental illness tactics waiting for me every Saturday night to try to break my concentration and provoke me into reactions, right? Just like everywhere else. Once again, this is Hollywood and Taft, where the guy with the Raven Bay flannel wedged his car in between me and the right turn, causing a harmless bumper tap level accident, and Sean Dinsey running around saying Kevin Perlman's a reckless, out of control monster, and I think he's crazy, and we need to remove him from society. And once again, as I've said before, it is not a crime to be crazy, and the police are not allowed to follow people around because they think they're crazy. They're only allowed to follow or stop crimes based on probable cause. And there's no probable cause, there's just labeling. You're Jewish, I don't like you, I don't trust you, you're a bad person, the inferior race needs to die. You're black, you need to be a slave. You're crazy, so I have the right to hunt you down and remove you from society because possibly if you're crazy, you could do something horrible. Well, the Constitution of the United States doesn't say anything about I think you're crazy so I can kill you. The Constitution of the United States says you are protected by the Constitution and are a free man no matter what, based on your race, religion, color, size, crazy, not crazy. You have the First Amendment to run around saying, I saw aliens and flying saucers, and you are normally protected by the Constitution of the United States of America. Now remember, these start at 5 years old for me, and people like Tom Farley told to run around saying that I saw an alien light in his bathroom and things like this. which don't justify worldwide manhunts with Jew-hating, racist bigots like Sean Dinsey in these 40-year operations. But that is what's going on, and it's the reason it's going on is they're trying to make me think that it's okay and my fault that they're doing what they're doing. So now we're losing our light, so let's go down to Vine, Hollywood and Vine, and I hope there's enough light to finish up this Hollywood segment here. And this is 7-Eleven, Taft and Hollywood Boulevard. And once again, this is the sign that the police are so mad about because they don't want the truth coming to light. Okay, so we are leaving 7-Eleven here. The only things I haven't seen, they haven't done. Oh, well, here we go. We have the first one. So as I'm leaving, we have a guy, he sees me and he parks backwards. As this guy who is leaving with the car backwards leaves, and look, it looks like he's probably just sitting in his car. It's not nearly as aggressive as it normally is. This is the driver of the other backwards car. As you can see, it's just a random lady in Hollywood told to do these things, directed to Kevin Perlman to make him mentally ill. Now we're going down to Hollywood and Vine to document the next location where someone was told to try to wedge their car in between me and the right turn. Was not successful. I saw him because my eyes were glued to the rear view mirror, knowing what they were doing, or at least somewhat prepared for the amount of people that they have walking in front of my car when they see me, or skaters or bikers doing these things and hope they can get me to hit them with my car or come close to make it look like I have a problem with focusing and concentration, to set me up and frame me in these operations, to try to break my concentration and get me to do something which will land me in cages, or enough terror to just get me to blow my brains out or something like that, also known as gang stalking.
Okay, so the guy came by, he popped out the cat door, he left his Budweiser thing, and then most importantly, he unscrewed the light bulb so the light didn't turn on. So here you can see the Budweiser can he left, the light bulb which he turned off. This is where he entered, which you can see off the security camera. And then this is the door in which you see him trying to unlock or get in right here, to break and enter, right?
Okay, so we're walking down Vine Street and by Hollywood Boulevard, and I'm just going to kind of point out, well, the first thing you might want to look is the black and yellowish pattern, which groups of people are told within the last maybe 6 months to ramp up those color patterns. But more importantly, I'm not 100% sure if this is the next intersection after the first accident, this minor, insignificant bumper tap level accident that Dinsey hunts down and tries to kill people over But more importantly, I'm not 100% sure if this is the intersection because they weren't successful. They weren't successful with the actual next setup attempt because I caught them. I kind of knew what to look for. But whether this is the intersection or it isn't doesn't really matter because the accident never occurred that they wanted. It just kind of gives you an idea of the types of things they're doing to try to set me up, right? So let's just, for argument's sake, say this was the intersection on Hollywood. As I was, see, like for example, another yellow and black. So as I was way out here, probably where this white line would be, if this is the intersection or not. I think it is. Right when I put on my right blinker, let's say this GMC is them and the gray car is me, although that's my car, ironically. Right when my blinker went on, the GMC behind would have thrown his car as fast as possible into the right lane to make it look, as I'm veering from the main lane into the right turn lane, that I sort of sideswiped him, if that makes sense, right? And then I would sideswipe him right around here, the same exact thing done. Now, interesting enough, this was right after the first attempt, so I knew what to look for, and I was looking in the rearview mirror, and I could see the speed in which they sort of launched their car to the right lane, if that makes sense. It wasn't a slow, gradual, oh, I'm making a right turn. It was a highly, like a high speed, like grab your steering wheel, like go like this really fast to try to get it in between, to try to wedge it in between my car, right? And so that's kind of what you need to understand, is that it's not just one person doing it for the last 40 years. Person after person is notified to do it, and when I say person after person, it's not a tiny knit group of people told to do it. It is literally worldwide strangers. So what you need to understand is that going off to Southern Oregon State College and Kelly Hatch told to follow me up from Calabasas High to Southern Oregon State working with the police was all done intentionally, and then the entire city notified in whatever communications before the internet existed to stalk and hunt me. And then moving to University of Colorado, and all of Colorado told to do the same thing. And then in 1994, the internet coming around, and the government using that as a weapon against me, notifying the masses worldwide, everyone do what you can to remove Kevin Perlman from society. But it's not really about anything, which is strange. It goes from lie to lie. It goes from, with Rody Morales, I supposedly killed someone. It goes from women that I've hacked them and tried to get them to explode in anger. It goes from women with movie companies like Universal Studios, Modern Video Film. It goes from the Brian Longbotham frame jobs with Wes Craven, telling me that Wes Craven wants a clip of OJ fleeing the scene to make me look like a violent paranoid schizo, and Brian Longbotham telling Wes Craven that I'm crazy and I'm screwing with him, while the police run around saying I'm a violent paranoid schizo who thinks he's OJ Simpson. Then it changes that I think I'm Mike Tyson. Then it changes to the next thing, and it changes to the next thing. Then it changes to pedophilia, kiddie porn, car thieves, you name it, showing that they are only concerned with one thing, and one thing only, and that is removing me from society. That is all they are concerned with. But where things get weird is that they somehow manage to use 3/4 of the planet to help them. Now that is not normal, because if a police officer walks up to me and says that person's this and that, I want you to help me kill him, I'd be like, get the fuck away from me, I got a life to live, and that's the police's job, not mine. But like some of the other video footage that I have of people working with Dincy telling me, trying to get me to do things, saying, I don't trust that homeless guy over here, and my friend's in the bathroom, so can you go guard the bathroom, and freaky setup attempts like that, with Dincy showing up the next day, trying to break down my door, pretending he's with his friends, pretending they're FBI, impersonating FBI. You get the idea. You get the idea of what Sean Dincy, who's actually running for city council or something, District 12, is involved in telling people in Woodland Hills. It's pointed at me. Sorry. Is Sean Dincy telling people to become vigilantes? Sean Dincy telling people to become vigilantes to clean up the streets, right? We don't like these homeless guys, so we want you to figure out ways to lock them in jail and remove them from society, right? And so then they try to sort of reel me into their gang, going, Kevin, we're just trying to get rid of this homeless guy because he smells or something, so do these things for us. And then I go, well, that's not my job, If you have an issue with that homeless guy, you call the police. And then they get mad, and Dincy gets mad, and Dincy tries to break in my house once again, pretending to be with FBI agents and things like that, right? So that, with police scanner recordings of flagging and labeling people that might have mental illness, possible, what do they call it? Possible male mental and things like that, flagging them and following them, has nothing to do with police work, especially if they're going to follow them from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, state to state, country to country. Well, I think you're mentally ill, I think you're crazy, so I have the right to hunt you down. Just like Mike Huntley sent after me, you get the idea. That's not about crime. Crime is crime, and the police's job isn't to profile, I don't trust you, so we're going to remove you from society, right? So you get the idea. If that was the case, all these people we're seeing here on Hollywood Boulevard would be hunted by Sean Dincy. Dincy would be running around going, we got to remove all these people from society because they pose as possible problems in the future, right? Well, there's only one real man in history that has really succeeded with that type of thing, and his name is Adolf Hitler, the inferior race. You don't fit the criteria of the ultimate race, you show imperfection, we're going to hunt and eradicate you, right? Now, ironically, I've seen tons of people watching me video here on Hollywood, and they're kind of like laughing and snickering. That's the crazy guy, blah, blah, blah. But the reality of the situation is they don't really understand what the hell's going on and what they're involved in. They're being fed propaganda. They're being fed propaganda. They're being fed disinformation, and they actually believe it, so much so that they're taking part in a mass crime to help Sean Dincy, the people like him, all these things coming from the top, actually. Remember, this all starts at 5 years old. Now, I didn't know it started at 5. I found out at 29, met with Mike Huntley's threats, you're a dead man, we're using the system against you, and all these things. and that's kind of it, right? I didn't just turn 29 and brag and go, oh, hey, I see aliens. No, I was met with Mike Huntley, Rody Morales, with their death threats with the police and watching what they were doing and the cover-up operations from my family and the police are that Kevin's crazy and he just snapped. So anyways, aside from what you're seeing here with Valley Auto Center, now King Service, to try to cover up, change their name to cover up what they're involved in, I will also show you some of the smaller things like people walking in front of my car trying to get me to hit them and things like that.
Okay, so now I'm on my way the next day to the Coffee Bean on Topanga and Ventura, where I've had 17 years of harassments just like this one from the very first moment I've ever stepped in a coffee shop. Now remember, I don't know any of these people, but the behavior you're going to see from these people have been done to me all day and night, 24/7, since 5 years old, on a more subtle level. And when I say that, I mean that nothing was ever directly said to me. Instead, it was disseminated worldwide through propaganda, government-built propaganda systems with family and the people I thought were my friends, things like that, behind my back, so that I couldn't really defend myself. And so the point I'm trying to make is that the behaviors you're seeing, their behaviors, are just going completely insane and ballistic, and me, I'm just simply walking into a room, buying coffee, sitting down, doing absolutely nothing to anyone at all. And my point is that it doesn't matter how perfect I am, I'm going to be met with this anger, rage, terror, you name it, for absolutely no reason at all. And once again, take a look here, because this is a lot more aggressive, and there's no justification or reason that these people are acting or reacting this way to some guy that simply walks in, buys a cup of coffee, and sits down. I'm now going to go grab some coffee at Coffee Bean. I might sit there for a few to see what happens, because they're on there. Yesterday when I went to Starbucks, the cops immediately showed up right after, within minutes, with a girl in pink and black trying to set me up. So let's maybe hang out here for 10 minutes. We also have cars which appear to be waiting for me on the side of the road, probably with their lights on, which is a normal tactic. We're going to keep harassing you with our little cryptic "we're watching you" tactics. Originally, in about 1996 or 7, I took a film photography class at University of Colorado, which apparently was a big issue with a person sent after me by my brother named Mike Wexler, and the professor Nick and the professors in the community didn't want me having a camera for some reason, which I had no clue any of this was going on up until 29. I originally, after met with Mike Huntley's death threats, were using the system against you, have a good life now, I've given you enough rope to hang yourself with, finding out that there were worldwide murder operations to have me killed, starting at 5 years old, which doesn't make any sense. Once again, I think it was around 2005 or 6, they had a problem with me getting back into photography, the hobby of photography, from taking macro shots to telephoto to landscapes like sunsets and beach pictures with the ocean waves or whatever, even sports or this or that or whatever. They had a big problem with me having a camera. So when you see this, make sure you sort of put in the back of your head, so what, the guy's got a camera and he likes photography, why are you going ballistic on him, right? He hasn't done anything. Now, especially to justify worldwide murder operations. So now, in about 2010, I was, some fire trucks came out to Warner Center Park, and I was didn't know what was going on, but I was just sort of videoing it. And the police thought I was taking a picture, so they walked by, threatening my life. We're watching you, Perlman. Okay? Now, that's a very strange behavior for someone to go out, buy a camera, take pictures of whether it was the big fires back in the early 2000s or dogs or rocks or trees or beaches or model shoots or whatever. It's not the type of thing that anyone could care less about. Hence, what you're about to see on video here is me videoing some fire trucks, which nobody would care about because hundreds of people pull out their cell phones with video recorders, videoing fire trucks or whatever at scenes, and nobody cares. They do fire trucks, they do car accidents, they do whatever. Nobody cares. But yet, when I'm videoing a simple fire truck show up to someone's house, the police threaten my life. We are watching you, Perlman, in anger and rage, not really knowing that I'm videoing, thinking I'm taking pictures. Well, it doesn't matter if I'm taking pictures or videoing. It's the same thing, but the point is, this is about 2010, watching the police basically let me know that we're hunting and stalking you. Now, for the police to try to play this game, how I'm a violent, paranoid schizo and nothing weird or out of the norm is going on, shows that they're aiding and abetting a mass crime. The questions of why this is going on, well, I'm not allowed to know why it's going on, but they keep trying to cover this whole thing up, trying to make me think that this is somehow my fault. When it all comes down to the real issue of we just don't want you having a camera, and them getting defensive about some random guy having a camera, is the real question that you need to ask. Why someone would get mad before he even took the camera out of the package, right? And how would they know that he ordered the camera before he ever even took it out of the package? Things like this are the real important questions that you need to focus on.
What is it? What is that?
Now, after finding out this was going on, and getting my website online around, I'm guessing 2010, 2011, because I realized they just weren't ever going to stop hunting me. The police are running around telling the world that I'm a violent, with my father no less, where things get even stranger, that I'm a violent, paranoid, schizophrenic, who has committed all these crimes that don't exist, or if any crime exists, it's things that have been done to me. My father, so much so that my father was paying off people like Victoria Walker to give me toy guns for my 30th birthday so that my father could run around with the LAPD saying that I'm a violent, paranoid schizo. Now, remember, if you're walking around with a camera taking some pictures of fire trucks or dogs or trees or action photos or whatever, it doesn't matter, because that's pretty much what photographers do. They go out with their camera and try to get creative new scenes on their camera that people enjoy looking at or talking about. So you're walking around with a camera and the police basically go, hey, we're watching you. Well, wait, isn't that something that's sort of going to put you on the defensive or an alert, like something strange is going on? The police don't generally threaten you for walking out, grabbing a camera, and trying to take some pictures, right? So that being said, and with the police denying everything that's ever gone on in my life, the hundreds of police reports filed of all these things being done to me, completely ignoring them like nothing out of the norm is going on, yet they're mad at me for taking some cheeseball video of a fire truck that maybe something cool is going to happen from or whatever, right? You get the idea that this isn't about me having a camera. It's about them not wanting me to have anything in these mass groups that are going ballistic, trying to make me look crazy or like a violent, paranoid schizo on the back of a film plane, or today's age, it's a digital sensor. But you get the point that this isn't about me having a camera or who I am or me being a bad person. It's about what I know. As we enter here, you're going to see cars backwards in pairs of twos, backwards, directed at me. Oh, we actually have a police officer waiting this time, right here, and he's backwards, right? So that's interesting. So let's see what he does, because once again, we don't want you going to coffee shops. Okay, so the cops appear to be ramping up their attacks. So let's see who they go after when I go grab some coffee. And he's sitting with his lights on. Now, some of the things have been done to me, because remember, this has been, I've now witnessed this every single day, all day, night, 24/7, what you're seeing here for 18 years. 18 years. So what you're going to see is, or what's happened in the past is I pour out some coffee because it's too full in like a garbage can thing, and if any tiny little drop touches the edge, the cops follow me or people follow me, stalking me as if I did something to them. Right? With this Adolf Hitler Nazi type of personality, you had better be a perfect person or we'll kill you. Well, some of Mike Huntley's death threats were, you had better live a careful life. Okay? So what is it they're trying to do? Well, they're trying to ratchet down more and more until something really bad happens and they can lock me away in a jail cell and mental institution or kill me, rid me of the world, no matter what it takes, in such a way that they keep telling me I'm a bad person, while they ratchet down more and more with mass groups attacking me and mentally battering me to death until I'm dead and gone, and then they keep saying, well, it's your fault because you're a bad person. But nowhere in this equation can they actually tell me why I'm a bad person, because they don't have a legitimate argument. On no level ever have they ever had a truthful, honest, legitimate argument. It keeps jumping from thing to thing on a daily basis, but these things are basically, you farted wrong, you blinked wrong, you burped wrong. These are some of the more aggressive tactics, trying to make it look like I'm doing something to women, except when you see this video, there's absolutely nothing that I've done at all but simply walk into a coffee shop, buy a coffee, wait there for 10 minutes, and leave. And so what you need to realize is that when these lies are fabricated, that I'm a pedophile, I'm into kiddie porn, I've raped women, I'm a car thief, I'm hacking into people's computers trying to make them mentally ill, I'm trying to explode women by provoking them with passive-aggressive tactics, all of these things that were never said to me directly were given out to the entire planet in their so-called, what they call their laundry lists. Okay, so that is highly illegal. These are civil crimes. Defamation, slander, libel, the types of things that destroy someone's life and are actually crimes that people are normally held accountable for, because you're not allowed to go to news organizations and say, oh, see that guy over there, he's a pedophile, and blast that on the news. If it's not true, they destroy your life, and they're normally held accountable for damages. That's the term, damages in law. And so these people don't want me talking about the damages to my life, hence they're making up newer and newer lies to try to cover up the older lies. But remember, these lies start at 5 years old, which doesn't even make any sense. And that's where the serious questions come into play as to what the hell is really going on, because if you keep going to the police or lawyers or this or that, and they basically say, you don't talk or we kill you, it sure shit isn't about going into a coffee shop for 10 minutes, sitting there minding your own business, and some kind of miscommunication magically to the world in secret that you're not allowed to know what it is over and over every day of your life, right? There's no such thing. There's no such thing as miscommunications like that. There's miscommunications in every single one of our conversations with people we know, or not every one, but a good amount, and people don't sit there and, oh, there's a miscommunication, so I'm going to hunt you down and kill you. That's not how life works. Life generally works is if you keep having, if someone doesn't understand you, they just don't talk to you and don't want to be around you. Okay, so when I enter, you can't really hear it on the audio from this camera, but when I enter, I'm like usual, like I am with everyone and have been my entire life. Very polite to this person, even though I know he's going to lash out in anger and rage at me because of what I know. I believe the first thing he says when I walk in is, how's it going? And while that is a perfectly normal statement, there's a reason why they lash out in anger, saying how's it going to be over and over in repetition, is because at a coffee bean in Victory and Tampa, like an island coffee bean, I was trying to be nice and polite. This was around when this was about 15 years ago or something. I was trying to be nice and polite to one of these stalkers who was told to hunt me by the police, employees at Starbucks, or employee at Coffee Bean, and I said, hi, how's it going? Right? Now, normally, most people will say, oh, yeah, pretty good, or shitty, or whatever. But in this case, that guy was using it as leverage, like I had somehow wronged him. Now, keep in mind, this isn't someone that I was close with or friends with. I see him now and then at the coffee shop and sort of try to be friendly. Like, hi, how's it going? Not trying to be his friend, not trying to go out on a date with him, not trying to schmooze him over. Just a simple, normal human. Hey, I see you from time to time. How's it going? How are you? Whatever. Now, from there, the entire planet in the so-called laundry list of things to batter me to death until I'm dead and gone, they somehow put it in there that he somehow did something to me by saying, how's it going? Just like my father is hunting me down because I bought him a watch for one of his birthdays, and my father thinks that buying you a watch for your birthday is a crime. I mean, the guy is shitbird nuts, right? He's fucking just completely out there, just insane. Okay, so after I thank him, and for some reason they have a problem with me thanking them, like, how dare you be polite, I thank him. He says something, and I can't remember specifically, but I mentioned it later in the video, something like, take care, how's it going, which is also normal, but at the same time, it's a repetitive mimic which they have person after person do worldwide, like 100 times per day, until you pick up on these psychological passive-aggressive psychological warfare tactics, that something isn't right, and they keep saying the same things to you over and over, and when you test the waters, the new thing that you test the waters with is done over and over, right? And some of these things are totally out there, that I might say, to sort of prove a point. So after I pay him, I get the coffee, I thank him, he starts in with the passive-aggressive prorokings. I don't react, and I simply go to fill up my cream and sugar or whatever. And remember, the girl is watching, the employee is watching, like, if you screw up, even though we're provoking you over and over, we're going to come after you with the police and government and every resource known to man across the planet and billions of dollars, which doesn't make any sense. Because why are they starting shit to begin with and then say you don't react? You're not allowed to defend yourself, which is what Mike Huntley and my father told me around when I was 29, when I'm looking at these people like deer in headlights, like, did I just totally get off the Twilight Zone train, right? Okay, so you get the idea.
Hey, get a cheese Danish and a coffee. Just want one cup? Yeah. There should be a prompt on the screen. There we go. Oh, I think I did it better. Yeah, that's the sound. Okay, approved. Oh, get the receipt too. Take care. I'll clean up, don't even worry about that. Okay, so now I get my coffee and I simply sit down and I make sure that I point my camera away from any person because I want to prove a point. And the point is that I already know that they're going to say I'm somehow abusing people with my camera and doing this and doing that. So I intentionally point my camera away. And I did this years ago at Coffee Bean on Victory in Tampa, and what they were doing was having people strategically sit in front of the camera no matter what direction it was pointed, right? I would turn it this way, people would move here. I would turn it this way towards the street, and people would try to sort of sit and get their chairs in front of the camera, and they go, look what he's doing to us. He's harassing us. He's abusing us. He won't leave us alone, right? This constant setup or frame job or keep crying wolf, so to speak, right? No matter how good of a person you are, they just keep sort of trying to frame you over and over and on a daily basis. So I sit here for 10 minutes. I make sure the camera is not pointed at anyone, and I'm not going to make you watch the 10 minutes of the camera doing nothing. So just realize that about 10 minutes are going by, and now I'm leaving. Okay, so the cops immediately left after I went in, and then there was another car waiting backwards with the lights on, and they're pointed towards this pink car here, which is like an porn star type of, I don't know what she is, like she's like some kind of
Where is she?
Who?
Oh, I thought you were talking about her.
I was just videoing how the police...
I just saw her.
She's inside there.
She's in the bathroom.
The police were parked backwards with the lights pointing towards her car.
I'm like, where is she?
And then waiting for me, obviously. And then when I went in, the police immediately
Are you trying
left.
to get pictures of her?
Why would I
you got a
care?
camera.
I mean, if you're gonna be on that rude level, I'll just say she's old and outdated, right?
No, it's just if you know, you know. It's an LA thing. I'm like, where is she?
It was smile to someone's face unless you don't know. Unless you want to be indifferent about it and be like, you know what, I don't care.
My conversation is based on the worldwide lies and smears that I'm somehow doing all these horrible things to people and why the police are hunting me to kill me.
That sounds paranoid.
Okay, well,
where does she
go to my website, kevinperlmantarget.com, and aside from the 17 years and 20 terabytes of video and 17 years of mass murder operations, check out last
I don't need to see death, man. It's all good.
Dad, we're good.
It's all good.
3 attempts by the LAPD to break in my house on video. If you're saying that's
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so anyways, your line of questioning just doesn't work to try to set me up that way. Okay, so a car, the white car, there was a white car waiting backwards, right? And so, right after the cops left, and so they're staging some kind of operation, like you just heard the guy asking me these questions. I don't know you, are you taking her picture, right? And then trying to be all friendly about it, like, well, people in LA take people's pictures. Well, yeah, they do, but that's not why he's asking. He's asking to try to say he's a pervert who followed a girl and this and that and the other thing, right? And that I'm paranoid and this and that and the other thing, right? Now, you'll also notice that she had a pink shirt and blue pants, and the car is pink, right? Well, that's a common tactic. It's like, you know, why are they here? Well, they're here to try to talk to me and then get me to say something that they can use against me, no matter how harmless it is. I mean, what if I did take her picture? Who would care, right? But in my life, that's not how they're operating. In my life, they're operating on the level of, I'm going to try to get you to say something and then twist and contort it into something that looks like you're a horrible, mean, peeping Tom, stalker, this or that, right? And how would you... let's analyze their behavior really quickly. Well, their behavior is simply, I don't know you, but I'm known worldwide. So if they don't know me, they have something to hide and they're up to something. Right? Okay? So the car's there, the cops pointing the lights at the cars, they're asking if I'm taking the girls' pictures. Now remember, I videoed the entire lot and I was walking out talking about my life and what's going on, and nowhere was I obviously pointing a camera at this lady or her. I was videoing her car as I was turning around, but still, you see the strategic line of questioning from the people. Are you taking a picture of her? Oh, she's so cute, blah, blah, blah. And while that is not uncommon, they're not asking me questions because they're sympathizing with my life and who I am. They're asking the questions because they're trying to get me to say something that they can use against me, even though there's nothing there to use against me. If I say, yeah, I'm taking her picture, they're still going to turn it into some kind of crime, and this guy's harassing women and things like that, right? It's done to me every day, all day and night, 24/7. So, you know, patterns of behavior. And, you know, why was she waiting around the car with the guy with pink shirt on matching the car? Well, they do that type of thing a lot too, showing what their motive is. And to try to trigger reactions. Or maybe they're stupid and they think that I somehow relate to her. I'm going to relate to the girl talking to me because she's pink like the car. I don't know, something moronic like that. But really, once you break it down, it's all about trying to make me look like a horrible, abusive person to justify killing me. Okay, so now you've just witnessed on video this frame job operation. You've seen I've done absolutely nothing wrong. I'm leaving. People are waiting for me. The guy actually has a flashlight in his pocket, which he's turning on and off, trying to send me hidden messages because they sit in their cars all over the place waiting, hinting hinting, just sending me hidden messages, all waiting, like we're watching you, and sitting in their cars watching me with their lights on all over the world now. But if I drive around Woodland Hills, you'll watch them ramp up their attacks every single day. And I believe that started because they have this fake drug dealer guy who was some cheeseball bum, wannabe drug dealer or whatever. And I'm not a drug dealer, but I'm just saying he was trying to sell marijuana, even though it was like legalized medicinally. It was like, well, why are you trying to sell marijuana when everyone's walking in buying it legally? Like, or is there something wrong with you? And they sort of tried to have him befriend me, and he would sit there taking turns on me with the police, trying to set me up and trying to get me to ask him to sell drugs and things like this. The same types of things they were doing with Rody Morales, who the LAPD sent after me, who tried to figure out ways to get a trash bag full of marijuana in my house, and it didn't work because the cops wanted to try to set me up to make it look like I was a drug dealer, right? So this guy was sort of told to follow me to this coffee bean, trying to get me to try to be a drug dealer so that they could arrest me, right, working with the police. So at one point, and this was like years ago, I think with his constant provokings and things like that, I was leaving, and I flashed my brights on him leaving, right, sort of dicking with him back. After this, everyone on the planet was told to flash their lights and wait in cars and this and that. So hence, what you're seeing is a police cover-up operation. This guy's showing up with his flashlight. He's asking me these questions, even though any answer would still be perfectly legal. He's trying to sort of skate in the gray areas of life by saying, oh, well, this guy is a perv that's abusing women and doing all these things. So we're going to hunt him down and kill him because he's abusive and he's ruining people's lives, right? Even though there's actually, in reality, nothing's going on. Even if I took a picture of that girl or any other person, generally nobody would care. Sometimes people get offended when you point the camera in their direction and this and that, and if you were into candid photography or research photography, there's all sorts of topics on how to try not to offend people in photography when you're taking pictures of people. But yet this isn't about anything like that. These are ways of strategically wording things and getting the information out to the entire planet to rile the masses up against one man to make it look like killing him is justified. And there's nothing that they can justify. There's nothing I've done on any level but be a really good person. But they're sort of trying to nitpick complete imperfection to justify killing me, if that makes sense. So you went to a coffee shop and you chewed food with your mouth open, and so you offended someone and there's a miscommunication, so there's a worldwide campaign to kill you. You know what you did, but I'm not going to tell you what you did because it sounds just completely insane once I tell you, well, you know what you did. You chewed with your mouth open, right? So now what they're doing to try to cover these things up because they can't set me up is to just make up the lies, and the lies are getting more and more aggressive because they can't get what they want, right? And I'm exposing them more, and they're trying to desperately cover up these 40-year murder operations. So that's what you're seeing. And of course, once they realize that I can see right through what they're doing, they start mimicking me with the appreciated, awe, things like that, which are mimic tactics from my conversations, right? Showing me, yeah, because if you're an honest person, you're not going to say, I don't know you. You're going to say, you're Kevin Perlman. What's done in your life is unacceptable. It's as simple as that. So now I'm leaving. We have some groupings of red cars. All the cars backwards here are, we have a security guard, which is videoing and is mad. We have another car backwards. We'll quickly go by the routes. There's usually tons of backwards, lights on, no platers. right? So the cops they were profiling me, that we think Kevin's gonna go here, and so they set up this strategic operation. We got a guy waiting here, crooked or backwards, with lights on, or lady, right? And so how long was I at that coffee shop? Maybe 10 minutes tops, and I noticed 2 or 3 people follow me in, but most of all, the people waiting for me in the parking lot, right? Okay, so here they've tried this thing, like I document them, all the cars in this lot with every other lot, people trying to make me mentally ill, and they go, he's a pervert, he's taking our pictures, blah blah blah, right? But nowhere in the parking lot, nowhere are they concerned that there's 100,000 people per hour, like in this lot alone. That's, you know, here's another lady waiting with the lights on. Here is a Mazda, red Mazda backwards, which they use a lot of the Mazdas. Once again, you can see that person there waiting. There's 2 cars waiting with their lights on. Now, she's trying to get information to say, everyone, he's perving on women, so he can't be in this parking lot, just to try to justify getting rid of me. Of course, their excuses change every hour, right? It's about killing people, it's about perving on women, it's about this, it's about that. Okay, so here's this person in the Mercedes waiting for me, no plater. Right now, okay, so we have a security guard. Right now, why is the security guard amping up their attacks, right? What did I do, right? Everything's on video. I walked in, I sat down, I bought some coffee, that's it, right? Now we have a security guard following me around, harassing me for buying coffee, right? And so, right? Like, why is this person harassing me for buying coffee, going to a coffee shop for 10 minutes, and then leaving?
You fucking weirdo.
Right? I mean, right? So now she's yelling at me, you fucking weirdo, for going in. Everything's on video. Right? Walked in, sat down, bought some coffee, did nothing to anyone, right? Explained the situation, and the security guards following me around, yelling at me, you fucking weirdo, you this, you that. You have the people on video trying to get some false confession that I'm somehow doing something to someone, to the lady in the coffee shop, who seemed to be strategically waiting for me with the cops, right? Now the cops are pointing the lights at them, trying to play this game like we're on your side, we're on this side, we're on that side. But once again, like you can see right now, I've done absolutely nothing but walk into a coffee shop, say nothing, do anything, and buy coffee and sit at a coffee shop for 10 minutes. The security guard's going postal because she's involved in a mass crime to have me killed. Didn't say anything to the security guard, but remember how much video footage I have of security companies hunting me down to kill me, all working with the police, right?
Okay, this is interesting. Well, this doesn't look like a big deal on the surface. It's one of their types of common tactics to make it look like I'm a reckless driver. And so what you're seeing here is I'm hanging a left turn behind a FedEx truck, and I don't really see the guy too well because there's a big truck in front of me hanging a left turn, but the guy is clearly aware that this big FedEx truck and I'm hanging a left turn, so he's walking in front of me with his dog. He manages to not walk in front of the FedEx truck, but he sort of tries to wedge himself in between me and the FedEx truck while we're both hanging a left. Because what he's trying to do is he's trying to make it look like I'm a reckless driver and I'm trying to hit people. And this is in the Warner Center Park area, Woodland Hills, which they've spent 20 years with mass attacks working on me to try to make me look crazy and things like this. Not only that, but you're going to notice that the guy is wearing the black and white pattern tactic, where groups of people are told to follow me around or wait for me in the types of places I go, like coffee shops wearing solid black pants and solid gray shirt. So, not only is he wearing the clothing tactic which the mass groups are told to try to make me mentally ill, make me look like a violent paranoid schizo, but he's also trying to walk in front of my car to make it look like I'm trying to plow him with my car. And over the years, this has been done to me over and over, this type of thing. And these are some of the few that I've caught recently, and I'm sure there's a lot from 16 years old going on up until 47, which I didn't pick up on. But after I figured out the endless repetitive patterns, I started videoing it so you can see what's going on. And in this case, it's one of the Warner Center people in these mass groups. We don't want your kind to exist, whatever that means. Trying to walk in front of my car to make it look like I'm a reckless driver, have no concentration, I'm trying to plow people in anger and rage, and am a danger to myself or others. And ironically, that's the same exact spot where one of Sean Dincey's Topanga Division LAPD officers was threatening me about, in about 2010, we're watching you Perlman, because they were mad at me for videoing a fire truck at a scene or something like that, where they thought I was taking pictures of a fire truck at a scene, which who would care? Letting me know that they're stalking me for some reason, and have been since 5 years old, which doesn't make much sense. But because I have endless proof of these activities, you get the idea. So once again, this is another situation where I'm leaving a Starbucks. Ironically, this Starbucks is next door to a police station in Mission Hills, and you don't see much on video of the backstory, right? What you see on video is me backing out of a parking space, about to leave. A girl's waiting for me, and when she sees me, sort of tries to slowly back in front of me in such a way that I hit the back of her car. And the reason she wants me to hit the back of her car is to make it look like I'm ramming people. A common tactic of theirs. And the part you don't see on video is when I'm inside the Starbucks being harassed by the employees like every other Starbucks or coffee shop in the world with their psychological terror tactics to try to provoke me into a situation. But not only that, as I'm minding my own business, sipping on some coffee, looking at my phone or whatever, guys are coming in and they're talking to the girl and they're flirting with the girl and they're trying to make me jealous of them, right? And you don't see any of that on video. And then I go into my car and I leave and the girl tries to make it look like I rammed the back of her car. Now, what they're trying to do is a common tactic they've done to me my whole life, is say, oh, well, Kevin walked into a Starbucks, He liked a girl. He didn't talk to her. Now he's mad, so he rammed her. Right? That's what they're trying to make it look like. All these things, like working on me with Corey Bixby in Calabasas High at 16 and things like that. These are all similar types of operations. What really happened was the same as every other thing that's happened to me. I simply walked in, don't know one person in the room, try to make me jealous, can't make me jealous. I hop in the car, I go to leave, she tries to make it look like I rammed her, and that's it. Well, you don't really see all that on the video. But what you can do is sort of put the pieces together that this type of thing keeps happening, and I keep getting the video footage of these events, and more importantly, it just happens to be next door to a police station, right? You get the idea? Once again, more frame jobs to try to make it look like I'm a reckless, out-of-control driver with Sean Dinsey working on these operations. That is a danger to myself or others.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto Columbus Avenue. In 600 feet, sharp right onto Strandwood Avenue. In 1,000 feet, turn left onto Boulevard.
Jesus.
Okay, so this is Cook's Auto Body and Repair, which USAA referred me to because they wanted to play this strategic game of trying to scare me into coerced false confessions and cover up all the things that they're involved in, just like many other insurance companies that I've had over the years or growing up. And so what you're going to see here is, while this video is pretty boring to watch, I'm just going to let you watch the entire video. And the thing that you're going to hear based on their conversations are all sorts of provoking mimic behaviors, things taken from my social networks or previous conversations of other people I knew, and they keep mimicking them back over and over. Why are they doing it? They're trying to get me to act out in anger and rage and hit someone or do these things to make it look like I'm a violent, paranoid schizo. Well, if I'm the bad guy, then why do they need to do that? Right? In other words, they're trying to cover up a mass crime spree against me. Hence their threats: you don't talk or we kill you. But remember that Cooks here is working with LAPD, and the insurance companies all working together to stage, set up, frame, cover up, you name it, these operations, just like when the guy launches the vehicle at me by the Peruvian place and I avoid him and hit the light pole. After Dinsey tries to break in my house, and I upload the video with the 4 police attempts and one with my father, 5 break-in attempts. 3 years later, instantly after that video goes online, the city now wants to charge me or claims that I'm at fault for something 3 years prior. Right? Why is that? Instantly. Well, they're doing that because they want to cover up their crime spree against me. You get the idea. So what you're going to see here is nothing too exciting, but it just shows you that I'm sort of led to go to Cook's Auto Repair. They're using the name as little cryptic messages to try to get coerced false confessions and guilt me about things. When I'm talking to employees, they keep belittling me and harassing me and doing their little mimic things and clothing colors. Like, go for it, will do, alrighty. Little subtle things, how's it going? Little subtle things that aren't anything, except they accuse me of something based on their delusions, and then they keep saying it in repetitive patterns to try to guilt me to death, if that makes sense. And then it's, I don't know you. The same thing that's going on worldwide. Like, for example, I tapped my foot by Aubrey Fisher, and she doesn't like it, so for 6 years people worldwide either tap their foot or tap on things next to me wherever I go worldwide. Well, why are they doing that? Because I committed the tapping around Aubrey Fisher crime and need to be removed from society? or someone doesn't want me talking and they want me dead, right? I mean, let's do the math here. The obvious common sense that a 10-year-old can pick up on here. So you get the idea. I'm just going to show you this long, boring Cook's Auto Body Repair, and you can get an idea from the interactions how I'm simply walking in to give them my money, and they're taking turns trying to figure out how to remove me from society with the police and government. And remember that this goes on from one person sequentially after the next since 5 years old. And the more I find out, the more they want me dead and gone, and the more they're trying to cover things up. Luckily, this is the last part of this video, and if you watch the beginning part, you get the idea of what's going on, and now you can link what the auto body shops are now doing to help the police cover up this mass crime spree against me, which opens up all sorts of doors to what's really going on with the psychology community, NSA, FBI, police worldwide, to flag and rid people of the world they just don't like. Okay, so I'm here at Cook's Auto Body Shop and Cook's Collision, and you could hear all of their conversations that applied to me, and the verbal communications, the guy saying man in the office, all directed in provoking passive-aggressive behaviors. Passive-aggressive behaviors to provoke me, pretend they don't know me while provoking me, to fix the keyings on my car. You notice Cliff started off friendly, then started doing it, then took off early for some reason. This other quieter guy is doing it. The guy that came in is doing it. You'll also notice the logo here, which is by design, intentionally having me come here because it looks like some past artwork, which they don't like. But remember, they go through every single piece of artwork ever created, working on me with every angle known to man, riling up the world to have me hunted and killed, hence coming in here as if I did something to them or someone else. You get the idea. But you can hear in the convo the tone of the voice, the man, which I have on video in every single coffee shop in a row for the last couple of weeks, which starts 6 months ago. Hi, Kevin Perlman reporting for duty, sir. I dropped one on my car.
You're jumping off your car?
Yeah, you guys contacted me a few times, but you should have been contacted by USAA.
USA Insurance, okay, cool. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
I gotta staple this pen into it now. My memory fails me. By any chance, did you want a cup of coffee?
Oh, no, that's okay, but thank you.
You sure?
Uh-huh.
Alright, there's tea as well.
Got it.
What's going on with these staples, man?
They put gremlins in them there.
Yeah. Oh, this one should work. What happened to the car? You got
Oh,
it?
there you go.
Oh man, what is that?
The truth. The usual, the cops and everyone working with them trying to silence me, so,
No way.
yeah. What was two rear slash tires and a car keying, painting through signage, and,
Weight trainer conceals asked us, he did that. No
Correct,
way.
Brody Morales, working at Gold. I don't know what it was. I think it was either World's or Gold's gym. What?
That's pretty cool. How'd you get him home?
Cool. I was like, cool. Mike Huntley was sent after me at 14. One of my brother's friends through the family working with the FBI, whatever, and so he spent from 14 to 29 trying to do whatever it took to rid me of the world. Hence why people are going around saying we think he killed someone with the police because when Brody Morales...
Which insurance company?
Oh, USAA.
USA Insurance is dropping out.
That's right.
Okay, then what we can, let's take a look at it real quick. Sorry, I'm gone for the day, but we can take a look at it. And probably,
it is the paint, skiing, this skiing.
It looks like up to there, looks like there's a little bit of polish on this one. Both me and the gentleman who's my backup are off at 5.
Oh, yeah, the Yelp thing says 6.
And it's too dark. Oh, no, we're open, but that's for customers to pick up and stuff like that. And then obviously since the vehicle's drivable, if you're getting into a rental, it wouldn't make any sense to bring it in on Friday. They probably wouldn't cover it.
I have another car, so
so you're not going to be getting in?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what we'll do, let's see. Again, because we're sort of skeleton crew to pick up their cars and so we can update them and whatnot. Let's check to see if we have an assignment. What's the last name?
Perlman.
Can you spell that?
Yeah, PERLMAN. Yeah, and you guys are. USAA should have contacted you. And
they do everything electronically, so I'm just going to take a look and see if they sent it to us. Not that one. PERI?
PEREL?
Okay.
IL. Usually people say EARL, like Pearl Harbor or whatever.
There we are. Oh, it looks like we left the voicemail trying to schedule an appointment. Okay. A couple of them. Sam.
Yeah?
You do me a favor?
Yeah?
Just a quick visual estimate, get some signatures?
Yeah.
Okay. Make sure USA direction to pay. And then, do you have the ability to electronically sign and send back document?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have them do all of them except for the vehicle check-in, which is walking around the vehicle looking for dings and scratches, stuff like that. I'll do that on Monday when I can actually see the vehicle.
And like.
And then I'll email it to you and I'll get a signature on that before we touch it.
That's great. Yeah.
Okay. Can you? There should be a folder already in next for PER. PERE. That one. There you go. Yeah, so print and drop folder, do everything but the vehicle check-in. Don't do the vehicle check-in, don't take photos. I'm going to do that on Monday, okay? So
Just an estimate on that stuff.
Yeah, get signatures.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Make sure to mark it here. Let me mark it here right now.
Oh, here.
Just so I remember when it's coming on Monday that I need to. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Thanks. I'm going home to spend time with wifey. Alrighty. Close my computer up.
I'm sorry, man. Give me 1 second.
Okay, bro.
Alrighty. Oh, don't do that right now. Just.
No, I know.
Because Brian's not going to be taking around for you, so you want it as quick as possible.
Yeah. I got it.
All right. Oh, thanks.
Oh, guys, don't forget to check out the 30th. A video went up of the police trying to break in my house.
No way!
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just gonna put the camera.
So any of the information...
The car needs to be pulled in. The car's been pulled in?
No, it's right here. Any of the information...
Yeah.
Any of the information you got from like Dincy or Jensen or whatever, there's the rebuttal to cops who try to break in people's houses are generally not honest people.
Ryan. I'm gonna check to see how far Tom is away, because...
Do you want me to pull it in the garage or something?
No. He'll take care of all that. But do the keys?
Come on, do you have like a Slim Jim or a lockpick?
No, you don't want to do that.
Like the Mike Wexler Slim Jim lockpick.
Yeah, no, that's not gonna happen. That's not what happened here. Alright.
So, what happened about the cops trying to break in?
This is a daily thing for 17/40 years, but the cops don't. The cops.
How did it?
The cops don't. I have endless incriminating evidence on the cops trying to have me killed. Hence why you guys are mimicking my conversations and all that. But they know that I have all the evidence of them trying to hunt me down and kill me on every level, from all the photos and video I get per day to the things Victoria Walker gave me, like when I was 29, she gave me a toy dart gun, which the police are saying he has a gun, he's a violent paranoid schizo, and they threw me in maximum security prison and all these things. A Playboy related to Victoria Walker, all with mental illness campaigns and trying to get confessions and illegal FBI frame jobs and setup attempts. Well, they don't want me having any of these things that can prove that they're murdering trash that has been hunting me with the psychology community since 5 years old. Hence, trying to break in my house, and the night before and over from all sorts of different security companies, especially Allied Universal Security, saying it's illegal to take pictures on private property, which no, it's not. Why do you think they're so defensive, right? So all these things which instantly go up on the internet, so it doesn't matter if they get it or not. It proves their 40-year murder operations to have me killed. And so, and the endless cover-ups to try to keep making up newer lies that I did this and I did that to cover up what they started at 5 years old, right? And so, yeah, so they want to get in my house to try to get anything that can stop me from talking, whether it be fabricating I have this or that, or like fabricating I'm a drug dealer, like Rose Morales trying to plant a trash bag full of marijuana on me before marijuana was legal, to trying to get the incriminating evidence that buries them.
Where's the damage?
Okay, so it's not sexy or here, but
yeah.
It's just a keying, a long keying.
So right front door.
This
one. Cliff? I thought you were Cliff.
Cliff is one of my patients though, but that's one of my that's my car. Is it cool if I grab something from the trunk real quick?
Yeah.
I just don't have the key though. Yeah. I'll just pick it up.
Yeah, here you go.
Oh, sweet.
Sweet, yeah.
Cool, I like that, man.
You like it. I don't like it, but the proof is there. Check out the video, one of the most recent videos from the 30th. The police trying to actually break in my house on video.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Damn, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, it's fucked up, but.
So sorry.
Okay.
Call me off course.
It's the story of my life. Waiting.
Right front door. Okay, we're gonna repair the right front door.
Okay, and then he comes here.
Sorry, I'm just taking
Oh, yeah.
Because we need your authorization to...
Yeah.
So, handle side over here.
What's up?
Okay, cool. So one thing I do want to mention in regards to the estimate, since Cliff is the guy that I think you saw.
Wait, the black guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
But he clocked out for the day. Yeah. So I'm just gonna write an estimate. But of course, whenever completion is done,
One thing, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I did. Your memory. You think my memory is your memory.
So, when he comes in on Monday, he'll actually write a correct estimate.
That's what he told me, yeah.
Oh, your word.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So, right front door, and you mentioned the right rear door as
Correct.
well.
So, I don't know what exactly you're writing, but if he's going to redo it, whatever. But, I can't tell you exactly. It looks like a little bit, like Cliff said, it looks like a little bit goes into the rear quarter.
Okay. Okay, so I got both doors, and you're saying that, yeah, it doesn't look like the right quarter panel has...
Yeah, I see some, yeah.
Right quarter panel as well, and...
they left some spit for you, too, if you want.
And right quarter glass. Is this a wheelhouse molding? No, it isn't. On my tail lamp, and on my rear bumper. And then let's keep it at that. Once Cliff comes in, we'll take care of the rest. Did anybody get keys?
I think Cliff took the keys.
All right. I am indeed.
We have what, $500 deductible, is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I wish it wasn't, but yeah.
All right, Andrew.
Cliff, a pleasure, brother. Thank you for everything. I appreciate your help.
That's it.
Are those salts, bro? You want salts?
I think so.
Yeah, those are the Walters, bro.
Yeah, these
are sick.
These
Those
are
are awesome. Yeah.
They have James Bond things in them, like,
It's really...
where did it come from? It's like the employee rate, like, increased, like...
Actually, you know what? Can I throw 100 cash and then the rest is on my card?
We don't take any cash at all, sir.
What?
Yeah.
Damn. See how it is?
I'm sorry.
Hey, who's got the scam button on?
When you're driving in with a dead body or whatever, you don't take that, you know, here's some cash. Dispose of the body.
No, what you gotta do is you gotta have somebody back here who's like, alright, well, I'll take your cash and I'll pay for it with my card, but it's gonna be a 10% fee. 500 is gonna be 550 cash. Absolutely, man. Of course, there you go. Now I gotta find out who's keyed my car to begin with, so I can assume that money back.
They keep your car?
My entire fucking car.
Really?
Yeah.
That's like a full paint job, man. That's like...
Find out. I have a camera in that parking lot where that key. I cannot wait to find out who the fuck keyed it.
That's grand theft.
Yeah, I mean,
Or grand, whatever.
Yeah,
right.
they have the what amount it cost to fix it. So
Yeah, like the dudes that keep my car also slashed both the rear tires at the same time, right? So, yeah. So, but of course the cops, the Topanga LAPD are trying to dumb it down because they don't want investigations or anything. So.
to them, it's just they don't want to deal with.
Well, me it's different, but you might be right normally. But me it's we don't want a paper trail showing hundreds of connected police reports, right?
Oh, I got you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Release the crackies. Sorry, I get really bad jokes. Fantastic.
Sign those two. First one just nods right there.
Cool, I'm just gonna grab the mileage.
Okay.
Just initial it or?
That's the sign.
Alright.
That one's just the receipt copy of the $500 we paid.
Cool, I keep this?
No, we're gonna keep copy for now.
Okay.
Cool. So, here. Who referred you to?
USAA Insurance.
So the insurance company. Have we reviewed the repairs with you?
What do you mean?
Have we gone over what we're going to be repairing? Basically?
Well, yeah, but Cliff. Oh, am I supposed to like confirm or something?
Yeah.
Aside from Cliff supposedly saying you're gonna do a estimate on Monday, then
I'll put a middle question.
Okay.
And we haven't gone over pre-existing damages.
I would say not, since he's supposed to estimate it on Monday.
How would you like to be informed? Email, text, or just the regular phone call?
Text is fine. Yeah, or anyway, I don't care. Yeah, but primarily text probably.
Text, okay. Phone number you want the text to go to?
917-435-0286.
0286.
0286, yeah.
And the carrier for the phone?
Oh, why?
The texting service requires it. Or if you want us to call you.
Just call me, yeah.
Okay. Email address?
Driver is here. Email's Kevin@KevinPerlman. I'm just gonna, my Lyft driver, I think is outside. Look at Kevin@KevinPerlman.com, not Target. Let me just, where is he? I don't see him, but it says it. He's here.
He's probably to right in the back.
He might have been, yeah, whatever. That's okay, he'll probably call me. Oh, in 4 minutes. Okay.
Email address?
Kevin@KevinPerlman.
Kevin at
Perlman spelled like this.
Oh, cool. Kevin@Kevin
Perlman, P-E-R-E-L. P-E-R-E-L.
Oh shit.
P-R-E-L.
Yeah.
MAN.com.
Do you have any particular concerns that we might not see now, but you, since you drove it here, you experienced it?
No, I mean, I can't. Just make sure you see the entire car keying.
Please see
because that's going to go into a police detective report.
Okay. So I'm just going to put please see all damages.
Okay, and if you want, or actually Cliff mentioned to go around and just find, because the amount of abuse my cars take from people walking by and spitting on it every day and things like that, there could be some things that I missed that should go straight to the detective.
Cool.
Detectives. Yeah.
Cool. Did you take all your belongings out of the vehicle?
Yeah. Yeah, the dead bodies, the heroin, the marijuana, all of it. Yeah.
Cool. I need your signature and the date.
Sam, am I okay to park this in the back?
Yeah.
914?
Yeah.
19,
and then we'll do this at the end.
Okay.
Let's do this. I will be waiting. You're going to be dropping off the car. You don't need assistance with rental. You won't need a shuttle service. If you have any particular concerns or questions, that's going to be please see all damages.
Yeah.
Okay.
All damages, be honest.
Referred by insurance. Need your signature. Alright. Okay, that's just your assignment. Okay. initials here and signature here.
Okay.
This gives us authorization to basically have a pre-scan and post-scan. For instance, most vehicles nowadays have electrical components, and in an accident it's just not visible, so we have to
see something up. I think that's fine.
And yeah, we might not need it, but we just to be on the safe side.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, no cars are gonna go in?
Yeah, that's you actually not letting.
Want me to close the gate?
Can you now put your initials
Huh?
next to
Not yet. Not yet, alright.
next to the yeah. Thank you. This is direction to pay. This gives us authorization to directly bill the insurance company.
Okay.
Yeah, that's your signature.
Yeah.
Hey Tom, I've never filled this out. You know what is supposed to be the direction to pay? So
Let me just see if this is the guy. Are you lit? Just give me 1 minute. Can I see him up?
But I don't know the USA number.
Just give it for now.
Okay.
Slow down.
And this is basically repair authorization. You're actually giving us authorization to physically work on the car to fix it.
Okay.
That's what that is. And last but not least, I think it's the estimate itself. Okay, cool. So of course, this is just this estimate is primarily to receive your authorization. Again, a bit redundant, but to fix the car. And we need to have something written in order for us to be able to print something out and fix it. I primarily just wrote basically repair the front door, which we are going to do. And then if we are repairing any panel on the car, especially metal pieces, not bumpers, which are plastic, we need to paint the complete panel, which means we need to take off items that are on the exterior end.
Okay.
So for instance, the mirror needs to come off if we're going to fix a scratch.
I'm not trying to rush. But what about the other? What about the rear door?
Oh, I'm sorry. Corner? So basically, it's right front door. We're going to repair it, and then we have remove and install. And then the same thing.
Rear door here. Okay.
We're going to repair it, and then we have remove and install quarter panel. I put repair as well.
Okay.
So I've basically marked. I've written for the things that you're saying are damaged, and then once Cliff goes through it, gives you a call. Hey, it's Sam missed something. Did Sam write something that wasn't there? Something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. And then of course Cliff will give you a call and then give you an actual accurate cost. Yeah, this is an accurate.
That's kind of just what you do.
Okay. Well, it's.
Yeah, I know. You kind of put it together really quickly, and he's gonna do it for I get.
Cool. Auto respond.
Okay.
And of course I'll give you copies of everything that we've done.
Okay.
And please mark in person. Cool. So let me give you copies of everything. This I do want you to fill out: a vehicle owner name, claim number, date of loss, deductible, vehicle make and model. Yeah.
I don't think I have the claim number on the vehicle. Envoy.
Wow, that is one long claim number.
Envoy. Date of loss 12.
Date of loss. Where is it? 11/02/18. Deductible $100. Yeah. Vehicle is a 07 GMC Envoy. Where is your USA number? I don't know. There you go.
He didn't.
On your signature during drop off date. And we are officially done with all this paperwork. Let me give you a copy of everything so you have it.
Alright.
And would you want copies of it?
Yeah, definitely.
Good. Just want to make sure I got the work off. Oh, I did. I remember getting it. Cool. Oh yeah, we just don't know the USA number. You didn't write the claim number down.
I mean,
yeah.
Do you need it? Well, I can. Let me see if I have it now.
Oh, I have the claim number. I just.
Oh, you do?
Oh yeah, I just want to make sure that the paper is filled out. Hey, Brian, you know what the USA number is for where I'm supposed to find it?
So typically it's the first up to the 9, I think. And then the rest is the
Up to the 9?
So yeah, when you look at the, so if you look here, email, so claim number, policy numbers.
USA number is the policy number?
Yeah.
0132105589, claim number 0132105589, and that's a million zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 11001. Cool, we're good.
Oh, give me a copy of that one, actually. Or that.
You want a copy of this one?
Yeah.
Or
that page, yeah. Okay, great.
Cool.
Thank you. Have a good one. So, you're gonna call me Monday?
Yeah. So, and basically just go over everything.
The whole ball wax. Okay, cool. Okay, we are now going to the car auto body shop, Cooks, whatever, which USAA referred me to fix my car. They want me to come down for a second time for some reason. And he told me that he wants me to take the junk out of my car, or some of it, which is strange because they're just painting the sides of the car. I don't know why they need so much room inside the car. There is some crap, but not really too much that they can't sort of take out and put somewhere. Anyways, so here I am, and going to do this. And so, also the green and white sign is interesting because they're trying to asking me weird questions about my phone carrier, saying if we text you, we have to know your phone carrier, which their website is green and black, cricket, whatever. But the fact that he's asking me these questions means that they're digging for information, probably to figure out ways to track my cell phone and things like that. I'll get some pictures of it too. There's this big theme with green and whites and things like that. Also, the logo here is similar to my old artwork, which they're trying to somehow turn into a crime like every other piece of artwork I've created. But anyways, let's go in and deal with these guys really quickly. Hi.
Hello.
Cliff wanted me to come down. He said he wanted me to take some things out of my car or whatever. I don't know, there might be more, I'm not sure. So.
Okay, no problem. Just give me a second for Cliff, okay?
Okay.
Don't mind.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me do this. I just want to make sure. Hold on one second.
Shop to office. Shop.
Is it partly?
DHS, can you take this to what? For the Highlander. The customer dropped it off. Okay. Hey, you ever heard of a company?
Berkeley National?
Car insurance? I don't think we take that. Huh? I don't think we take this company then because we take any company, but it's not in the RP, so just give it to what's his name? Sam. Sam.
He's at to lunch. Sam's at lunch.
Hey, Cliff.
How's it going?
Good, yeah.
I just want to set him up that we do take it. You know what I mean?
We take any.
Of course you know who I am. I'm known worldwide.
Like a AAA we have contracts with them.
Okay.
The ones we don't have contract with, we still take, but
Okay.
it's a whole different process.
companies
Just
can
about
Okay.
the method, it's still the same, never changes.
Who am I gonna give that one to?
That's what I mean, Seth.
Oh, okay. All right. Got it. Thank you. Okay, so thank you. Wait.
Kevin!
Saying who I am is like saying you don't know who JFK is before I got shot.
All right, well, we've got a bunch of stuff in the car.
Okay, keep in mind I don't have a lot of room in there. So, but what do you guys, I mean, you're painting the outsides, right? So what do you, I'm just curious.
We take, we're not responsible for any loss of damage articles or anything. There's a lot of stuff in the car. Before I have technicians or anybody go in the vehicle other than myself, I want to make sure that it's clear for them, just so there's no issues.
Okay. Yeah, I got it.
Oh, let me grab the keys.
Yeah.
Hey, those help. Now that it's nice, bright and sunny, I just want to go over the damage with you.
Makes sense. I broke into it. I broke into my own car.
So, we have a scratch right here.
Scratch.
Comes all the way.
Yes.
Yeah. Through here.
Yeah, a big scratch. Probably someone in the black community, you know, some snow fans. Right. And it comes to the rear. Oh, and it even comes all the way to here.
Okay. So, but this to this is the vandalism, correct?
On the body. Yeah, that doesn't count the car's tire slashes. But yeah, I guess what you're doing. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. That's. I just want to. So we have 100% clear communication. This is what's getting done because typically I go over the vehicle with, but you know.
Yeah, and I'm sure I'll be back with 100 cars tomorrow. But yeah, for now, this car's keying, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, so we're looking painting this door, painting this.
And then
this looks like this will probably polish off.
Even all this.
Yeah, looks like it'll color sand and polish off. If it doesn't, it gets painted.
Dude, fix what needs to be fixed.
Of course. I'm just letting you know
because
what
the insurance is paying. It's all reported through the detective.
Yeah, that's not a problem whatsoever. So like I said, what I'm gonna do first is color sand and polish this to see if it comes off. If it doesn't, we paint it.
Okay.
Easy. This is definitely through.
Okay.
And this definitely. So both of these definitely need to be painted.
Okay. And don't worry about the signage. I'll get a new one, which. Since a lot of people will be like, you can't do that.
Yeah, so you're answering my next question. Signage. Okay, so you're gonna get that taken care of, and then you can just charge the insurance company yourself.
Yeah, and that goes on the felony to the person who did it. So
exactly. So just wanted to be 100% clear. We're gonna be painting these two. Polish potential paint on this. We'll see. Depending on what needs to be done. The only things that we might run across is when these things come off. A lot of times they won't go back on.
Okay.
So if they won't, we need to replace them. Detrimming them, that's pretty much what it's going to look like. I'm going to move the V. I've already photoed it. Once you grab everything else, I'm going to take photos of the interior.
Okay.
Move it into disassembly. You should know tomorrow. You'll know tomorrow what the dollar amount and time frame is.
Okay.
You'll know tomorrow.
What do you think? It doesn't matter because I got another car, but what do you think the time frame of repainting is?
We're looking probably about 5 to 6 business days. Okay. Is about what we're looking at. From tomorrow. Right. So just get everything out of it, and then once you're done, just bring me the keys in, so I know you're done.
So you mind if I pull it over there?
Oh yeah, feel free.
Okay, cool.
Just once you're done, bring me the keys back, and that means I know. Okay. Photo it, get somebody.
If I don't know how much I can fit. There's not really. I don't think a super amount important, but if I leave a few disposable things in here, is that going to be a problem for you?
We are not in charge of any Damage or loss.
No, I know what I'm
So-
saying. Okay, I understand.
So that's my answer to the question. All right, sounds good. Just bring me in the key when you're ready.
Okay.
I tell you a fault. That's good.
Okay, I got everything I need. It's a unicorn. Oh, yeah, I just like the dog in Men in Black.
Perfect.
All right,
Thank
bro.
you.
I'm good.
Your photos and get a discount.
What?
All you have to do is this. Put
Do
your
what?
finger, put your finger in your mouth and have your little.
What do you mean? Oh, like a baby or something? Well, it's a very special baby, a very gifted baby. Hey, Cliff. All right, man. You take it easy. And read those websites. Okay, so Cliff in there, while he has a very friendly demeanor, and this is with everyone, this is the same exact tactic with everyone worldwide. While Cliff has a very friendly demeanor, when he says alrighty, which if you watched the video before at the Starbucks about 15 minutes ago, the employee came out saying alrighty and all the black groups of people showed up, trying to provoke me, and the reason he's saying alrighty is mimic me off Twitter joking around with like Jim Carrey jokes, right? So what they're doing is they're collecting my conversations or fragments of the conversations and then mimicking them back over and over from person to person. Now why? What's the reasoning? I go to Starbucks, group of black people show up, trying to intimidate me, two cars backwards, black employee runs sort of in the back room hiding, pretending I did something to him because he's involved. One employee keeps saying alrighty and other things collected from me. I get here 15 minutes later, he's saying alrighty, and then how's it going is also one of the tactics because I said how's it going to a coffee bean employee about 15 years ago saying there's a miscommunication and I committed a crime by saying how's it going, so they have worldwide campaigns to kill me. Once again, not making any sense. So he said how's it going, he said alrighty, he said one other thing that was a mimic. Now why is Cliff and everyone else doing the same exact thing? Because they're trying to be, I'm your friend, I'm friendly to you, and I'm acting professional, and then they want to try to break me and snap me into a reaction to make it look like I'm a violent paranoid schizo. So why is that? Why do they want to, from one person sequentially after the next, worldwide, want to try to break me into a reaction while the police are running around saying he's a violent paranoid schizo and we want to incarcerate him for life, right? Well, there's no real question to the whys. They're just, we're going to hunt you and kill you. And these things start when 5 years old. And so with teachers in high school like Mr. Quigley telling me to punch other students, which he failed and couldn't set me up or frame me, right? So you need to understand the context, which is this goes from one person sequentially after the next worldwide. Every business, every social group, everywhere on the planet. Okay? So now it's got to be about something, but it's not. I'm not allowed to know what it's about. My family's playing this game like it's your fault because you did something, but they won't tell me what this something is. Now, why is my family, the ones who say they love me and the ones who birthed me, saying you did something, but we're not going to tell you what? Well, it's because they want to try to create obsession, or what appears to be obsession. You're being hunted by a worldwide campaign to kill you. Nobody knows you, you're imagining it, and you keep looking back at your life wondering what the fuck's going on. Is perfectly normal as far as how people think. Now, the other thing you might want to sort of focus on is I have a Blackview DVR camera in my car, which is not uncommon for people to have DVRs in their car because billions of them sell per year. But they're using the name Blackview. Hey, we want you to get all your things out of your car. And all black people show up and I go grab the Blackview camera with police officers like Officer Toro hunting me down, saying if you ever take a picture of a person, I'm going to hunt you and kill you, or I'm going to exercise the law in my own way, quote unquote. Okay, so if it was illegal to take pictures or video people, they wouldn't make DVRs, they wouldn't make video cameras, they wouldn't make normal cameras, because our entire population would be locked up in jail based on their argument, right? Of course, they don't really openly, outwardly speak about these things because, or I should say the reason everything's in secret directed at me is because they're all crimes against me, and the things they're saying are disinformation and they're not true. They might as well tell me putting salt on food is the crime of all crimes, and that's why there's a worldwide campaign to kill me, because it's the same exact thing. So now you have to sort of question what is going on here. Remember, this is every auto body shop in the world, every restaurant, every coffee shop, every supermarket, every therapist, every you name it, but none of them see the problem with hunting me down trying to kill me. They just keep telling you stupid things that don't make any sense. So anyways, we'll continue videoing our next visit to Cook's Automotive, because I can assure you they're going to just keep working on me. Now, the other thing is, he says that their insurance policy, this isn't his words, but he says his insurance policy doesn't cover theft of things out of my vehicle. Yeah, bullshit. So he just wanted to manipulate me down here to work on me, or try to sort of invoke guilt, right? We're gonna try to intimidate you. You're doing things wrong. You spoke out, like the groups of people that showed up at the park while I was picking up my car in gray and blacks, and the girls singing, threatening me in their little threatening manners. You're singing, you're a whistleblower or whatever. And right? And then they're sort of trying to passive-aggressively thug me. We'll come down here and get this to, like, with death threats that you better not take a picture of anyone, or the Officer Toro, if you take a picture of a person, I'll exercise the law in my own way, right? Why? Because they don't want proof of their murder operations. Hence why the police tried to break in my house last week, because they don't want proof of hunting me down and having me killed. And they don't want their little murder friends going to jail or whatever. And so, you get the idea. They're all thug and intimidation plays, and that's why we saw the group of black people. Now remember, Cliff here, I don't know if he's on video, but Cliff here is black. He kind of seems like a gay black guy, but I have no problem with gay people. I'm just saying he has a very feminish demeanor to him, but yet there's groups of fucking black people following me from place to place, obviously working with him. And they're going to say what they need to say to make their crimes look justified. And one of the things they're saying is I'm a white supremacist or a racist or whatever, right? And so, which they don't really have a reason behind what they're doing other than you know too much about what we've done to your life and you better not tell anyone, right? But anyways, you get the idea. So not only is their insurance policy going to cover theft from their employees, I don't know, there wasn't really much in my car to take out, you know, other than a car DVR, really, and, you know, the stupid things like some fold-up chairs, whatever, I left because who cares, that's pretty much it. Until the next visit, I'm sure these things never stop, they never end. They don't feel they've done anything wrong or are doing anything wrong to my life. And it's with worldwide support, but I will continue documenting the visit there, which, remember, applies to every place I've been since I found out at 17 years ago, but it's really been going on since 5 years old. Their attacks just got a little more aggressive is all. Their attacks went from, we're trying to set you up in a more passive way, to now a little more aggressive, passive-aggressive way. Oh, one more thing about Cook's Auto Body and Cliff. If you've heard the conversation, you've heard that you heard Cliff talking when he went over the body damage that oh hey, you had a car scuff or this or that. He didn't say keying. Remember his wordings, he didn't say keying. He wanted to sort of curve the situation. I see the scratch here. No, that's not a scratch. That's a keying or a slashing or whatever. It's a keying though. All through the sign, all through the door. 2 doors and a rear quarter panel is not a scuff, okay? Now, most importantly, is when he got to the rear quarter panel, he said, we'll buff that out. Well, why? Why? Doesn't he want to make money? Doesn't he, as an auto body shop who's repairing a car covered by insurance, want to make as much money as he can? And I'm not saying you should try to milk people, but what I am saying is, what reasoning would he want to do the opposite of what's normal, to go in and fix a car, right? Well, I'll just try to buff out the rear quarter. Well, the rear quarter is the most expensive part of the damages, okay? So, the door, you pop it off. The front door, you pop it off and repaint it. The back door, you pop it off and you repaint it. Now remember, this is all being covered by insurance. You pop the front door off, you paint it. You pop the back door off, you paint it. That's simple. The rear quarter panel can't be popped off. In other words, the rear quarter panel is the most amount of work. And a harder to repaint. Is harder to repaint because the entire rear of the car, right? It's hard. You have to match the paint, newer to older paint, and this and that. So it's a lot more work, which means a lot more money. But it's all covered by insurance, and they know that because there's police reports. And remember, I specifically said to them, the detectives have it to show it's a felony and this and that, right? Now, you know that he's sort of trying to thug me like, forget about it, right? Nothing ever happened. You scuffed your car, whatever, we'll fix it. But that's not what happened. I have endless death threats. you're a snitch, you're dead, working with a lot of these people in the black community, and Cliff is black, and it's, you know, you don't say anything, and we're gonna do what's always been done your entire life. We're gonna dumb things down and take the important things out that matter, to make it look like they're just simple, normal, daily things. Now, remember, you've heard Cliff on camera showing his true colors, mimicking me, working with the people at Starbucks 15 minutes before, and their little cryptic, provoking tactics, and then pretending like it's just a little scuff, which are flat out across the entire side of the car. I mean, it's a Jeep Envoy. The front door, it starts through the sign, Kevin Perlman Target, and goes all the way from the first door to the second door, all the way across to the rear of the car. Right? The entire side was keyed. Is that a scuff? No. Just like the two rear tires slashed at the same exact time a month later. Right? Two brand new tires going flat with horizontal slit marks on the sides. Those are also coincidences, right? And a lot of times the LAPD will tell me that, showing the illegal operations. But what I wanted to point out was his conversations were trying to dumb down, which he damn well knows what's going on, and just can't say this is wrong. Why can't he say, like everyone else, this is wrong, this is unacceptable? Which is normally how the world works. Just in Kevin Perlman's case, they're creating this fake situation to try to create mental illness to remove me from society. Anyways, till I go there next time. Okay, so we're back here to pick up the car. You've seen how many times they've kind of screwed with me, so let's progressive. Let's pick up the car. We are at Cook's Collision. Do a quick video of the lot. There's not much here. And now let's go pick up my car. So, rainy days. Hey, Clip. So what did you guys do with the recorder? Polish? Got that out?
It falls straight out,
okay.
And you can see the doors and do that for you.
Alright.
I'm going to have some pull her out for you. I'm going to handle some paperwork with you.
Alright.
And we'll go from there.
How's the rain? Are you liking it?
Everyone knows I love the rain, but...
Okay, cool.
Wait. Like from Men in Black.
Oh yeah, from the black.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, actually.
Let's go to you.
Hey, it's right in front.
Yeah.
What's the what's the red? It's a little less than.
Yeah, from your other. Yeah, so paint. Follow.
Not that I can really see it with the rain.
Yeah. All good to go.
Looks like.
And then when it's dry, if you see someone, let me know.
Yeah.
I know it's raining right now. I'm having to tell all my customers dropping out. Like if there's light scratches, no, I can't see it because it's raining.
Yeah.
But yeah, everything's good.
Okay, so I should be back tomorrow because I'm sure someone will do something to it.
Man, I'm so sorry. That's the one part of my job that just frustrates me. I'm like, I get accident happen, you know what I mean?
Accident.
No,
I got thousands, literally like.
Yeah.
Like every day, like, oh hey, spit on the car, coke on the car, bent this, key this, thousands in an archive that LAPD has, and they won't do anything because they're aiding and abetting the crime, right? And so
I'm sorry you got to deal with that.
Yeah,
like I said, like I get like when customers come in with accidents and stuff like that.
Yeah, no.
It's a waste of your time. And
Yeah, of course. So that's why they're doing it, because they just want to make my life impossible, right? And they want to.
Yeah, I'm sorry you had to deal with that.
Alrighty. So you good to go, yeah?
Yeah. Can I hand over the paperwork? We got to do
So it's going to be on the books. So what's the zip code on card?
91367.
91367.
I think that's what it was from the guy who stole it from.
Now, 1818.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first 2 pages is basically just a complete breakdown of everything we did on your car.
Okay.
To get it basically fix the repairs.
Alright.
Do you want to go over the major things or?
Yeah, I'll point out, I mean, you wanted to point them out?
Yeah, sure. So basically, front door was repaired.
Mhm.
Everything else that's in there is basically to make sure that the paint sits. There isn't anything overlapping. Same thing with the rear door. They're basically identical front and rear.
Okay.
And if I'm not mistaken, the quarter panel. Sorry, I can't see that. Oh yeah. That's it. It was just those 2 doors.
Okay, you said they polished the door, or?
No, the rear door should.
No, I mean not the door, the rear quarter.
Yeah, the rear quarter got polished.
Yeah. Okay. So.
So that's pretty much it. Total cost of repairs is most total is about $1,200.
Okay. All right. That all went through USA.
Yeah.
And obviously, I can.
It's the code. We did this in person. Sometimes you do it verbally. Yeah. And your signature number as well. Yeah. Sorry. We have a lot of stuff to sign. So
there's two of me.
I know. Cool. So, and then this basically shows that you paid the $100 deductible.
Okay.
The rest will be collected from the insurance company. I just need the initials showing that you're aware of how much money you put.
Okay.
This is the receipt.
Okay.
This shows that you have a $100 deductible and you have to cover from collecting from the insurance. I just need your initials. Showing both of the evidence. And this is a statement of warranty that we basically provide lifetime warranty on all our work, as long as you don't get in the same spot, and if the ownership changes, of course,
okay.
The warranty does not follow. Just please don't wash your car for 30 days.
Oh, really? That's good enough.
Yeah, being sensitive.
But what about putting, like, redoing the signage? It's a vinyl wrap.
No, it's not an issue.
Okay.
Yeah, it would have been an issue if you were going to sort of take it off or something, but I'm guessing.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah.
That shouldn't be.
Okay.
I do need your initials on the warranty.
Okay. What does the warranty, like, for example, well, like, so if someone walks up and keys the car, that's covered by warranty?
No.
Oh, it's not. So what is it? Just like
basically our work, if there's any particular issues with the work that we do.
Okay, like paint falls off or something. Okay. Okay.
That's that.
Okay.
And of course your keys. Most important.
I don't think you can leave without the keys.
Probably.
Well, you could, but it'd be messy.
So that would come out to be at $1,009.
Slim Jim, I guess.
Okay, give the deductible $1,000. The insurance will pay $986. Okay. We pay that in the end, of course. But this is to replace the skin. Now, if at any point you come in and have the car disassembled and we know that that beam is down, you have to replace the door. The repair process will be exactly the same. Nothing changes. Still repair that side, still bring that will never change. It's just a matter of the door. Is it a full door or just a skin one? Okay. So it's a good possibility that it is a beam. It is damaged. Just by me seeing the beams breaking out like that, you can already tell I have an idea.
Okay.
We can
check out the recent update.
So we have to actually take it off.
Have a good one.
Take photos of it. If it's damaged,
Clifford. Thank you. And the handshake.
All right. Enjoy your day, man.
All right. Have a good one.
You too. $400 up to $1,200. Okay. Which depends what we want. Okay.
Okay, so you saw the amount of mimics. The perfect, alrighty, things in threes, the enjoy, all those things are things sort of collected to strategically say over and over in repetition, or by mass groups of people, or a lot of them things that I have said, oh, will do. Will do was pretty much said by me, my father, which my father got mad, right? You get the idea. Why are they doing it? Well, they're doing it to try to provoke me into those reactions, right? It's I don't know you, and then we keep provoking you over and over. We work with mass groups. Enjoy is what I said to a programmer that got my account suspended. last night at Upwork, which was working with Upwork, and these same colors of Upwork are this green and white like their logo, and you would normally say that's a coincidence, but it's not in this case, because they're all about psychological warfare and mental illness operations, which now go on since 5 with the government to hunt me down and have me killed. Now, there's a question of why this is going on and there's worldwide support to do it. Well, I can't answer that question other than Mike Huntley putting weird papers on my desk stating, hinting to they're creating mental illness to control me, but there's no such thing. That's like saying I'm pounding nails in your head to control you, right? There's no such thing. And what would that control be about anyways? I asked a stripper for her phone number. Well, that's not the type of thing the government would pound nails in your head, right? Okay, so you would have to have like slit like 100,000 people's throats if that level of control was around, right? And so you get the idea, right? So these people, like every business shop person on the planet, are told to keep doing these things to me until I'm dead and gone, or they can get reactions with the police to do these things until I'm dead and gone. And so you get the idea that these are murder operations, and these people worldwide are being contacted to never stop doing these things until I'm dead and gone, and they're actually taking part. That's the freaky part.